Hoo-wee! Hoo-wee! What a game. Here we go again. Another season and every single week. What's up, Carl? Every single week. How many of these can I take? Like I said, I got maybe a shelf life on how long I'm gonna be able to watch Hawk games because this is taking years off my life. It literally is. I whew. Change the title. Oh yeah, my bad. I copied it over. Good call. Hold on. What's up, everybody? I hope you guys are doing well. I'll say hello, everybody in the chat here as I fix a couple of quick things in the deal because I put up the wrong darn title. But what a win! I'm emotionally completely spent, even more so than last week. So you guys are going to have to prop me up here a little bit. The ups and downs in this game. I mean, after the first quarter, you were everything from elated to dismayed to hopeful to everything in between. And sorry, I'm changing the thing here. Who did we play this week? Who was it we played again? It just, we're sending you through. It's a roller coaster. I've called it that before, but I watch other NFL football games. You know, I do. And they don't go through this same kind of situation where I fixed the title, guys. I got it all fixed. Thanks for bearing with me. But they don't go through this kind of up and down and emotional trauma that it's going to inflict upon its fans. But hey, at the end of it's elation. And elation's the one I'll take. I don't care what the road is to take to get there. It's 3-0. We've got some problems and issues. We'll talk through it. Understood. And I agree with everybody on that. There's going to be some problems, some big-time issues here on the horizon line. But with that said, got ourselves a win. Derek Seahawks fan, hello. I like to watch NFL. What's up, Dustin? I did fix the title. Thanks for letting me know on that one. Anthony Habib, Alden Robinson. He made his presence felt in this game, didn't he? It did seem like they were definitely controlling his snaps, not just trying to unleash him fully. But right out the gate, you saw him track down the ball carrier on the backside, chase the play down. Props to also LJ Collier on that play, who did just what I want to see him do, which is set the edge and set it in a real, forceful way, not just sort of hanging in there against the tackle, but driving the tackle back as you're setting the edge, which is what LJ did on that particular play. Then he came through with the late game sack. Looked really good. Alden looked really good in his early play. He looked active. He was, and he gave us another body down there. Certainly a better pass rusher than what we've kind of had in there. Maxwell Stern says the Hawks game gives me gray hairs. It's probably given me a few over the years, Maxwell. I had no idea where this game was going to go after the first quarter. I didn't. I was still hopeful Seattle would win it. It was great to see the offense. You figured they probably weren't going to hum at that kind of level they were through the first quarter and about a half. They were going to come back down to earth a little bit, which is what happened. But goodness gracious, what a game. What a game. And Cameron says, I'm done defending Flowers. I'm reaching into the point that I am. That was a big disappointment. You guys know that I was very hopeful this year about Flowers taking another step in his development, getting kind of that third-year bump we saw from Shaquille Griffin last year. And we didn't see it in this game. There was a couple times he held up okay, but it got worse and worse as the game went on, and certainly he got picked on there. One thing I will ask is that why in a play like that, when they've got him playing press coverage, do they not have safety help over the top on that Michael Gallup touchdown? You got a kid on another play I know as well, but the one down on the other north end zone, why would you not? They played cover 2 the whole half. That was like the one play that they didn't actually go and play cover 2. So goodness. Clara, how you doing, Clara? My heart is in my chest. Go Hawks. What happened to Jamal Adams? Looks like Jamal Adams pulled his groin by the look of it. They do the groin pull dance, which is you straighten out your leg and you sort of shake it all about. And hopefully it's not torn. I'd like to think because he was walking along on the sidelines that it is just a pull. Unfortunately, even a torn groin is usually going to run somewhere in the nature of 4 to 6 weeks as a recovery time. So we're probably not going to be getting Mr. Adams back until we get to the back half of the schedule. So, we'll have to just have him injected later on, I think. I appreciate that, Carl. You said I'm here all night. Sounds good to me. Yep, Cameron, Miami is up next. So let's see what we got with Miami, man. At least hopefully this is an opponent we can maybe deal with having the injury situation as we do. You'd like to think that Russell would continue to be able to kind of flourish with that lack of talent that they have on the defensive side of the ball. I like to watch. I'm about to watch Packers versus Saints. I can't hate you for that. I like to watch. It's going to be a great game, man. It's going to be a great, great game. Space, we need to fix our pass defense. What the F? Space, I know, man. I've been saying it for weeks. It's not just one body I'm asking for. It's not just a 2 body I'm asking for. I'm asking for a 3 body. We need to get 3 people in here, in my opinion. And I think that they could do it. It's going to require some maneuvering, but I do think that they can do it. Anthony Habib says, if Quinn Dunbar was playing, not as many deep balls would have been given up. Maybe. I mean, Anthony, he has flashed at times in jumping routes and getting interceptions, but he's also had his share of times where he's gotten picked on a little bit. Perhaps. And again, I know I'm not going to say that Flowers did not have a tough game. He had a tough game. So, Dunbar probably would have been much better than him in this game. But that's a very explosive Cowboys offense. They're going to put up points on the board nearly against anybody that they play week after week. Randall McDaniel says, Joven. I got it right. I corrected it, Joven. What's up, Joven? He says, let's go 3-0. Hey, let's do this. Randall McDaniel, excuse my language, but what the F, Troy Aikman, all game. Russ has been off all game, even after his 5th touchdown pass. Dude's a joke. Yeah, the telecast with Aikman and Buck, as the game went into about the second half, really went into Homersville, didn't it? I often wonder why they insist on putting Aikman on Dallas Cowboys telecast. He's kind of just as bad as Michael Irvin is. He's just more subtle about it. And I know he'll tell you he's trying to maintain balance and whatnot, but there was a couple times where I'm just rolling my eyes and like, dude, 5 touchdown passes and you're tearing him apart. Should have maybe even 6 with DK's play. So come on, guys, back off there, but I was already expecting with him during this game, so I wasn't shocked when it kind of went down. Cole Churkas, what's up, Cole Churkas? What do you think of the Metcalf fumble? Was Carson purposely injured, and did Hill intend to hurt Wilson? Alton Robinson opinion. The Metcalf fumble annoys me as much as anything in sport itself, and that is I'm going to show off before I've executed the play. And especially now in football where they've allowed these guys to do all these intricate dances after the play as much as they want. Go for it. Have fun. Go crazy. Just get to the other side of the end zone first. And I think he was just so surprised, I think, how far that ball traveled, and he probably thought he was in the end zone already. But you just wrap it up and get in there first. Make sure you're in there, because when you're on a highlight film like that, Deshaun Jackson did it 14 years ago and still shows up on the greatest blunder highlights on YouTube across the board for years later. So he's not going to live it down anytime soon. Thankfully, we won the game, and we're not looking at that play going, well, if we score there, do we just kind of put the nail on him early and kind of put him down? I don't think you would have necessarily. I think Dallas was going to give you a second push in this game no matter what. But hopefully DK has learned the lesson there with that. Get into the end zone first and then do whatever the hell you want. Go wild. Carl Nearney says 2 in a row, 5 TDs passed by Russ, and 2 in a row last play D stops. Let's go. Yep, D showed up, and we had the guy, Ryan Neal, we brought up off the practice squad, jumps up confidently, doesn't try to knock it down, doesn't just try to get a hand on it, confidently goes up at the end of the game and takes the pick away. Solid play by a kid coming up, and it may sound like we're going to be needing him a decent amount as we move forward. Russ, I think they said that he's now number 1 through 3 games in the NFL with most touchdowns thrown through that period. I think he was all alone. He was tied, and then he threw the last one, which got him just a little bit ahead. He is on a record pace through 3 games. It's 3 games, granted, but they're showing a willingness to continue to let him cook, to continue to let him roll. The one thing I will say about today in that respect is just a little bit of they went away from the short passing game and really targeting the running backs as much. They got a little bit, I think, falling too much in love with trying to hit the deep shots as the game wound down. I think when you let them cook, you got to integrate those swing passes, integrate maybe some of those screens a couple more times just to keep the defense off balance so they can't just drop all those guys into coverage deep. And as I said, with Alton Robinson, Cole, I think he played a really good game. They limited his snaps, but the snaps he had, he made something happen. And the sack came just when you needed it to. The thing I mentioned when we first drafted this guy on our live draft stream was that the thing I really love about him is that when he wins early. We've had a lot of pass rushers over the years, like your Quentin Jefferson type, who's really a high effort guy. Doesn't get you a lot of sacks, but when he does, it's because he's just walked his guy back and fought and kicked and scraped and gets a sack. This is a guy who, through technique, gets you early wins and gets to the quarterback. And that's just what he did on that play. He starts out outside, gets the tackle to overset, crosses him back up, But the key to getting that sack there is that you don't just go head down and start running. He keeps his off arm on the tackle as the tackle's trying to correct and get back into the play. That off arm allows him the time to get over to Dak Prescott. So there's a couple of things going on in that particular sack, all of them very impressive, and all of them things that we should be able to continue to see as we go forward, because it's stuff that I saw back in college. That was a move that he did back in college. B-Russ in the last drive, Space says, what's wrong with Dunbar? I don't know what the current injury is on him. It was kind of a last-minute thing. I think he's shaken off, a hammy maybe. I'm making a guess on that. B-Russ in the last drive, Shaquem, Robinson, and Neal, all practice squad guys, made big plays. Hey, those guys showed up, and Shaquem was not just decent as far as providing at least a little bit of pass rush, but they let him sit back over the middle. I've always thought this would be a great role for him as kind of a spy guy, especially against these mobile quarterbacks. Just let him hang out over the middle. And when those short completions come late after a quarterback's gone through all his reads, he's got the speed to be right there with the guy and take him to the ground instantly, so you're not getting any yards after the catch. I hope they continue to kind of utilize him in that sort of role, especially because it looks like, unfortunately, Jordan Brooks is injured as well. Spud Horner says, any updates on the injuries? We'll probably have to wait for a little bit for Russ Pete Carroll's press conference. He usually gives a little bit of what's going on, but we probably won't know more until tomorrow, really. I like to watch NFL. Says, oh no, please, not Jamal. Yeah, we're hoping not. Anthony Habib, LJ Collier is surprisingly pretty decent. He's been decent in the run stuffing game, Anthony. And remember, that was my top line for him. His top end was being a good run stuffer, just not a guy who's really going to give you much as far as the pass rush goes. Maybe at a moment here or there, but I think, again, as the Pro Football Focus grades will come out, they'll show you that he was very good against the run maybe in this game, probably not as good, again, as has been the trend throughout this year as far as the pass rusher goes. Carl says, so scared about Jamal. Well, the one nice thing is, again, he's walking around, Carl. So if he's walking around, I like to think that, if that's going to be the case, that he's at least, it's not torn. If it's torn, we're in trouble. But if he's walking around, there's a chance. Anthony Bain says, two words, two players, Malik Jackson and Snacks Harrison. I'll take either one, Anthony. I'm a beggar right now, so I'm not going to be a chooser. Maxwell Stern says, we're winning the NFC West, says Maxwell Stern. That's awesome to hear. You guys fill me in on the score on the Cardinals game. I didn't get a chance to see how that one finished up. And somebody did ask about that lineman. As Fiji Mark is mentioning, that was a scumbag move by the Cowboys lineman. He clearly tried to injure Carson on purpose. I would say yes. Because it's no coincidence that it's almost followed up on the very next play by him taking a hand shot to Russell Helmet's, doing a head-to-head hit on Russell Wilmot's helmet. And that's what, to me, it already looked suspect initially, and then I saw the next play, and okay, they brought him in to do some dirty stuff. That's what they brought him in here to do. But he was definitely not opposed to injuring Carson on that play because the guy was down. Anthony Habib says if Trey Flowers didn't drop that pick and bounced off his chest, he wouldn't have been in the postseason to stop Dallas on the final drive. Yeah, I mean, it hurt. It hurt today. That was going to be my one thing, because I was going to anticipate a lot of people hating on Flowers when I got into the chat and saying, well, see, he's not good. And while he did get beat at times, I felt like Shaquille Griffin didn't play that good of a game either, folks. He was not that good over there either. He happened to jump one route early on, and so a lot of people are going to kind of gloss over his day. But he was getting cooked too. It wasn't just one guy. Randall McDaniel says, RD, the good, two picks, strap sick. Yeah, they got some pressure today, Rand. I like what they did. And again, they continue to stop the run. We anticipated that Dallas was going to be able to score some points. Where I pointed to being the difference was, can you get a couple of interceptions on Dak? Because he'll give you the ball up at that point. If you're having him throw 40, 50 times a game, there'll be a couple throws in there where he'll give it to you. We got 2 of 3 opportunities that we converted on that. We had another one where he strip sacked the guy in the fumble and it popped up. Shout out to Jaron Reed, who I thought played a really good game. We'll have to play a lot of snaps today. Yeah, so good stuff there. Sylvester Young, the Hawks did awesome. What about Carson and his ankle? It didn't look good, Sylvester Young. I just tweeted out as soon as I saw it, beast mode. Start working out if you haven't already started working out. The bat phone's going to go live soon. Anthony B, but at least the schedule lightens up a bit, and a bye week pretty soon after two should be wins. Yes, that's the good news with the Jamal Adams trade. If you're going to lose him for a bout of time during this season, it's good to lose him right about now. You've got the bye, as Anthony pointed out, a little bit of maybe a couple teams that you could win without him, getting him back then for the stretch run. So hopefully it's not too serious. B. Russ says, if Russ is going to average 5 TDs a game, we don't even need a defense anymore. I'm laughing because our defense is killing my soul. it's killing my soul too. It's rough to watch at times. They were really hanging on for dear life. And it's not just the old school approach where teams are, dinking and dunking their way up the football field and just kind of moving at will on us. They're getting these huge wide swaths of yardage, whereas within our defense, there's supposed to be some protection against these big monster deep plays going down the field. You're supposed to allow the short completions, but not the deep stuff. Now, it's hard to hold a lot of people accountable when there's a lot of new moving parts going around out here. So we'll have to look maybe a little bit more in the tape to understand what really kind of went down a bit here. But it's not in a good place right now. We need some reinforcements. Stat. Get those paddles ready. Get those Clay Matthews paddles ready. Is it ready? Go. Cameron Hughes says the D is just atrocious. I don't get it. I thought we had the talent, but no, definitely wait to sign Griffin. Griffin was just horrible. That's look, the interception was great. I stood up and clapped for him. I'd love to see Griffin doing what he was doing with that. It's great. Awesome, buddy. That's what I need to see you do more of that. But now I also need you to play consistently throughout the football game. And look, he got picked on too. I know he didn't have you got the two big major plays that Flowers gives up that really has people like, good. But it was kind of throughout for Shaquille too, where the play, he's getting eaten up as well. Marty FM Williams says, fair to hit the panic button yet on the secondary. Do you see valid reason for this, or does it take Fitzmagic throwing 400 yards to do so? Oh man, that's going to be a tough look when that happens. No, not too early to hit the panic button on the secondary, because unfortunately it's not just an issue with the secondary. It's an issue with the front four as well. They're not generating pressure, and we're not necessarily covering that particularly well on the back end. Ugo Amadi played a pretty good game. We got to give him props today. He played outstanding, I thought, in the slot role. But our two starting cornerbacks were not there with it. The safety play was not magnificent. There's some issues back there. I do wonder to a degree, and I keep coming back to it, and I saw it play out a couple times during this game, where if you have the pass rush there and you do get there quick, you can speed up the play of the quarterback, and now your guys' coverage on the back end doesn't have to be as precise and good for as long as we've seen it up until late. That's the place where you can maybe, this is again where I come back. How do you fix the secondary? Well, we'll get a whole bunch of good secondary plays. No, get some front four guys that get some pass rush. That'll help out the secondary in the back end. Cole Churka says, beast mode you up. I agree, man. Brian Barajas, what is going on with our defense? Jesus, we got torched. Pete is going to do the same stuff. And I went crazy when KJ Wright was lined up with a wide receiver and they scored. I was shocked. I thank you for noticing that, Brian. I noticed it the same. He's pointing out to that touchdown right at the end of the half where it was midfield with the Cowboys. KJ is lined up against the guy in the slot. KJ Wright should not be under any circumstances in any formation lined up against a receiver in the slot. He's not fast enough to do that. And KJ played an all right game today. I'm not going to bash the guy, but that is just not a place that you want to put that guy in order to put him in a place to be successful at all. I don't know why you didn't just go to the nickel look there. I think they were in base there. I like to watch. NFL says next week is going to be way easier. Look, Fitzmagic can cut up a secondary if there's some holes in the secondary, and we're not necessarily going to be able to get a lot of pressure necessarily against him. I'd like to think this would be an easy game, but let's not count our chickens before it's hatched. It could still swing, and I think we are going on the road 10 a.m. So we got to hold, I think, on. I'm not going to feel super confident on this team when the defense is playing this badly. I'm positive. I'm optimistic. I love watching Russell cook. I love watching the offense do what it's doing, but the defense right now is in a position to upend things. Anthony Habib says it's Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. They love the Cowboys. Yeah, I can't hate on Troy. I can't hate on him for being a homer. I just wish they wouldn't schedule games with him with the Cowboys. Carl Nerney says, please bring Marshawn in. Yep, please. I was asking for it all off season. I'm going to continue to ask, and I will pound that drum no matter what anybody tells me. Anthony Bain says, people mad Trey Flowers got beat by a receiver that beat Jalen Ramsey, but nobody is saying anything about Shaq getting beat by literally every wide receiver against him, including a fourth-string Cedric Wilson. Yeah, that's why I'm not completely out on Trey Flowers. I thought, look, he didn't play a good game today. He was also up against a really tough matchup all day. There was no weak guy, number 2 wide receiver going against him. He had a really, really tough matchup, and the safety play over the top hasn't been as well. And again, as I mentioned, they put him up in press. And Shaq, thank you, Anthony, for seeing the same thing I am, where Shaq's getting work too. Shaq is too. He's not out there making plays really anymore. He got the one interception. If Trey Flowers makes that interception, I'm going to be standing here going, man, they had a very, very similar game. Y2KHA says, we gave up under 50 points. Whatever our D did better, they expected. I was at 41-38. So we did 7 points better defensively than I thought. Spuv Taco Bell, welcome on into the chat, my guy. Great game from a Dallas fan. Hey, props to you, Spuv. You guys played a really good game. I thought this was going to be a shootout, kind of come down to this last possession thing. I can't knock anything with Dallas in this game, Spuv. You guys got a good football team, and frankly, look, I really feel like the path and the road there is still your guys's to go take that division. I don't have any trust in Philadelphia. I think Washington today already saw Young went down. Chase Young went down with them with the dreaded groin injury. And of course, Giants aren't going to do anything. So you guys are still in a really good position. You got a pass rush. You're going to get some cornerbacks back and healthy at some point in this. I would think, well, you did lose Cheeto all the way, but you still got a solid offense, man. And you guys are going to try to do the same thing we are, which is if we can win through a magical offense, maybe we can go all the way. Maybe we could be the teams to do that and show that that's a way to break the convention. But props to your team. You guys played solid. Jovan says, oh, man, KJ is so slow, although he had a good couple of plays. That's the thing I saw, too, is he's just getting older. He did some good things, man. He is still the screen whisperer, isn't he? That skill has not lifted him one day, one iota. He always sniffs out the screen. We're going to get gashed in the screen game when KJ Wright retires. Random McDaniel says, DK never going to do that again. He'll learn. He made up for it on that fourth quarter touchdown. Unstoppable. Yeah, it was really nice to see it get made up so you don't have to have a week of it like, is it in his head? Is he thinking about it? Is this going to be a thing now? Just wash it off the board, man. Just wash it off the board. We got to give props to Russell on that, though. That's a 62-yard pass play, and most of that was all in the air. You want to talk about arm strength and having a hand cannon, especially considering he's not putting that on a line. He's throwing that to the bottom of the moon, So what a throw by Russell there. And again, this tandem, you single up right now DK Metcalf with a cornerback with no safety help, and we saw in the second half the Cowboys started to give him safety help over the top and really double him a little bit more. It's stealing, taking candy from a baby. Candy from a baby. Anthony Habib, I love how Russell went to DK after the drive, which he showboated early. He's a true leader. Yeah, you got to do it to the guy there. You got to get him out of his head. Don't let him get wrapped up into it. You just tell him, eject that crap, move on. It is what it is, bro. We got to just move on. So great job by Russell there. And look, he went right back to him. He wasn't hesitant in the game despite that. Space, how bad is Carson's injury? Well, I can't say for sure, Space, but he's had a couple of major injuries. The guy, I'm not going to say he's like a made of glass guy. Some of it is that he's a strong runner who pushes for the extra yards. Those guys are going to sometimes take those extra hits and open themselves to those extra hits. It sucks, but it looked pretty serious there on the sideline to me. Anthony Bain, DK caught the game-winning touchdown. He gets a pass from me. Trayvon Diggs looking better than Shaq. Don't forget, Trayvon Diggs was a straight-up baller in college. Well, me and DK did me and DMAC did a pretty deep dive on the cornerbacks in this last draft. And Trayvon definitely has skills as far as cover corner. He's got some ball skills. He can't tackle worth a dime. Now, the play he made here, wasn't really a tackle. He just came through and did the knockout because DK let up. But he got burnt a little bit in this game too, Anthony. He didn't necessarily. You look at the Pro Football Focus grades and the cornerbacks in this game. I don't think any cornerbacks outside of maybe Ugo Amadi are going to have a decent grade, not on either side of the Dallas or on Seattle side. B-Russ says Russ nearly threw half the TDs he threw all last year. Has nearly half the TDs he threw all last year. That's insane. We were only 3 games in. Yeah, he's at a ridiculous mark. And their red zone, I think they showed they were 6 for 6 or 7 for 7 now in the red zone. I mean, to start out a year like that, to know that you can be that deadly once you get inside the 20, and it's part of what I had kind of expected, frankly, understanding you're bringing in a guy like Greg Olsen, you got Disley here, you got DK Metcalf, who you feel like you're going to be able to bring that into the game as well with him, and then Tyler in there too, running those crossing routes. So they've got a lot of juice down there to go and attack with throwing the football. A lot of great plays. They get pretty inventive down there. I really liked, for instance, on the crosser to Lockett, you see a lot of stuff that you'd see with San Francisco on that play offensively, stuff that we don't usually do. You start out first with Olsen aligned wide, Lockett out on him to the outside. Olsen comes back in to drop down on pass protection and add an extra guy because you got the crosser running, which is going to take a little bit more time to develop because Lockett's got to run through the trash to get there. So get Olsen there to help out on the blocking. Lockett runs through the trash. The times there that you need for Russell to just float the ball in up over the top. Again, it's a little bit like stealing, and it's great play design there from Shoddy. Shoddy did a great job on that. That's stuff that I want to see more of, implement more of that motion-based game, because you saw right at the snap there, Jalen Smith still signaling to his defensive players. A lot of what the motion does is it puts these defensive players in this bind where they've got to flip a call on a defensive call and let everyone know on that side of the ball before the snap happens. So you'll get a middle linebacker like that, not really looking or paying attention to the play because he's trying to get everyone checked right at the snap. That's why it's so good to use that motion-based stuff, because it really challenges those guys to get their communication out and get in the right alignment. DVX says, I hope Damian Lewis is okay. Sadly, DV, when they take him out on a cart, I hope he's okay as well, but it's probably going to be something pretty serious. It looked like a textbook ACL to me. Anthony B, defense has 3 turnovers, something to be encouraged by. Anthony, if they can get turnovers, I'm okay with them giving up some big shots, some big plays, get some pressure, get some turnovers. We know we're not expecting this defense to suddenly turn into the monsters of the midway. Just be good at something, have something. And if you're stopping the run and you're causing turnovers, that is a recipe that can win you going forward. Now we've got to monitor the injury situation, make sure we got enough hands on deck to make that even a feasible thing. But they did a good job today of getting their hands on a lot of footballs. Randall McDaniel, to your point on the offense, it was boom or bust until it really mattered. Olsen had a better game. Tight end overall showed up. Yeah, I thought the play calling, Randall, in the first half was spot on, as good as we've seen all year, which has been just top-notch play calling by Schottenheimer. I think that they got a little bit out of rhythm there in the second half. And it just seemed like with some of the sitting there and a lot of the Russell sitting in the pocket, waiting for something to develop, nothing's coming open. And you're going, okay, why aren't we getting a few more checkdowns here, or just some of these easy passes that you've implemented through the first 2 weeks, rather than putting him in that bind at that point of now having to hope that the secondary routes break open or he can snake his way out of the pocket. We know he can do it, but you can limit that if you give him the 6-yard check down, Y2K says, we all knew Carson was going to get hurt. Just throw him in the trash bin and move on. I'm not ready to throw him in the trash bin yet, Y2K, but it is one of my 2 main reasons for why you couldn't give Carson an extension. My 2 reasons were this. Number 1, he already is injury prone. Guys don't get less injured after you sign him to a major deal. That's not how the NFL works. Number 2, and he's fixed this problem up until this point this year, though I would argue his touches have been drawn back quite a bit. The fumbling problem from last year. Shane Hafner says, bro, Tristan Hill is a piece of crap. Dirty player. If the Gator roll with Carson's knee wasn't enough, he decides to helmet Russ. Hopefully he receives a FedEx $15K in his locker room. Yeah, he will. You don't touch the quarterbacks on the head. So expect him to get definitely a ding for that. A little surprising. The refs could have called, theoretically, a little bit of a late call there. It was on the line. And certainly Carson kind of laid himself open to it because he spins off and then tries to stretch himself out while he's up on his feet. That's going to put you to where it's hard to now get that call because it's a bang thing as far as when the defender's going. But with that said, I feel like Tristan, nobody else on that Cowboys defense, I feel like was playing dirty today. Nobody. Tristan was playing, it seemed like, on at least a couple of those plays a little bit. Maybe I got to watch a little more than just the 2 plays. But, man, having to go like that back-to-back sure was suspect. Lag? Hopefully we're okay here. Sorry. Let's see. D-Boy, what's up, D-Boy? Maxwell, why are so many injuries, not just for the Hawks, but the NFL? Maxwell, we pointed this out. We expected this. I've told you guys to hold on to your butt cheeks because there's going to be a plethora of injuries everywhere all the time throughout the year. When you have the offseason mini camps for rookies, when you have the training camps and then a second training camp or mini camp and then another mini camp and then training camp and then the 4 preseason games, it bores fans to death. They get antsy for the start of the season. But what that is a tried and true approach that's been instilled since the 40s as far as how to get football players' bodies ready for the regular season. Maybe not the 40s, but going pretty far back. And there's almost a science to it. And now you throw all that out the window. So when that occurs, you're going to get more injuries, more soft tissue stuff, rolled ankles, torn ACLs, all that stuff. A lot of what they're doing in the offseason is not just performative bonuses and bumps and trying to get these guys performing at a higher level. It's also injury prevention. Very Harry Larry, what is up? Shane Hafner says, sign snacks, Clay Matthews is a must. I agree. Those would be my first 2 moves. That's where I begin, and then I make a 3rd move. Elferia. What's up? How you doing, Elferia? Go Hawks. Randall McDaniel. LJ again, close to a sack. I thought he had him in a grasp. Actually, a few times I thought he had Dak in grasp. maybe I've got to watch a little bit more of the tape on him, Randall. I'll take a look at what his pressures are. He's not been loved by Pro Football Focus, which does a good job of looking at every individual player's snap, every play throughout a game, and that's going to give you a good snapshot, at least a relatively good snapshot of his play in total. Don't forget, too, that with these defensive players, the thing you've got to keep in mind about getting caught up in a play here or a play there, it's a lot of snaps these guys were on the football field. The efficiency's not there. They're taking a lot of snaps to make that one flash play. So that's the thing I would caution at times in getting caught up on a play or two rather than seeing a few things over the course of the game. Cole Churka's opinions on Sam Hubbard. I love Sam Hubbard. I thought he flashed last year in that first game against us right out the gate in Cincinnati. Looked great. The problem is right now the scuttlebutt through the league is that Cincinnati is not playing very nicely with the rest of the leagues in the NFL as far as making trades. They're being tough. They're being difficult, truculent, and they're asking for way too much. We saw this last year when a lot of teams were very interested in bringing A.J. Green in at the trade deadline, and the Cincinnati Bengals wouldn't budge off of him. And can you think in recent history the last trade deadline deal that the Cincinnati Bengals have made with one of those players, despite the fact year in and year out, you think they would want to offload some assets to try to bump it up, especially now that they've got their franchise quarterback? I don't think that they're willing to do it. I don't think that they're a feasible trade partner, especially a guy that they just drafted last year. I don't think they would go there. I'm buying in the chat, but I will be catching up. Team 12's Lions won. That is fantastic to hear. I'd love to hear it. So we are up atop the division all alone, and it feels so nice. So nice. Long live the king. D-Mac, let you guys know. Notice D-Mac's got D-Mac Talks the Seahawks. D-Mac is starting a new channel here. It's going to be more push towards the Seahawks. We're going to be doing a little show. Our post-game show will be picking up, I think, next week if we can work out all the technical bugs, but something extra there for you guys. So get excited. He definitely improves the show every time he's on, and we're going to dive into it. We'll definitely be talking some cornerback stuff during the week this week. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $9.99, $10 sub. Bro, you're too kind, actually. You're over generous with what you do with that, Randall. I really do appreciate it, man. Thank you for the donation. Adrian Gordon, we need to help in the secondary. I'd love for Russ to throw 5 TDs a game, but we can't count on it. Yeah, I think that the help for me is going to be easier come through the going out and getting help for the defensive line, pass rush. It's going to be a lot harder to go out there and find a cornerback at this time of year. I don't know who we would technically look at, especially understanding that when you bring a cornerback in, they're going to struggle a lot of times to kind of pick up the scheme, especially on the fly mid-season in. So there's not a lot of options out there outside of, I certainly hope they're looking at Earl Thomas. You guys, we got to be like, some people were hesitant last week, but we got to be looking at Earl Thomas. You go down the line, go Snacks, Clay Matthews, and Earl Thomas. Get those 3 signings done. We can start to move this thing in the right direction, I think. D-Boy says, with AZ loses to the Lions, do you think there's a threat to the Seahawks? Yeah, the Cardinals are still a threat. There's going to be some inconsistency with them week to week, but the talent level is still there. The Rams went out and gave the Buffalo Bills all they could. And remember, I did predict that the Rams would lose this week, so it wasn't a shocker for me. But the fact they came back in that game showed some of their resolve. And I think that they're still going to be a tough team. So AZ and the Rams still remain threats to us, in my opinion. Anthony Bain says Jamal Adams will be fine. The Chicago running back David Moore had a groin injury that had him carted off before week 1, and he played week 1, not worried. How would he get carted off week 1 but played week 1? I guess you mean week 2 maybe is what you mean on that, Anthony. I'm just historically groin injuries have been bad, Anthony. So it's most guys when they get that thing, it doesn't tend to be a 1 weeker. The defensive linemen can sometimes play through it, but those guys that are the skill position players and got to change on a dime with their legs, it's a little tougher. But we should probably just wait and hear what we see. We'll know by Monday what's really going on, if not even by Pete Carroll's presser. Anthony Habib says outside of the Shaquille Griffin pick, he did nothing positive for us. I agree, man. I don't think he was very good today at all. Not my opinion. Dan Life, how you doing, Dan? Tristan Hill played a dirty as F, man, taking out Carson. No doubt, dude. It was a dirty play, both the back-to-back dirty plays. And he's going to get, as somebody mentioned a second ago, he's going to get a big fat fine check in his locker this week. Altheria says Alton Robinson. Oh, goodness. Back it up. Carl Nerney, thank you for the $6 donation, my guy. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Nothing to say there, Carl. Just a nice little $6 dono. Altheria says Alton Robinson was a bright spot, hugely bright spot. hugely bright spot for us, and we shouldn't sell it short. Having him and both Shaquem Griffin out on the field injected us with a nice vital bit of young blood out there, some young legs. And I thought that those guys both flashed at key moments in this game when we needed them in the fourth quarter. Great to see those young guys out there running around. Alton, I would expect his snap count to continue to increase over it, because it did look like they had him a little restricted on that. But boy, hopefully he can get out there and get some more playing in, because he looked really good, really good. When you saw him chase down that play with LJ, and it was both him and LJ working together, it's something to get so excited about, even as one play. That is one play to get excited about, because you're seeing two of your young guys doing and flashing when you need them to, and kind of working together, not just one guy here, way over here, one guy there, over there. On the same play, two flash at the same time. Okay, we don't get a lot of that. Iridescence, how you doing? What's up, Iridescence? Space says Olsen had a good game. Yep, I thought he was a little more improved in his pass blocking, especially times when he's needing to be in there, because they were starting to get the pass rush to us in the second half. And he made some good catches. That third down catch as he's falling down to the ground, I mean, that's what we bring him in here for. That's exactly what we need you there for, the clutch catches, my guy. He almost got another one, too, where he almost got his foot down on a scramble drill play. Just couldn't quite get it in bounds. Clara says, Josh Gordon. Yeah, I'm ready to see some Josh out there. Look, I thought Brett Swain played really well in this game. He had a couple catches, I think, and he did all right. But I think that the team looks a little bit better out there, just a little bit, just another guy's a little bit more of even a threat out there, because it seemed like, and this is maybe just what it felt like to me more than what it seemed, but it felt like the defense of Dallas in the second half really concentrated on Lockett and DK, and sort of kind of combined on both of them. You saw a lot of attention when they showed the overhead back cams of what was going on in the secondary with those two guys. So getting another guy in there that would be a threat, especially gets a lot of one-on-one situations. I like the sound of that, Clara. Jonathan Salazar. Our team is really starting to upset me about these games. This game should have been that close with DK dropping that ball. The passing, Trey passing the ball to Gallup. Yeah, those are two plays that just you wonder on plays like that, because there is times where in a football game you go, well, the ball's just not bouncing our way today, is it? You know, I mean, he throws it right into Trey Flowers' hands, and Flowers somehow finds a way to get a ball that's landing right in his bread basket that he ends up kicking up to Gallup. And then the DK play, you're just going, why? Why? What does the holding the ball out like this, like it's a can of soda, what is this showing to everybody? What is the extra stamp? I blame really Deion Sanders for this. He's the guy I blame. I should blame maybe Walter Payton because he started doing the high step, but you could argue the high step and allows you to not get taken from behind, so it still kind of does protect you. But it was Deion. The high step, and just for the hell of it, when he's already 30 steps down, man, that's at the president, man. That's at the president of these guys now starting to celebrate before they got in. So I blame Deion Sanders. I blame Showtime, prime time. Iridescent says, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Ugo Amadi. Ugo Amadi played, I thought, today the quintessential slot corner play and what you want your slot corner to do. There's going to be times where they're going to give up a play here or there, but you want them in there and competitive, knocking balls away at times, good in the run game, able to come down because they're kind of like a sub linebacker at times, and that they're a lot closer to the line of scrimmage than your other cornerbacks are. And then if they do give up a play, get the guy tackled into the ground instantly. I felt like he was a real bright spot there for us in the secondary today, and I felt like he played with a lot of fire. He's got a lot of aggression to him. He's a little undersized guy, but he plays physical. He plays bigger than his size. So I like the upside on Ugo. It's great to see from this game, and not a lot of great spots in that secondary to talk about. Jonathan Salazar says, our team is really starting to upset me. Okay, sorry, Jonathan, I read that one. Altheria, you think Snacks and Matthews would bring a significant change? You think we could make a move on Cox or Allen from Philly? I've got to feel like Philly's just about ready to call it a day. You know, you can't put away the Cincinnati Bank. Check your connection thing here. So, all right, we're back up, I think. So I would really like to see at this point Fletcher Cox. He'd be a great addition down in there. But yeah, I think both Snacks, Harrison, and Matthews alone just being added in there from what we have. Again, understanding is that if we are going to give up yards, we're going to be asking our defensive linemen to play a lot of snaps if it's going to be this much. So even just in the sake, Altheria, of getting a rotation on point and starting to dial back some of these snaps, just on that basis alone, it would help. But I also think that they would go far to help, again, continue to help us generate some more pass rush. If Snacks alone could just take off a few more snaps off Jaron Reed, who's actually been very good, I think, this year as far as a pass rusher goes, it would go far to keeping him, I think, a little bit fresher. He was huffing and puffing there by the end of the fourth quarter. TJ Wilbur, I'm not going to say your last name, TJ, because I muddle it. TJ says, I just won $2,000 from a salty ass Cowboys fan. It's a good day. We are first in the division. Oh, my goodness. Well, congratulations, man. I salute you on that bet. That takes some guts on that one. Sylvester Young says, it looked like we were the sole leaders in the NFC West. That does look like. Feels pretty nice, doesn't it, Sylvester? Feels so nice. Hopefully we don't relinquish it for the rest of the year. Let's just hold on to it throughout the rest of the year. How's that sound to you guys? Just stay on first. Just ride high the whole year, all the way through. Anthony Habib says, if Trey Flowers learns how to turn his head, he has a shot to be able to catch 5 picks this year. Look, I think Trey Flowers showed some ball skills last year too, Anthony. He's not as bad as what I've seen in Shaquille at times in his ball skills. I'm not going to go sell out right now on Trey Flowers all the way with you guys. He had a tough matchup today. It's a good quarterback throwing that ball. That quarterback's been dicing up a lot of cornerbacks throughout this league. Let's be a little patient on Trey. I understand why people wouldn't at this point. If you're bailing, I get it. But I'm not out on Flowers yet. I'm not there yet. Anthony Bain said, Alton Robinson looked nice. I say as soon as Darrell Taylor's 100%, put him across from Robinson and move LJ Collier inside. I wouldn't mind seeing a little more LJ Collier inside, the Michael Bennett role that they talked about, just to see what he could do in there. See if he could generate some inside rush. I love your idea, Anthony. I wouldn't mind seeing it. And certainly, again, we're not getting a lot of pass rush, especially up the middle right now outside of Jaron Reed. So it couldn't be any less than what you're getting kind of right now. Grant Boss, TTM, Invisa Potion. Who else is hyped? Shaquem Griffin. I think Shaquem Griffin. You meant Shaquem, not Shaquille. You combined Shaquille and Shaquem, I think, is back. Shaquem Griffin. I think it's awesome he's back. You saw that same spark he was providing last year, Grant, at the end of the year in the last games where they got him that role of 15 to 20 snaps in the game and just let him go when they had the moments to let him go. He did that in this game, and man, I thought he again, it's not even as if like just always getting a sack on a quarterback. It's just his speed, he's got some tenacity to him, and he can get a little bit of pass rush. So I hope they continue to kind of carve out a role for him. It's better than what we've got. Like, I'll keep going and saying that because it's the truth. Better than what we've had there. Cameron says so many injuries. Yep, a lot of injuries in this one. It upended us last year, folks. It upended us last year. It did. You hit your spot where you got to a point where it wasn't that a lack of play on the field. It was that you eventually got to Lano Hill back there as your I think, strong safety over the top. You had no offensive line that could drive any holes open for the running back. You just got caught in a real tough position. You really, really did. So hopefully we don't get back to that point. I do go back to thinking I think every team is going to be in this boat this year. I don't know what team is not going to bend under this to some degree. We saw it across from us in the team we're playing against today. They have almost nothing as far as their secondary goes. I know DeMarcus Lawrence is out there hobbled. They're trying to control his snaps. Their offensive line's got a guy on the IR, another guy that retired, another guy that was injured and battered. Like, everybody's going to be dealing with it. Everybody's going to be dealing with it. Randall McDaniel says, the thing that worries me about Miami is we struggle in the humidity. Yeah, we have. And they'll probably put us in the warm jerseys. That's the move those Southern teams do, is they put you in the dark jerseys. So when the sun comes out, you're just battering you and you're just hot as hell. This is especially going to be tough for us because we don't have a good rotation right now. So the guys are going to get wore out. It's going to maybe be more and more key next week to get the running game going in order to maybe protect this defense a little bit more. Joey Mendez says, sign Snack, sign Matthews, and Joey, I agree with you. Please go do this, front office, and get it done this week. Get those guys in uniform. Get them ready to play right now. Don't mess around. Don't mess around. And do please, everybody, if you're listening on in, smash that like button and hit the subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Carl Nearney says, sign everyone. That sounds good to me, man. Sign anyone. I'll tell you guys this. If we've reached a point as far as the front office goes and trying to decide, do we go for it now? Do we sacrifice having the 5th most amount of cap space as we move into next offseason currently, or do we go for it now? I'm a guy, I've said this since going back to last year, while you're in Russell Wilson's prime, while you have a guy playing at near almost Michael Jordan-like level at the quarterback position, perhaps maybe we just go for the now. Perhaps maybe we just go away a little bit from our long-term future plan, our 2-year, 3-year plan, and go with the now 2-month plan, the 3-month plan. D-Boy says, with DK losing that TD, do you think that was an immature of him or just he needs to have better awareness? Probably a little bit of both, but more immature than awareness. Just there's no reason to bring that ball out. Keep it taut. The defender's coming in behind you. You know he is. I mean, I don't know if he thought he had slipped or fallen down, but the guy's going to come behind you and try to at least tackle you there. And we've seen a lot of guys get tackled like that and have the ball bounce out. It hasn't always been a guy showboating. Sometimes it's just a guy not protecting the ball from behind. So it's got to be a threat that you think about. I think as somebody else said, D-Boy, you're not ever going to see him make that same mistake again. I would be absolutely shocked to see him do it ever again. Certainly after Deshaun Jackson did it back in the day, he never did it again. Cameron Hughes, I'm assuming we just saw Chris Carson's last game as a Seahawk, one of my favorite Seahawk running backs ever. I get where you're coming from, Cameron, and I agree with you. He's been a fun guy to watch. I hope that's not the case. I will say this, if he goes down to injury, I don't know who's going to pay him the money. Because if he goes down now at this point, Cameron, injury, that's 3 of his first 4 seasons lost due to injury before the end of the season. The fumbling problems are still going to remain because after 3 games, you haven't had enough time to disprove it. So maybe not necessarily ominous that he doesn't come back. So maybe a little premature on that, Cameron, because he could end up coming back to us on a low-end deal. Carl Nearly says, D-Mac, need a breakdown from this game for Shaq, Trey, and Ugo. I agree, D-Mac. That's going to be something I think we're going to need here this week, and we'll try to do here a show Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, a nice little quick live show for you guys. Just doing a quick breakdown on some of the deeper levels of this game, kind of talking a little bit about the secondary play and adjustments and what Seattle maybe can do to overcome some of the injuries that they're going to just have to deal with. Ryan Neal starting at the strong safety position, for instance. V-Splash, thoughts on DK? I know he kind of sold the big TD, but came up clutch in the end. I'm not going to completely destroy him on the fumble. It was awful, but he came back and made up for it. He didn't let that stuff get into his head. He showed some fortitude to bounce back and understand, okay, you made a mistake. Now it's time to go out here and correct it. Time to fix it. And I thought he was pretty solid in this game and the other moments where he had a chance to be solid, including that touchdown throw over the top. He's got does a great job on those deep balls by Russell. He's got a great feel for just tracking the ball really, really well. We're going to need this guy to show out. It looks like we might need this guy to be a 1,600 yard receiver this year. So hopefully he can continue to push it. And if he can get to that, and he looks like he's ready. I thought it was going to take another season, but he looks like he's ready right now. So I can't get down on DK because I'm too excited about his upside. Altheria says sprained knee. Cam, x-ray was negative. Sprained knee Cam. Who's the Cam? Can you elaborate on that, Altheria? Yes, do as D-Boy said. Please do hit the 12s. Please hit the like button, please. I appreciate it. Listening to him. Space throwing rainbows. Yeah, Russell threw that throw to DK. You just watch it and you're like, my God. The thing's just, it's like that epic throw to Josh Gordon last year against the Panthers where it's just this, it's the distance, the height, and then he's just landing it with perfection down the football field. To be that accurate down the football field on that kind of throw, it's the superlatives there's no superlatives that can quite get it across. That's just not many quarterbacks in that game make that type of throw. And he's doing it every single week. Every single week he gives us a moonshot or sometimes 3 or 4. The guy's playing, it's beyond MVP level. If he goes on to put on this season as he is, if he stays at this level, and a part of it's just, can this offense stay healthy? I know the defense is beaten up, but if the offense can just stay healthy, the sky's the limit on this offense, and maybe space is the limit. Not the sky, but space. Irina says, honestly, our D-line looked very solid today. Alden had a huge sack and may almost put Dak down. I thought they looked their best game, Irina. I will say that. They looked their best game today as they've looked throughout the year. Still not a lot of pressure at times, still giving them the offense too much time. You get a play like that with Michael Gallup down the field against Trey. Part of the reason that play works is that you don't got the pressure. You don't get these huge passes with a lot of these air yards down the field unless you're not getting to the quarterback. Those take 5, 6, 7 seconds to kind of develop. So some of that is the pass rush, but I'll grant you that, Irina. They did look at least improved. Boom Shakalaka says Everson Griffin would be great for the Hawks about right now. It's part of my thing with saying on the disappointment with not signing Jadeveon Clowney. Yes, I would have personally liked to have had Jadeveon here. Yes, I would rather favor him to be here. But it wasn't about losing Jadeveon. It was about the fact you didn't have a Leo rusher here now. You didn't have the prototype build for one of the foundational pieces on your defense from a schematic standpoint. So that was one of my big things there is if you had moved on early from Jadeveon, then moved back over to Everson quickly at that point. He wasn't going to cost a lot. He's got the history with Carroll going back to USC. Seemed kind of like a natural fit. Anthony Habib says Jamal got a strained groin. That's great to hear. It wasn't torn, so that means that he can work through that, get the training staff on there. They can put some of that, horse steroid serum into it during the week or something and get him back. Dowboy, what is up? Great win, he says, and I agree. It was a great win. Man, the Seahawks have to be the most entertaining football team to watch in the NFL. You can say whether you like them or hate them, but every single game they're going to give you entertainment at a just top-notch type entertainment, ups and downs and emotional swings and excitement, jubilation, anger. It just takes you through the full gamut. Randall McDaniel says DK just had a momentary concentration lap. Just a pup. He always comes back. Yeah, it's a young guy, 22-year-old kid. He'll learn, and that type of stuff doesn't tend to happen twice, and thank God it happened to him in a game that you were able to come back and win. It wasn't the moment that cost you in this football game. It was just a moment. Altheria says they said Carson's injury was a knee sprain. X-ray was negative. It's good to hear. It looked bad. Sure looked bad when he jumped down on those knees, man. That was like break a guy's leg type looking move, from the top belt coming down with the elbow, in a cage match, like coming from the top of the cage in a cage match with the elbow. Space says, how healthy is Penny? He will probably come back by week 8. I believe they have him designated on the IR for that time period, and that would probably be when I would expect him to come back. They want to give him time. He's going to need time. It looked like even as we were in the offseason, as he was posting videos, he was still looking like he was going to need a little bit more time to get himself right and ready to roll. Dowboy says, Russell breaking records. I read that as Russell Bacon records, Dowboy. That's how deep into the let Russell Crook mindset I am. But he is, man. He keeps on this pace. I mean, is 60 touchdowns possible? Is it possible? Anthony Habib says, Damian Lewis ankle sprain. That's somewhat good news. I'm guessing that's going to be the dreaded high ankle sprain. And that, like a pulled groin, does tend to be a 4 to 6 weeker. But it's not a season-ending injury, which is awesome because this guy was our best run-blocking lineman to start out the year, and certainly today we weren't opening up as many holes once he left the game. Boom Shakalaka says, Seahawks need to take a chance on all the old pass rushers on the street. It's bad. I'd say, calling all cars. We need a pass rusher in Seattle. We are getting no pressure. We got some pressure today. Can't say that. Take that back. Joven says, how we got so stuck at 30 points. Olsen was great in decisive moments. I do track it back to when I'm watching Russell play after play, sitting back in that pocket, and he's got a lot of time, a whole bunch of time. There were times there was pressure a little bit mixed in there too, but there was a lot of moments where he's got all that time. To me, there needed to be a little bit more Joven as far as the short passes. A couple swing passes, hit some guys over the middle, some of those short crossing routes that they had run a little bit earlier last week against the Patriots. We didn't see as much of that this week. They really got enamored, I think, with the deep shot. They were dropping dimes all over the place in the first half, and it got a little too caught up with that in the play calling. Cameron Hughes says Tristan Hill is a douchebag. I'm going to lean towards him being a doucher. Maybe the Cowboys fan here in the chat can lead us in a different direction, but he seemed very douchey in some of his moves. Anthony Bain says, I will give all Seahawks fans hope. Last year, KC defense was awful all season, yet they won a Super Bowl. Just saying, if we can be average on D by the playoffs, we are good. Yeah, let me echo some of Anthony's sentiments here where don't panic, folks. You're 3-0. And yes, you have a right to be worried about the defense, right to be worried about the injury, right to be worried about the fact that you haven't been able to stop anybody out through the first 3 weeks. Okay, all of those things are valid and true conclusions, but defenses can come along as the year goes on. Starting out one way does not mean you end out that way. And let's not forget, Pete Carroll's teams, as long as they can stay somewhat healthy, tend to get better as the years go on. Most of the years throughout his career, it's been that way. I would expect it to be that way this year again. And again, other teams are going to suffer the injury thing too. I would expect everybody league-wide to be having to deal with that. We got the benefit of this week. Part of the benefit of why this game was really close, you could point to part of the benefit is the fact that Cowboys secondary was decimated. And that got you those points in that first half and got you up and let you put the pressure down on the Cowboys. So every team in the league is going to deal with this to some degree, I think. Nobody's going to be immune. And so it's okay. There's hope here. Grant Boss says, bro, I had Tyler Lockett on my fantasy team. I am lucky as F. After you must have felt like, am I going to get 6 touchdowns from this guy today? 3 touchdowns in the first half. Woo. He looked great, man. He looked great, Grant. But good pickup with Lockett there, man. Somebody was asking me on the chat yesterday about, is Lockett underperforming? I was like, no, Lockett's steady as he always is. And there's going to be those games he gives you where he suddenly comes out with the 7-8 catches for 105, 120, 130 yards. And it's like, whoa. So I'd have him on my fantasy team. He's going to be consistent week in and week out usually. Y2K says our defense is not getting fixed. No player is going to save RD. Just got to bank on Russ and all our receiving weapons. I can say nothing's going to fix our defense to getting into like a top 5 status. So I agree with you there. Maybe not even a top 10 status, but they can get to middle of the road. And if they can get to middle of the road with this offense, you can win a Super Bowl. Randall McDaniel says maybe Dak holds on a bit like all mobile quarterbacks, but it just felt like we got a better pass rush today. LJ had another near sack. Shaquem, Robinson, Reed. Cowboys defense top 5 probably. Yeah, I agree with you. There's a little bit of both going on there probably, Randall. It's not neither one or the other. Dak and all mobile quarterbacks are this way are going to hold the ball a little bit longer, so that's certainly true. But as we saw with the sack that Alton did have late game, that was early pressure. That was quick pressure. That's when you get that pass rush win rate that I point to. And I said, I'd like to get guys around the 10% rate. That's a win on that pass rush win rate right there. That's one notched in his point. And I'm sure he's going to have a pretty good grade from Pro Football Focus this week, especially considering how many limited snaps he played, Randall. So yeah, it's probably a little bit of both. But look, they are a top 5 offense, as you also point to. This is a tough offense to play for any team in the league. Any team in the league. And as long as Shaquem can give you something, Robinson can get something, Darrell Taylor's eventually going to come back. If you sign some other guys, I know somebody was just pointing to there's no way to fix this D, but you are starting to bring on some guys. If you bring in Snacks, you bring in Clay Matthews, Darrell Taylor can come back along at some point this season. Alton starts to show himself. Shaquem starts to carve out some rotational roles. Man, that's some guys now. You're coming along now. Anthony Abib says, Greg Olsen made such a huge catch on the 4th and 3. The ball was a bit behind and Greg still caught it. I thought he played really well. Yeah, that's a tough catch. That's a tough catch there that Greg makes. So and that's what I point to too. That's what you bring him in here for. And it was a fantastic job by him. It's, as you said, it's back and behind him a little bit as he's got to fall down. Really tough for a big guy who's 6'4", 6'5" to get down to go get that ball. But I thought he played well today too. Nice job by Olsen. I thought he came along. Cameron Hughes, Tristan Hill's the guy that intentionally injured Carson. Yep. He is indeed. Thomas E. Russ set the record for most TD passes through 3 weeks in the NFL. Excuse me. COVID. Russ set the record for the most TD. Yep, it's a nice little record to have, Thomas. He's got a potential record-setting year here that he's coming up. I predicted prior to the year that he was going to get 40 touchdown passes for the first time in his career. Looks like I was a little bit low on that, huh? Looks like he might be pushing for up into the 50 mark here, if even further beyond that. So fantastic start by him. And Thomas, they're deadly in the red zone. Deadly in the red zone. Carl says, man, Bobby was so pissed at the young guys not knowing what to do. I saw him yell like 3 times. Don't usually see Bobby get pissed at our players much. Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. He's going to have a lot of young guys out there. He's going to have to guide and direct around. And some of these guys haven't practiced, Carl. That's the other thing is no training camp, mini camp, rookie camp. Like these guys are learning on the fly. And yeah, you got practice during the weeks, but especially if you have a guy that's a starter out there and then he goes out. Now you got a guy coming off the bench. He hasn't had a lot of snaps to get himself right. So I get why he's mad, but it's going to be something he's going to have to deal with as we move forward. Corey Andreas wasn't pretty, but a win is a win. A win is a win, Corey. Can't apologize for victories in this league. You're in first place. You've played some pretty tough offenses through the first couple of weeks too. You played some pretty solid teams. We haven't had any weaklings that we've taken on. These guys, even the Falcons, I know that what they've had to gone through here with, giving up the big leads, but that offense has been legit. The defense has been tough for other teams at times. They're still an all right team. They're not a bar, they're not a dumpster fire like some teams in this league. You're like your Jets or your Giants. And great and batters about. Great point out there, man. Dixon playing unbelievably good. We've got to give the special teams their props in this game. I said last week that they have been coming on for the first time in a few years. They're truly becoming a third component of this team that's valuable. that gives you value. Whereas the last couple of years between missing field goals and missing extra points and not getting anything in the punt or kick return game, but today you got a block on the kick. Michael Dixon is kicking the hell out of the ball. He should have, I think he had one inside the 5. He should have had another one that almost still stayed there just on its own. If our kick coverage had gotten down there in time, he was booming the ball, flipping field position when he needed to. Man, he is the best punter right now in the league, hands down. It's not even close. Not even close. Michael Dixon is playing like that for you. So again, as I've said, yes, we understand that the defense could be struggling here, folks, but if they can get some good parts to them, generate some pass rush, get the turnover game going like we saw today, like we saw last week a little bit. And you got the offense going strong, cooking. And then you also have a special teams unit that's playing top 5 in the league overall, which is where they're at right now. That's a team that can, again, I'm going to say this again, that's a team that can win a Super Bowl. You can win a Super Bowl with those elements. If you got trash special teams, trash defense, and a super offense, well, now we're talking about something else, aren't we? That's not the formula at play here. Say nothing of the fact David Moore's been a great returner for you as well in the kick game, and so is Travis Homer. TJ says Cowboys player didn't mean to hurt Carson. He just tried to tackle his legs, which is a common tackle. It is a common play for them to come in late, TJ. I'm only ascribing as much of it being dirty because the second play where he comes off of Russell Wilson's head with his hand, which definitely looked pretty dirty. And Carson it's going to be caused a little bit by he stretches out on the play. He doesn't just go down easy. As we know, Carson doesn't die easy. So he stretches out on the play, which gives that defensive lineman the impetus at that point to then drop down on him. Yeah, I think Anthony Habibi's the best punter in the game right now. Dixon is. Chris Lee, Trey Flowers is awful. I'm not to the point of thinking he's awful, but he might be He might be at the bad stage of things. So you might have a little bit of a point there, Chris. I want a little more data than just this one game against a really tough player opposite him. Give me a couple more games of him playing potentially. Obviously, Dunbar's probably going to be slid back into the starting slot here pretty soon. But I bet Trey Flowers, if he's playing next week against Miami, plays a lot better game than he played this week. And he did get torched, but Chris and Corey, if you're going to be hard on Trey, let's be hard on Shaquille Griffin as well. Let's quiet down the talk of him needing to get his contract extension. I get where you guys are coming from, and you're not wrong, but it seems like sometimes to me Shaquille Griffin gets a pass by the fan base, and I don't always understand it because I see some of the same bad play over there on that opposite side. Brandon McDaniel, injuries from today, Brooks, Lewis, Carson, Adams, Iapati, maybe there's more. Yeah, we got a lot of injuries. They stacked up today. M. Palapoi, he did tackle him. After the play, he rolled up. Palapoi, I leaned to that direction of saying it was probably dirty to me. It looked a little dirty. It was on the line. I will give you that. It's not the out and out. He came in with a super dirty play, but it was at least a mild sauce of dirty play, Cameron Hughes, Griffin was worse than Flowers. I could make that argument. Cameron. And again, he gets the pass because he gets the interception, so everybody's going to kind of ignore his day, I feel like, a little bit. And I hope not, because he's up for the contract extension right now. Not Trey Flowers. He is. And I don't think that he's earned it. I don't think that he's earned $10 million a season, which is not even the top of the market for a cornerback right now. That would be low end. That'd be like an upper level end of cornerback, which is probably what he's wanting to be paid. Yovan says Amadi had a great game. We saw some positive signs against the Patriots. In this game, he showed his improvement. He absolutely did. I thought he played really good today for us. I thought he was really, really solid. He had his hands full because the Cowboys have 3 wide receivers they can throw out there with Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and Michael Gallup. Those guys are very, very, very good wide receivers, and they're a handful. And you can kind of pick your poison with how they wanted to line up. I thought they put more of Lamb in the slot and really attack Ugo through that method. But I thought he was competitive out there. He played really, really good football. And it was improvement in the coverage game, which has been the real key for me that I want to see going forward. I've been fairly confident with him as a tackler and his ability to be solid in the run game and come up and tackle receivers if they make the catch. But can he get stickier in coverage? Can he get closer to that back pocket off the throw and knock the ball away? Saw that today. Chris Lee, Amadi had really stepped up. Yep, he really did step up, Chris. I like the future with Amadi there at slot. I really like what he showed for the future of this season. Corey Andrews says Earl never coming back here. I could see how not. It's hard to come back to a team that you flipped off the coach on, man. That's burning bridges, not to mention the Cowboys going to the locker room after the game saying, come get me. It's one thing I would caution to every player, no matter how disgruntled they may get with the team. When you're on your way out, don't burn bridges. Michael Bennett didn't burn bridges, he would probably be back here right now as a pass rusher. If Earl Thomas didn't burn bridges, he would probably be a lot more of a target right now as Seattle has this need if they don't end up signing him. So, man, that's the one thing I'd counsel to a young player. Even if you get a little upset with him, man, chill out with it. Just chill. Carl says, I know I can wish and play general manager. Yes, you can. Shane Hafner says, Freddie Swain was a nice late-round pickup. Number 18 keeps tricking me, thinking he's Lockett. I know, I do the same. I think I'm watching Lockett, or actually Jerron Brown, so I keep getting flipped over for. I see Jerron Brown from last year. But he's been solid. And the play where he's got to feign the block early on and then go into the route, and it's kind of asking a receiver to do two different things at once, especially for a young guy. That's a lot of moving parts. They like to keep things simple, but he was there, made the catch. He's shown solid hands. I think he had a couple catches. I do think he's going to see his snaps probably dial back and maybe even been sent to like the practice squad once we get Josh Gordon back, because they're going to probably want to keep David Moore with his return ability. But I like what I've seen from the guy. If we can hold on to him and keep him snuck on the practice squad, it'd be nice. Corey Andrews says we don't need that drama from Earl Thomas. I might be willing to risk it at this point if it's going to upgrade the secondary, especially if there's going to be some major injuries that we're going to have to deal with here. But I know where you're coming from, Corey. I do know where you're coming from. And it is a big loss to lose Damian Lewis at this point. The luckily thing with the high ankle sprain is that you can theoretically potentially get him back right around playoff time if it is that injury. If it was going to be the ACL, he was all gone all year. That's it. Season's done. But you can still get him back. There still is a possibility of getting back with a high ankle sprain. Corey Andrews says, good thing you're not a GM, LOL. Yeah, maybe so, man. Maybe so, Corey. I mean, I guess you don't like the move of bringing back Earl for the locker room because you think Earl at this point, knowing that he's got no other chances in this league, is going to come into this locker room and then upset this locker room after what he's just gone through. Okay, I can go with that if that's what you think, Corey, and I can accept that. But at the end of the day, if you lose right now for a significant amount of time, Jamal Adams, and you're not willing to bring in a guy like Earl Thomas because you're worried about the locker room, I hope you're willing to then pay the price on the football field, because right now your secondary is not stopping anything. It's not stopping nothing, is it? But I guess we can just disagree on that. I'm not looking to bring Earl back at all costs, but I'm certainly ringing his bell and asking him what the cost would be. And if I can bring him back on a discount, if he ain't going to cost me a ton of money at this point because he knows that he's got to come back down here hat in hand. I don't know what defense you're looking at right now, Corey, but we've got to upgrade this defensive talent. Locker room guys aren't what we need more of right now. We've got to take some risks and get some more talent on the football field. TJ says, why do we need Thomas? We have Diggs. Well, the theoretical point of this would be that you'd move Diggs over to strong safety. He has played some slot. He has shown an ability to tackle. This would be if you are looking at losing potentially. And again, guys, I'm not wholly sold on this having to happen. I'm just making some suggestions into the chat. And again, it's a matter of all we're going to do is some investigation. We call up Earl's agent. We say, what is the cost to bring him back here? And if he's 1, 5, 6, 7 million, Earl can go pound rocks. But if it's going to cost maybe a couple million to get him back into the fold and get some reinforcements, because right now it looks like we're going to be suffering a lot of injuries. And just by the way, guys, Quandre Diggs hasn't exactly played the whole career uninjured. He's not exactly been an Iron Man throughout his career. In fact, just going back to last year, he had 2 injuries. His hamstring that we had when he came and he arrived, that they had to drain the blood out of. And then, of course, the high ankle sprain as the year went on last year. So saying for sure that we know Quandre Diggs is going to be here for throughout the year and play all of these games while we're watching all the rest of our football field go down, or at least a lot of guys going down, I don't know. If I get a guy cheap who's got that talent, knows the scheme, maybe I'm just out on a lone branch on this one. Insanity Mixes says Alton Robinson and Collier showing some potential. Collier was doing a great job of continuing to set the edge with authority, which is what I love to see in Sandy. Had a couple pressures, had a lot of opportunities. I'm a little more excited about Alton Robinson right now as a player in totality, especially as a pass rusher, but I liked both of what I saw from them today too. Shane Hafter says Mayo is making a decent impact on that line. He's being a steady force down there, man. He's not destroying things, but he came through right after that sack by Alton Robinson. He came through and provided another pressure there at that key moment. So great job by him. I might have been on the interception, but awesome job by him in certain points. He certainly is a little limited. He's not an efficient pass rusher. I'd like to get those snaps down, but he's, as you said, Shane, he's making a decent impact. Jeffrey O'Kelly, what's up, Jeffrey? They need to get someone else rather than Flowers. Well, I guess that my guess is that they will get Dunbar back into the fold here, Jeffrey, soon. It doesn't seem like it was a serious injury. They're probably being just careful with it, knowing the nature of what's going on, knowing they had Flowers there in reserves. But you'll get him back. I don't know if there's a trade out there that you could really go out and make for a cornerback. I don't think that there's a guy out there available who's really going to come in here and fit into this scheme. So you're kind of stuck with what you got as far as the corners at this point. You could upgrade the defensive line. That's a lot easier route to go here. But I'm not totally out on Flowers yet, guys. He had a tough day today, but Jeffrey, it's like I've argued, so did Shaquille Griffin. Shaquille had a tough day too. TJ Wilburn says we need depth back at corner, not safety. Man, you guys are certainly confident in the health of Quandre Diggs and in the health of what we're seeing with Jamal Adams, who's not only fighting off an elbow injury that he's got the J.J. Watt thing on his arm for, but now he's also got a groin injury. I don't know. Randall McDaniel, run defense, 21 carries, 60 yards through 3 games, opponents averaging about 3 yards per carry. And that's legitimate now after 3 games. It's a little bit more than even a sample size, especially you're taking on a Cowboys team that has really historically ran really well over the last few years when they've wanted to go to it. They get a little enamored, it seems like, with the passing game. But yeah, they've done a great job through the first few weeks of stuffing up that run. So a fantastic job by Puna and Jaron. Even Brian Monet's coming in there on some snaps and giving you some really good play down there to stop that run. So that's a thing we can hang our hat on, and it does fit to what Carroll wants to do and how he wants to win this game. Jeffrey O'Kelly says he wants a new quarterback other than Trey Flowers if Dunbar's not ready. Jeffrey, I would argue to me, pass rush is the more important avenue here to upgrade because you are going to eventually get Dunbar back, you think, at some point. And the pass rush, a lot of this too is we come back to these plays are these long developing plays, Jeffrey, down the football field that are getting hit. That's the plays we're giving up right now. A lot of that's happening because your guys up front aren't generating pressure, even when you're bringing the blitz. You're not speeding up the quarterback. He's still having enough time to sit back there and let these long developing routes develop to then throw the football down the field. The corners end up looking a lot worse than they actually are because if you any other league average defensive line that's league average getting the generation of pressure, and again, keep in mind, guys, it's about efficiency in this respect. It's not just about the total pressures. Because if I get 7, 8 pressures, 9 pressures a game, 9 pressures, not bad, and a couple sacks, not bad. But if the quarterback's got 50 damn attempts through the game, that's not efficient. That's not efficient. You're not getting good consistent pressure at that point. You're getting good total number of pressures, but it's not telling you everything as far as the stat goes. Damian Lewis injury looked to be his ankle, says Iridescence, not an ACL sprain. Looks like a high ankle sprain by what we're hearing from the chat. That's good to hear. That's fantastic news. Fantastic news. Yeah, Carl, but if we don't have Adams for 6 weeks and just trust Leno, laughing my ass off, just move Diggs to strong safety. Well, you'd move Leno Hill to the strong safety, but Leno, as I understand, it's banged up as well. So you've got a couple guys, and you guys are trusting the secondary depth. I don't know why. I wouldn't. I don't at all. As Space says, our secondary needs some serious help. Shane Hafner, our number 1 pick, Jordan Brooks, went out early with an ankle injury. FML. Yeah, disappointing. And you drafted the guy with I thought he had it was a shoulder injury. He drafted him. Sucks he went out, man. Hopefully it's not a serious injury, but I'm guessing it was because he went immediately out. Brady R. Trey Flowers sucks. Everyone's hating on Trey Flowers. Foxy Boy HD, how you doing? Let's go Hawks. We won. We did. Awesome job. Dead Crow says hit the like button. Yes, do please. If you are in the chat, hit that like button. It helps the channel grow out immensely. Brady R, will Adams play next week? That's going to be a tough one there, Brady. Hard to see him playing next week, but as someone's told me in the chat, there's been other guys who've come back from the groin after 1 week. For me, it's always seemingly like one that's a 4 to 6 weeker. But we'll have to see on that one. We need a little more information going into Monday about the severity of the injury. Carl says, I'm not proud of calling Trey Flowers, but sad, but how inconstant Shaq is. I don't know what you said on that, Carl. Can you reword that one? Randall says, maybe a dumb question, but depending on how a contract is written, do we save money with injuries? If we're out, do we get any relief? If a team is in bad cap situation and guys get hurt, how do you sign replacements? No, you don't get any relief with it. You're kind of locked in. Essentially, if they're on the roster after week 1, then the salary is kind of guaranteed through the season. If you sign a guy, I think after that, you can get into kind of the injury settlements where then you're talking about maybe without on the base money saving at that point if they go down to major injury. But none of the guys that you have on your roster, I think, fit that mark right now. So any guy that goes down to an injury is on the books and counts. Fully on. Randall McDaniel says, I don't think Dunbar's injury is major, and it might not be major, but the thing we do have to consider with Dunbar is he does have a history of not playing a lot of NFL football games. He seems to get beat up every single year. Anthony Bain says, was nice to hear Troy admit the weaknesses of the whole NFC East while saying the NFC West is the strongest. He's got no choice, Anthony. He's got no choice. It's undeniable right now about which is the strongest division in football. Nobody can, in my opinion, even argue it halfway. And the NFC East has been a joke for a couple years now. It's dysfunctional, mismanaged. Those teams underperform. We're hyped to hell with all of them year in and year out, and they don't show up. They're not good. Not good in that division. Cowboys are probably still going to win it, though. Shaden says, Adams and Carson can sit next week for the Finns. Our depth is getting thin, but I think we can still make the East Coast trip and win an early game. You should be able to, Shane. You're a better talented team than this. Your offense should be able to roll on them, and you should be able to shut down Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's not a quarterback who should slice and dice you. Boy, he is streaky. He can get hot. He can sure get hot. Randall McDaniel says, we're at Miami and at home at Vikings, then a bye week. I think it's Miami bye week, then Vikings, isn't it, Randall? Am I off on that? But we are in a good spot of the schedule if we need to wait for some guys to come back from injury. We could theoretically, with some of the teams that we're going to come up and play here coming up, be able to kind of doggy paddle our way to get back to bringing those guys back on board. Space says, let Russ cook, and I agree. Raxney says, we did it by just this much. And he's right, man. Doesn't matter if it's by this much or by 100 feet. As long as you win the game, that's all that matters. I like to watch NFL. Who has a better D-line and O-line, Cowboys or Dolphins? The Cowboys have, I think, even still a better O-line, even with some of the injuries that they've sustained, but it's probably getting closer. And on a defensive line, I would give the Cowboys the benefit on that. DeMarcus Lawrence, even as a rotational depth guy with his knee injury, and Alden Smith showed up today. Alden Smith looks vintage Alden Smith right now. Alden Smith. So I'm saying Alton Robinson now too much, so I turned him into Alton Smith. But they're good on that basis alone, and they've got some inside guys that can move around a little bit. So I'd probably go with them. Tougher matchup, but the secondary is going to be better with the Dolphins. They got a couple of corners who can actually cover. Maxwell Stern, someone asked Bobby about stopping the run, so and said doesn't matter. Teams would rather pass on the Seahawks right now, saying the pass defense is really bad. He's not wrong. I mean, they were not really interested in trying to establish Ezekiel Elliott all this game. We heard Mike McCarthy leading up to this game said that they weren't going to try to drain the clock or keep Russ off the football field. You could maybe make an argument that would have been a smarter move to make rather than turning it into a track beat. But with that said, this happened last year to us, a bit, Maxwell, where you gave up 4.9 yards per carry last year, but teams just went away from it because they were getting 10, 15-yard chunks in the passing game. So they got to clean some stuff up. They absolutely do. Randall McDaniel says, I use my wife as a good barometer of how a guy's playing, and she says that Ugo guy is really good. She's a very good barometer indeed, Randall. He's playing really well in this game. I agree. Ovan says they had a nice couple. They had a couple of nice prepared screenplays. We were lucky that Zeke didn't catch these passes. Yeah, one of the things with that is KJ Wright for years has been the screen whisperer around here. Like the horse whisperer. He's been the guy that always sniffs out those screens. It's just doesn't matter when, doesn't matter how. He's going to find the guy. He's like Liam Neeson. I will find you, and I will murder you. Cameron Hughes says, did we do it? Yes. What did it cost? Everything. Shane Hafner says, so many people love to always bring up Dak's passing yards. He throws 400-plus yards due to offensive weapons and having to come back 2 to 3 touchdowns every week. Yeah, I mean, and look, I'm not a big guy on the Dak Prescott train. I can understand a little bit of the reluctance of the Cowboys situation to not re-sign him. With that said, he is a better than average quarterback in this league. He's probably an upper-level quarterback in this league. And, if their defense could do them a little bit more favors, maybe he wouldn't need to throw as many yards. The defense was just – they let us kind of go down the field at will in that first half at times and really puts him behind the 8 ball where he's got to do it. But he does have a lot of weapons up until this really right about now. He's had an awesome offensive line. But I still think he's a pretty decent guy, pretty decent quarterback. TJ says, can't. Russ has 14 touchdowns. Man, it's amazing. Amazing output to start the season. And he just gets inside that red zone. His eyes get big. His stomach starts to gurgle, get a little hungry, you know. Jonathan Salazar, we really need some pass rushers. The Dallas O-line, though some talent has guys been playing in positions that aren't theirs, and we couldn't really pass rush. Thoughts? Yeah, Jonathan, look, the pass rush needs to improve. I've mentioned I'd like to I'm not even as huge on necessarily bringing in Earl Thomas. I'd much rather prefer to just bring in 3 defensive linemen, to be honest with you. I'd go get Clay. I'd go get Snacks. Those guys only cost you money. You don't have to put any draft capital into them. Then I would go make another trade out there to bring another guy in. People yesterday were really hot to trot on Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Redskins. Maybe that kind of move could be made for like a 4th or 5th round type pick. I'd like to attack it in that kind of method where you're really trying to bring in some veterans who can really reinforce it, because I think it would help the secondary that much more if we could generate quicker pass rush. Brady R says Wilson would have 57 touchdowns if he keeps up this pace. That would be amazing. I believe that would set a record too. I think it's 55, 56 touchdowns is the record. So that would be a phenomenal season. TJ says, do we even have a rushing touchdown this year? I don't think we do. Maybe one. I think Carson got himself one. Griffin's pick was just enough to send the game in the direction for the W. It was at a good time when you needed it. You need the defense to make a move there and do something, and they did something, Spider. Fantastic pick by him. He jumped the route. The ball was thrown a little bit behind the wide receiver, but Griffin did what you're supposed to do then. You know, that's part of your trailing technique and your read and react is be there when they make a mistake. Because this defense will give up the dink and dunk, but their job is to be there essentially when eventually if a quarterback's going to throw 40, 45, 50 times in a game, he's going to give you 1, 2, 3 passes where you're going to have a chance to then flip the field. That's really the key with it. You give up your yards, but you flip the field in those moments. That's the key. Shaq did it there. If Trey had done it on his end when the ball went right into his hands, we'd be talking about the secondary, I think, in a little bit of a different fashion right now. Joey Mendez says it's a sprained knee. It was just reported. Lewis sprained knee, Brooks sprained knee. Okay. Well, sprained knee isn't the ankle, so that's better for Brooks. And then Lewis, it looks like something else. So hold on one second. I think he's knocking at the door. Oh, tripping. I'm hearing a ghost. Okay. Adam strained groin. Okay. He can come back. It's not torn. He can come back from that. That's encouraging to hear. When is Josh Gordon coming back? I don't know when Josh Gordon's coming back. Your guess is as good as mine. We don't have any information to go off of with this. Y2K says you got to remember DK is 21. I think he's 22, but he is still very, very young. Y2K. That's true. Randall McDaniel says DK was more of a Leon let deal. Deshaun would let go of the ball before he went. Yeah, Deshaun's was much more egregious, Randall. It's a good point. Much more egregious. You know, so that's true. This wasn't quite as bad, but it's still going to be right there alongside those other two guys. And somebody's going to put that video together on YouTube. I guarantee it. Probably this week. Randall also asks, how much cap space do we have right now? It's around 10 million, I think. We cannot roll any over, right? You could roll cap over. A lot of these teams in the league are going to probably try to do that. So, yeah, you could still roll cap over. That was only for the CBA season when the new CBA was up. So it should be able to be rolled over. I would expect them to use that cap space. And then you can still go out and probably clear some more cap space if you packaged in, let's say, David Moore and Hollister. If you package Hollister together in a trade, you could offload some of his $3 million salary. I know he's made some of it now through 3 games, but you could offload and create a little bit of extra space that way, maybe a couple million extra dollars there. There's a few things you could probably do to get creative with it, Randall. So it's not a locked in 10 million. You got a little bit more space than that if you really wanted to, but you got to want to go for it at that point. You got to make some contractual changes at that point. Liquid Sword says, I hope Adams' injury isn't serious. It appears during the chat, Liquid Swords, that it's just a strain, just a pull. And if it is that, then he is going to come back this season. That is at least for sure. Spider Rico says, I know it hasn't been pretty, but historically championship teams win games like today and last week against the Patriots. It's a fine point, Spider-Rico, and it's one where I would say that this is part of my don't apologize for a victory. It doesn't matter if it's dirty, if it looks bad, if it makes you sometimes your stomach upset. A win is a win. And you start stacking the wins up, you get on the path to getting to that first round bye, that home field advantage through the playoffs, which we know is going to be vital to getting back to the Super Bowl. And we know when we've had it in the past, 2005, 2013, 2014, you got back to the Super Bowl. So they are on the road to that right now with the 3-0 start, and also looking around, understanding that the NFC is not necessarily as strong as we once thought it was going to be this year. It looks like to me Drew Brees is kind of done with the arm strength. I still think the Saints are going to be tough, but he's backpedaling a little bit there. He's getting old really, really fast. Can Tom continue to hold on through a whole year there, doing that, taking the battering at his age? Maybe. Certainly the Cowboys look like the best of the NFC East, which we get to play the rest of through the rest of the year, by the way. So, yeah. The schedule does have some easiness as it leans into here as we look at the rest of the schedule here going forward. Y2K says DK hasn't even had a good game yet is the crazy part. He's had good games, he's not had one of those, amazing games. He's had a kind of a flub here or there probably in each game. But I'll take if this isn't a good game for him, I'll take this week in and week out. Not the fumble, but you know what I mean. Liquid Swords, honestly, the secondary are a bigger concern than the D-line right now. It is a concern. I think they'll look a little bit better with a little bit more pass rush, Liquid Swords. I think when the pass rush doesn't get there and the quarterback has all that time to throw, we saw this last week with Newton, there's going to be a lot of holes in that secondary eventually. Those guys can't cover for 7, 8, 9 seconds. There's no cornerback in the league built to cover for that long. Chain says Dangerous has a deep ball touch like Jokic and his jumper. I'm not a Nuggets fan, but he's special. He's always beyond special. This is generational. I hope he puts this season together where he can finally just put that stamp in where it becomes undeniable for people. It should be undeniable at this point, but unfortunately it's not. It's not, because people still love to get hung up on maybe his height, or maybe because he plays in Seattle, or maybe because they've been run-centric. Just all the excuses that they love to grab to try to just take their little shots and points and pull away from his greatness. But this is greatness you're watching. And as I said yesterday on my stream to you guys, appreciate it now. You young guys that are watching football right now, youngsters just started getting into the Seahawks in the last 10 years, appreciate what you're seeing at the quarterback position. Because when he goes, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same. And we got a lot more time to appreciate it, but just savor it. Like I said yesterday, it's like a steak. Cut off those little bites and just let it in your mouth and just savor it. Savor every one of these kind of games. Because we had about 30, 40 years leading up to them where it was a little rough at the quarterback position. AC says Ken Norton needs to go. Well, if his defense delivers this type of production at the end of the season, and they're looking at this where it's giving up 30 plus points a game and yardage through the wazoo, it's going to be very hard for him to keep his job. D-Boy says if Carson misses the rest of the season or a few games, will the Seahawks hold that against him? Because in my eyes, it wasn't his fault. What do you think? Will the Seahawks hold it against him in the respect of negotiation, D-Boy? Yeah, they will. It's going to be held against him by all teams throughout the NFL. Availability is one of the keys to getting a contract. And if you're a player who can't, especially at the running back position that gets battered already, that already injury is this close at hand for every one of those guys. Well, now you got a guy that is theoretically, he's not just theoretically injury prone. He is injury prone. He's injury prone. Sorry, he is. And you can't pay a guy if it's that way. We need the availability, especially for a position at running back that's devalued in the league, and it's not smart to pay in itself. So it's unfortunate, man. I know you guys like yourself some Chris Carson, and I like him too. But, yeah. Liquid Sword says, let Adams rest against the Dolphins. I'd probably be okay with that too, Liquid Swords. I think you can win without Jamal Adams if you come with the right kind of attack. Certainly. Terry Penn, Maui, says enough of the nail biters already. Oh, Terry, we're strapping in for a long season of these. Every one of you guys get ready because it's going to be a lot of this. We've seen it year after year recently, and nobody's going to get comfortable, no blowouts. Even when we get up on games, teams are going to start getting just back against the wall, throwing all over the place. So I think we're due to get many more of these season, Terry, especially once we get into the divisional games. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Welcome to the chat, Terry. Bash M, how long should Jamal Adams be out? Well, folks are telling me that they've seen players get back quicker, Bash M, but it's usually been a 4 to 6 week injury for most players as far as I've seen it in the past, league-wide. If you guys go and you Google, NFL groin injury, how long is the prognosis? I think you'll see 4 to 6 probably come up instantaneously for you. TJ says, for 3 games in a row, it showed we want to win. We need 35 plus a game. Yeah, and we might need that throughout the whole season, TJ. We might need that against the whole season. Space says 2 weeks of knots in my stomach. It's going to be all year, Space. These are the kind of games we just play. And when you don't have a defense that can kind of put their foot on a guy's neck when they got him down, and it's going to let those guys get back up and start throwing punches again, you're just going to stay in a lot of close games no matter what. It's the price of admission. Jose Rodriguez, my mod. How you doing, Jose? I love DK, but you can't do that. That's what I said. You can't do it, man. There's no reason for it. This is what they call an unforced error. It's the old Mike Holmgren thing where he would say, I can handle the forced errors. They handle the stuff where you have a holding penalty because you don't want your quarterback to get killed. Or you happen to maybe, spend a little bit too much into your jam and hold a guy at the line. Those things are hard to control. They happen in the moment. But the false starts, the having a fumble because you're kind of hot dogging it, those are unforced errors and those are controllable. So luckily, I think, Jose, it's going to be a one-off. Siphon God, so many injuries. Let's hope they all come back. Let's hope, man. Let's hope. It sounds like we don't have anything on the early ward yet. We don't have anything as far as major. We're not hearing torn ACL, snapped Achilles. The ones where you go, okay, his year's done, and maybe we don't get a lot into next year now. We didn't hear that. These are strains and pulls. These are things we should expect here as part of these injuries this year. So they could potentially come back from that. I like to watch NFL. If we have a good pass rush, then our secondary could be great. I think they would look so much better with an improved pass rush. It's a fine point. I like to watch NFL, and I agree. D-Boy, if we would have lost this game, do you think DK would have gotten ripped by the team? I think it would have been a teaching moment. Carroll's very patient with guys like this if they make a mistake. I think it would have just been, I'm sure he's going to talk to him, pull him to the side and say that doesn't happen again. I don't think it can ever happen again, and it won't happen again because DK is going to have this stuff posted all over the place. It's going to be right in front of his eyeballs at all times. So, I don't think it ever happens again. It's a one-off. Clara says, when is Josh Gordon playing? We just don't know. We don't know, Clara. We've got to be given indication by the commissioner's office, and the commissioner's office has been dead silent in regards to Josh Gordon. Hopefully soon. Let that man free. Let that man free. Chad, what's up, Chad? Welcome to the chat. If the secondary plays a bit better than the rush gets home, more as well goes hand in hand. Somewhat, Chad. I always have a hard time with this on the back to front approach rather than front to back. Because the old school approach on this is that you build front to back. And this is the thing I always go back to, Chad, in my mind. If I've got a guy back in the secondary and let's say he can cover for 5 seconds, but at 6 seconds he's cooked. He ain't covering jack squat. Okay? That's the player he is. That's the guy he is. But that's what he can do. 5 seconds he can give me. If I've got a defensive lineman or a defensive line that can get there in a 3.5, 4 seconds, then I'm golden, baby. I'm golden. Okay? So the defensive lineman in that case is helping out my secondary player. So let's flip it the other way around. I have a defensive line that can't get to the quarterback, but it takes him about 7 or 8 seconds. Take that same quarterback who only can cover for 5 seconds. Now he's getting burnt. Now he's getting took. So that's the difference in it to me, is that you can have the secondary that covers, even if it's that they can't get there after 8 seconds and they cover, even if it's a good upper level secondary, they get you an extra second or 2, 6, 7 seconds. Well, if the defensive line can't get there but in 8 seconds, they're still cooked. So one thing to me can help the other. Sorry, I got a connection issue there. I hit my desk. Team 12's Ryan Neal had a great game, even if he didn't have the pick. I agree, Team 12's great sideline by you. He looked really active, feisty out there. He was all over the place. Love what I saw, man. Love what I saw out of him. Chad, a Kentucky player twisted a Gator's leg just like that last year. Dirty. Oh, are they teaching it, Chad? Are they? Oh, them Kentucky boys, those dirty Kentucky boys. I'll tell you what. They're twisting legs down there in Kentucky. Brown Hammer 3214. Lockett had a game. Boy, Lockett was great in this game. Russell was a little off early on those throws in the first half. Missed him on about 3 or 4 throws. Got back in sync with them in the second half. He still had a bunch of catches in the first half despite that. He could have easily had 14, 15 catches in this game if Russ was on target. I don't know how many targets he had, but he was open on every one of those. The guy's just open all day long, 24/7. And those crossers right now are just becoming one of the most deadly routes for him in the game of football, because it just doesn't seem like teams can stop it. And then, as Aikman pointed out, and one of the few things that it was nicely he was showing up in the telecast, Lockett will begin to run that crosser, and then the adjustment off it now is that he stops it mid-cross. So the defender's playing to the cross, heading to the sideline. He stops, sits down in the middle of the field, and he's wide open. Fantastic little wrinkle to that, and it makes it so much harder to defend when they can do that in addition to it. Derek, the Seahawks and Lightning fan. The Seahawks just tweeted a next-gen stat that says our O-line gave Russ the longest time to throw per play today at 3.41 seconds. I feel like that was mostly Russell running. No, he had a lot of time sitting in the pocket where he had a clean pocket, and he just wasn't finding people open. The line did a fantastic job in pass protection today overall. They did have moments where there were some moments, I can't say fantastic, it was good. There were moments where Alden Smith, for instance, really was getting back there at times at will a little bit. Lawrence flashed a couple times, but from the interior, nobody really was pushing up the middle, which is usually what gives Russ the most of the problem. But he had a lot of time to throw. I think they just kind of fell in love, Derek, with some of the longer throws down the football field, and they got away from some of the short passing game. So the coverage sacks kind of came into play a bit. Brown Hammer 3214, was this Russell's worst game of the 3 games? It's a great question, man. It's a great question. No, I'm going to say Patriots is, because when he's going to lead a game-winning drive at the end of the game like that, get you up by a touchdown, convert the 2-point conversion on a nice throw off play action, I can't put him in that territory. The guy didn't throw an interception. Was he as accurate? Maybe not, but I don't know. I feel like he's played really similar across all 3 games too, at this level that's just almost near perfection to a degree. But it wasn't. There was some throws that were off today a little bit. D-Merc! Team 12 says not even Mahomes had back-to-back 5 TD games. Russell is fire. Well, to the credit of Mahomes, though, he is a young guy. He's only in his 3rd year, so he's got a long time to maybe eventually match that, and may very well do it at some point. But that's a good point, man. That's a good point. I mean, Russell is off to an epic start. This is a historical start. It's a record-setting type start. I love what he's doing, man. He looks phenomenal. And reserves are coming with Josh Gordon. Reserves are maybe coming with even Antonio Brown, whether you love him or hate him. The reports last week by Josiah Anderson, who was very accurate as far as the Clowney news and has shown herself to be fairly accurate in regards to some Seahawks stuff, said that it's almost kind of a foregone conclusion at this point. Week 8, Brown is coming over to the Seahawks. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if it's the truth, but TJ says on paper we are top 5 secondary, but now yikes. Yep, it's on. That's why on paper you got to wait for it to play out. Randall McDaniel says I hate the long passes on 3rd and 4, and we had one late in 4th quarter. Looked for knockout shots. Sometimes jabs win the fight, though. Admittedly, I love them when they work. Yeah, I do too. I always have a hard time about this. This was a little bit of the thing last week where we had the to end out the game. It was a 3rd or 1, and we went for a deep shot to lock it deep. I don't hate it because I like us when we're aggressive, and it's going to be hard for me to ever knock the Hawks when they're aggressive, especially when they've historically over the last years been so conservative in sticking with that running game. So now when we got them kind of playing loose and wild and free, I don't want to do anything to put a collar on that. So I'm not going to knock it. I'm not going to hate on it. I'm perfectly fine for it. Cameron Hughes says, remember when we were talking top 5 secondary? Yep. Those days are a little bit gone right now at the moment. Again, some of this is they're doing what they can with the lack of pass rush. So it's not all in the secondary. Some of it's the injuries. Some of it's the lack of pass rush. Some of it, they're not necessarily playing up to their capabilities. Team 12's this draft, we need to use our 2nd rounder on a running back and the rest on a D-line and O-line. I'd prefer to just go D-line and O-line, Team 12's, and stay with the running backs in the 5th, 6th, 7th round personally. That'd be my preference. Nathaniel Parks, what's up, Nathaniel? Russell Wilson should make the 99 club in the next Madden roster update. 98 currently, and he should have been 99 to start the season. He showed enough last year to show it. I don't know why they're part of that thing. It's like they just, come on, guys, really? It's kind of petty. 98, he's a 98, but not a 99. But then Patrick Mahomes is a 99. Okay, guys. Randall McDaniel says, even the best defenses give up points. Look at Buffalo today versus the Rams. And at home, Randall, as we were. So they weren't on the road on that. It's a great point. Sometimes you're going to give up yards. And again, the Cowboys have stacked their offense up. They went and got that CD Lamb as a top 20 wide receiver in this last draft. They've built that offense up to be able to do what it's doing right now. as did the Falcons. I mean, these teams are offensive heavy, and we're a little light. It's not going to look, I guess what I'm saying is it's not going to look as bad when you get into some lesser offenses. I would not expect them to be this porous against the Miami Dolphins this week. Dr. Rish, what's up, Dr. Rish? Lockett post-game press conference was sharp. What a pro. Oh, he's always on point, Dr. Rish. He knows what to say. That guy's like you said, pro's pro. He is steady. Especially, it seems like now, last year, I felt like he got hurt on that kickoff return. It just sort of kind of hobbled him a little bit throughout the whole year. He was never quite as explosive or fast as we moved along, but he looks it now. He looks like he's fully rolling, and boy, he was wide open on that first touchdown, wasn't he? There was about 5-10 yards between him and the other guy behind him. Boy, was that a blown coverage, but he looks great. He looks great, and we're going to need him and DK to show out like this game after game after game this year, Dr. Rish. And welcome in the chat. Team 12 says Alton Robinson was pretty good. Played outstanding, man. Played outstanding. Sample size, but he played really, really well for us. Nathaniel Park says, any news on the severity of Jamal Adams' injury? What I'm hearing from the chat is, according to what they're hearing, is that it does look like it is a pull and not the dreaded tear. You tear the groin, he's done for the year. You pull it, he can come back. Whether it's a couple weeks, 1 week, 4 to 6 weeks, he does come back. We'll have to wait a day to get the full timeline. Dev Peterson, how's Hawaii? Hawaii is outstanding, though I am on day 13 of quarantine. So it's a little bit like the opening scene in Apocalypse Now, when Martin Sheen's sort of staring through the sun and he's just sort of looking, distantly. It's kind of reached that point for me by day 13. I feel like I'm in jail a little bit, but I will be happy tomorrow. I'm free. Free last, thank God I'm free last. Dr. Rish, Dixon is the MVP of all punters this season. Dr. Rish, it's a great point. I think he is absolutely on pace right now to be an all-pro, which, of course, is the distinction for the best punter in the game. All-pros, they only name one of those. So if he can get that, which he is on track to do, I mean, he's giving you the all-around punter, right? He's giving you the ability to hit those 60-yarders, the one that he hit that got the roll and the punt returner didn't know how to handle it. He's getting it inside the 20. He could have multiple of those today if our kick return unit had gotten down when they're supposed to. But he is playing outstanding football, Dr. Rish, as far as just play all-around punting. He's giving you the height on the punts. He's giving you the distance. Whatever you need him to do, he's giving you. And on course, if he can be this kind of punter, we're talking about not just the best punter in this league, but the best all-time punter Seattle's ever had, which is important for this team that wants special teams to be a valuable part of what they do. D-Boy says, is it just me or did the refs swallow their whistles today? I feel like there should have been some PI calls that didn't get called. It did seem like they were letting him play overall. I didn't think anything was egregious because later on they did make some calls on the Cowboys secondary on some key third down plays, on some plays where it gave us a first down because of what went on. And there was one where it was a bump play where it was a little – that could have gone either way. If it didn't go called, I would have understood. So I thought it was a fairly solidly called game. I can't be hard on the officials on this one. I felt like they did a pretty good job with it. Liquid Sword says the play was hella dirty on Carson. That seems to be the consensus in the chat. Liquid Swords is that we've had one guy say no on the non-dirty, and everyone else has said full on dirty. With Chad mentioning the fact that he's seen Kentucky teach it in their players. So I think this guy learned it back in college. Brian A. Wilson says no. Trey is not a cornerback. Period. Fair enough, Brian. I know he's got his share of guys out there in Seahawks land who just hate him. So Brian A. Wilson says Shaq has his moment. Trey's a staple of how not to play cornerback in the NFL. I see. That's the thing with it, I guess, Brian, is I don't. When you say Shaq has his moment, it's a literal moment, one moment in a game, and then the rest of the game he gets took. That's my thing with it, is he that much better than Trey Flowers? Really? I think he is better. I do. I will give you that. I'll give some ground there. But I don't know that he's shown himself, especially the play we've seen so far in the first 3 games of the season out of Shaquille Griffin. I don't know that he's far and away above Trey Flowers. I mean, he looks like he's getting took to me pretty good amount. D-Boy says, I feel the same way, Chad. Nathaniel Parks. I don't know why we can't move Trey Flowers back to safety in case of an injury. Well, I think, Nathaniel, there's an original reason why he's moved from safety to cornerback in the first place. So maybe that is a potential route that they do look to go some point or another. But I would offer that that's probably a big reasoning is that he was probably not got NFL safety ability. And again, last year, I know people didn't love his play last year, but he didn't play god-awful last year. He wasn't horrific last year. He had some moments on big stages that really blew up people in his eyes as far as not liking it, but he had some really solid games as well. And right now, currently, for all the people who love Shaquille Griffin, he's had, 3 more seasons of this guy to play, and he's got only 3 more interceptions than he does, or something like that, or 1 more interception than he does in his career. Like, I don't know. I can get the not liking the Trey Flowers. I just don't understand the apologist for the Shaquille Griffin, especially because those same apologists tend to be the people who say we now need to sign him to a contract extension. That's where I just don't know on that, Keith Goodsell, what's up, Keith? Shane, special teams played great today, and they were missing their team captain, Nico Thorpe. They played great, Shane. You guys have seen them over and over on kickoff coverage units run through the back of the end zone, especially when there are fans there, and it kind of looks like they're trying to hype things up and generate energy. But there's also a reason that you do that. It's the same thing with baseball. When you knock a ball in the infield and it goes right to the fielder, you don't just trot to first base, you run out, because you never know when that throw might be a little off or it might bounce out of the first baseman's glove. Same thing here. You do that every time on those kick coverages, not because every time something good's going to happen, because 1 in 100 times that kick returner is going to drop that ball, and you want that guy there to maybe get it or stop that guy on like the 1 yard line like they did in that play. But special teams and all around today played great. All around today played absolutely fantastic. Sounds good, TJ. Randall McDaniel says, maybe Shaquem is a better value than Shaquille. Value equals quality to cost. Could turn out to be that. I don't know why Shaquem hasn't had more pass rushes early on in this. Again, I just don't know why they haven't found a role for him on this team after 3-4 years on the squad. He's got who's got the 4.38 speed. He can move. He can pass rush. Find the guy some value out there. Find a way to utilize him. Keith Goodsell, I say, go after Earl Thomas and let bygones be bygones. Keith, I say that as well, but you and I appear to be the only 2 guys on board with that. So it looks like Seahawks fandom says no more to Earl. That middle finger stung too deep up the tuchus. Brendan Heikrich says, imagine how good Blair would have been considering he beat out Amadi, and Amadi has been great. Yeah, I think Blair was on his way to really show it out this year at the slot corner. I really did. Not to mention we get an injury and he can go back out there and play the strong safety at this point. The flexibility he would give you against the injury situation. But it hurts. It hurts. Nathaniel Parks, when Travis Homer was in, he played well. He did all right. He missed a few chip blocks that he's got to hit as a third down back. When he's coming out and leaking around, he gave kind of that weak chip block where it's like, I don't really want to put contact in there. You got to lay that hit in there and help your lineman out, especially Brandon Shell, who was really struggling over there. When that's called, you got to land that blow. He missed it a few times, but I think he had a couple good runs as well, and he looked overall okay. Yep, the consensus is no Earl Thomas. I hear you, fam. I hear you. Shane Hafner, going up against the Finns, we're going to need to prep for running back 1, Hyde running back 2, Homer running back 3, DJ Dallas. That's the way that'll roll. You are correct, Shane. That is correct. And hopefully they've got Marshawn Lynch on the bat line right now, or sending a beast mode symbol to the sky. Oh, Y2K, I appreciate you, man. At least somebody thinks I'd be a good GM. Damn it. Y2K, maybe you need someone to rein you in. Oh, I'd hire some checkers. I'd have some guys making sure I wasn't going buck wild. All right, we're moving back towards ET. We got a little bit more of David Adams says yes for ET. So we're starting to swing a little bit here. The balance is starting to go back towards ET. Can we get some more Thomas love in the chat? Come on now. I know he's done some bad things. I know he's been naughty. Keith Goodsell, being an NFL player is like being a mercenary. Sometimes you have to work with people you don't personally like to score a big payday and win. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. And look, every team that's won a Super Bowl has had a few a-holes on it. I guarantee you. There's been no Super Bowl team that had a bunch of Boy Scouts, one man through 55 or through 53. So I look, he knows the system. I think he's got still a little bit of juice left in the tank. One more hurrah. I'm open to it if the cost is right. That's the key for me on it. Chad says if Earl wasn't a Cancer, he'd still be a Raven. I agree. I mean, he pushed his way out of town there. He forced his way out of town. I like the idea of giving guys chances and shots, especially guys that are legends with your organization and helped you win a Super Bowl. Call me sentimental, but I maybe have a little bit of a soft spot for those guys, especially if they have some juice left in the tank. D-Boy says, okay, if we get ET back, then what do we do when Jamal Adams comes back? So Adams, Diggs, and Thomas. I don't think that's the best move, but who am I? Well, this is what I was arguing a little bit yesterday, D-Boy, was the fact that when he first started out his career, Diggs was a slot corner. The question I don't know that the coaching staff would know is, if you line Quandre Diggs in the slot, is he a better slot cornerback than what we currently have in Ugo? And I know Ugo just played a solid game, but this is based off of what they've seen throughout all the practices if they did that. And if the answer is yes, Earl to my free, Quandre to my slot, Ugo to my backup, I round out a little bit of my depth. It doesn't cost me a lot. And if he does, here's the thing, again, I'd point you guys, is in my key of Earl Thomas not costing a lot and coming back, if it's a 1 year, $2-3 million deal as we go forward for the rest of the season, if he does something weird, if he shows up to meetings late, if he's not listening, if he's doing his own thing, if he's having fist fights on the field, you cut him immediately. And it's no loss. In fact, you save on the rest of his salary throughout the year. It's a week-by-week endeavor. Random McDaniel says, funny how we brought Lynch back after he flipped off coach, held out, and did bring drama. Somehow he was endearing like Shrink. ET comes across as an a-hole. It's a good point, Randall. It's for some reason he does. Not some reason. I understand why he rubs people the wrong way. And the cowboy thing hurts him too, Randall. I mean, that's one of the biggest stab in the backs you can do to a fandom and to an organization by going into a big game you're having to win as you're trying to get in the playoffs, and then you go in the opposition's locker room and say, come get me at the end of the season. An awful, awful look for him with that in conjunction with the bird. Keith Goodsell says Thomas just needs to humble himself and try to amend things between himself and Pete Carroll. That's where I stand with the two, Keith. That's where I'm at. Chad says, did Lynch fight a teammate too? No, Lynch never did fight a teammate, but as I understand it, Earl never fought a teammate while he was here. That's the thing that happened there with Baltimore. So, it's again, there's a lot of concern here, but it's no risk if it's low end. If you're not signing for a lot, you can cut him at any time if he does this locker room thing you guys are talking about. If he comes in and he just starts peeing on everybody in the locker room one day, cut him. He's gone then. I would argue he knows he's got to toe the line here. I would argue that the ego at this point is understood that it's got to be dumped and that he's probably understands, I got to fix my legacy here. This can't be the last thing that goes out with my career as far as how I'm understood. I think he's a pretty prideful guy and knows if he comes in here and he balls out and shows out and he helps them win a Super Bowl, he can go a long way to repairing some of that maybe. Just a thought. Cordell Carter, I hope Snacks can help with the pass rush. I know he won't be good at sacks, but he's a big dude and he must be dealt with. I think he would be a little bit of an improvement in the pass rush as far as when you're asking Puna to pass rush versus what you would get from Snacks pass rushing. I wouldn't expect 3, 4, 5 sacks from the guy, but he's going to get you some pressure and he's going to collapse the middle of that pocket a little bit more than Puna will. Puna's more of the guys, more of the run stuffing guy that can move and utilize some of his speed with his leverage to get in the backfield and kind of, create havoc with that. So I think he'd give you a little bit. Team 12 wants to sign Snacks, Clay, and trade for Kerrigan. I'm good with that, man. That would go a long way to fixing some things. Randall McDaniel says, at this point, I'd be down for ET3. Maybe he'd be humbled and on a mission. Maybe. That's what I'm saying. Maybe. It's worth a call. It's just worth a call. Just make the call from the front office. Hey, Earl, what's going on? What's the cost going to be? Where's your head at? Do you understand your current situation? Do you understand what you're currently dealing with? And if that's the case, so be it. Keith says, I think ET will soon realize that if he's not picked up by another team soon, he may be looking at becoming a broke and tool to play at his best in the near future. Yeah, if he's not made his peace with the fact that the clock's ticking down, winding down, and his days are going to be numbered in the NFL here, then he certainly should be. And this again leads all roads. This is what leads all the roads to me back to Seattle. Seattle's the natural fit. He gets out of the complicated scheme that was the Ravens that was giving him problems. He gets to play a single high approach again, which is going to help us drop Jamal back into the box more often at that point. There's some benefits to it. I might argue with you guys that as down as Earl May has come as a player, he may still be a better free safety at this point than Quandre Diggs currently is. So if it's an opportunity to upgrade the safety, if it's an opportunity to upgrade our secondary at low cost with minimal risk, you sign me up. Uh-oh. Where we at? Where we at? Got lost on this a little bit. Sorry, guys. Getting back here. Derek Sanchez said, I heard that our health trainer used to be a coach at UW State and hurt more than half the team. Are we getting bit by the injury bug because of him? We call him around here, Derek, Ivan the Terrible. That's the same name that they called him at UW when he left. That's the same name at USC that they called him when he left, because it seems wherever this guy goes to train people, those teams become very injured very quickly and at a disproportionate level to other teams throughout the rest of the nation. So I'm not a big fan of him. I don't know if I can put as much on his shoulders right now this year because he didn't get the chance to work with him in the off seasons like he has prior. So some of this is on the plate of, how much damage could he at this point, Russ? You got a lot of advertisement deals and promotional deals. Maybe it's time to maybe take a little bit less money to round out the rest of this team. Cordell Carter says it might be a scheme or coach thing. Dan Quinn, please. Yeah, I don't even think if you had Dan Quinn here right now, though I think he would be an upgrade over Ken Norton. I don't know that he would get you a lot better results than what Norton's getting you right now. Some of this is just you don't have talent out on the football field to get it done. Keith says DK needs to be careful and have a better situational awareness. That fumble was embarrassing. It's as embarrassing as it gets on the football field, Keith. Anything more embarrassing could have been just getting pantsed, like literally having your butt pulled down. So yeah, it was a little rough. It was a little rough, but the good news is I don't think you'll ever see him make the same mistake again. That's going to be what we call the one-off. David Adams says Hawks need to sign interior pass rush like Clint McDonald or Marcel Darius could fill that role. Those aren't too bad suggestions. Clinton was sure good for us as part of the NASCAR package back in 2013, which helped him get a big contract with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But I don't know how much either of those two guys has left in the tank. I think Darius has made like over $100 million in this league, and he's always been a guy you've had a questionable motor on up until this point anyway. What's his motor going to be like now, having been all that paid? Is he ready to roll? These are questions I guess the front office really needs to investigate and know. But they got to do something, David. They got to do something, man. Randall McDaniel says, if we aren't getting sacks or major disruption blitzing, is it better to just rush forward and put more into coverage? I could make that argument, Randall, because that's a little bit of what the Cowboys were doing and how they stopped us in the second half. When you don't blitz then and you drop the extra guys into coverage, now you're squeezing the zones down just a little bit tighter. That's going to then bend more to then giving up the shorter passes underneath, the shorter little dink and dunks. But at this point, I think I'd rather take my chances with that than letting teams just go track meet style up the field on us. So it would help with that. It would help with getting you more protected against the deep ball. You wouldn't have Trey Flowers manned up one-on-one in press coverage with Michael Gallup, one of the faster receivers in the league, and no safety help over the top. D-Boy says, 80 people in the chat. If you do like, please do hit that like button. And then do subscribe if you're not already subscribed. It's free. It doesn't cost you $1. What are you waiting for? B-Russ says, if Dan Quinn gets fired, do we bring him back? Norton seems like a great player coach, but he just isn't getting enough out of the talent we have. It's a hard question to answer, B-Russ, because a lot of the hiring of Ken Norton was getting a guy that was going to be a hire of nepotism. This is a guy that Carroll knows, who's been a linebacker coach under him. He knows that he's not going to rattle Carroll's cage or not be anything less than what I would consider to be kind of a yes man and go along with what Carroll tells him to do. And I think that's not to say that Quinn wouldn't be probably more of the same in that kind of role. But I think my issue with Carroll and bringing back a defensive coach and what he needs to do is bring in a guy that he's not necessarily comfortable with, a guy that's got a lot of talent, got some heat behind him. Get guy with maybe some new ideas to implement into this. Bring the old with the new, combine them both. I prefer more for that as far as replacement. And I would have to think that if Norton's going to have a defense for another year, giving up over 30 points a game, questionable talent or not, I don't know what he's done at that point for you to retain. Randall Y2K says, Randall, I feel everyone. Nope, no, Kitty, you kill my. Nope, you're not coming up here because you killed the cat. You always kick the cord out. VG Mark, was it me or did it feel like there was a penalty every play? Well, you're second guy that's mentioned that there was a little bit of like letting them play going on out there. I got to say, like at the end of the day, it did seem like the Cowboys, I'll say this, the Cowboys secondary knew they didn't have the talent out there. So they just made their peace with, we're going to get handsy and we'll make our peace with that. And we'll get a couple penalties. They won't call all of it. It's like the old school Legion of Boom approach when we were first really early and young in the Legion of Boom eras. We were just grabbing everybody. They were doing some of that. So there's probably a little bit of some of that, but they were letting them play. And if I've got to lean to a direction one way or another, I would rather have them let our guys play, even if it means there's calls that don't always go in our direction by letting that happen. We're a physical team. So I think if you're letting them play, it's going to fit more back into our style if that's what's going on. Lucas Hansen, welcome Lucas on into the chat. Ken Norton can only do so much when we have so little pass rush. Even when Ken calls blitzes and sends extra rushers, we aren't getting much pressure. Yeah, just as I said, I don't know that you'd get much different results with Dan Quinn. He might give you a couple extra wrinkles, might teach those guys a little bit better as far as getting the pass rush, because that was his expertise, was training the guys up on how to use their hands and how to be technical with your pass rush. But it is what it is, Lucas. I mean, it's weak right now for the pass rush. It needs an upgrade. We need a talent injection. And I've pointed to we needing 3 guys. Get you Snacks, get you Clay, get you somebody else in a trade. That's the way I would go with it. Lucas mentions Alden played big today. Man, he did. Played great. And that's what I thought when the Cowboys signed him for a 1-year, $4 million deal. I was like, damn, could we not have gone out there? We love to be a second chance kind of opportunity for places. Couldn't he have worked for us, man? I mean, you know what you saw firsthand what he could be if he's running, if he's going. When he gets on the field, he's a player. But, yeah, just didn't happen. Zorn76, what is up, Zorn76? Is that Jimmy Zorn in here? We got Jimmy Zorn in the chat. Shane Hafner, San Francisco lucked out with their soft 4-game schedule while dealing with their injuries. They did, man. They're going to get through some of these injuries and get some of the guys back, and they could still come out to be dangerous this year. I mean, the tough part for them is there's guys they lose for the year that are gone. You know, Joey Bosa, their best pass rusher, is gone. Solomon Thomas, was a good rotational guy for me, carved out a role for them there on that defensive line. Part of what kept those guys fresh, gone. D Ford banged up, always seemingly preeminently banged up. That's to go along with, you know, Richard and all those guys. I mean, they still got an uphill battle for them, I think, to get to where they need to get. D-Boy says, what do you think Atlanta should do? They're 0-3. Matt Ryan is playing good. Just Simi has no help. Do you think it's too early to get rid of their head coach? What do you think they need to do? It looked like Grady Jarrett went out with an injury for them, which that's the really most important player on them defensively. They lost A.J. Terrell. Some of the guys that have been good for them early on this year have gone out on that defense. I don't know that the defense is getting any better. If I'm Atlanta, I'm selling for the future. But I would also be a guy that probably would be quicker to pull my trigger on selling for the future than other teams would, where they're going to try to hang in there and see if things turn around. I'd be a guy that goes, look, I don't have enough talent here to win a Super Bowl. If that's the case, then let's sell and let's collect the assets and let's do what we need to do. Let's roll cap space over. Let's go all that route. Go all in on pushing for the future at that point. I think teams sometimes hang on for too long because they get too enamored with the potential of what could be rather than opening their eyes to what actually is. Zorn76 says Dak is legit. I think he is legit. Again, I wouldn't say he's going to be a top 3, top 5 quarterback in this league. I'm not giving him that kind of props, but top 10 quarterback, yeah, I can do that. Jose Rodriguez says, give me Snacks and haha Clinton Dixon. I'm good. Haha looks like he's done. I mean, he could make the team. He's been bouncing around for a few years now. It seems like he's kind of done, Jose. But Snacks, I'm with you on that. Zorn76 says, but when money is on the table, he doesn't deliver. Yeah, he hasn't shown himself, Zorn, necessarily to be. That's the not be made the thing hold up. I don't know that he's got the clutch thing. You know, I don't know if he's a guy, if you give that guy 2 minutes to go at the end of the game, he's got you. You can't give him that amount of time. He'll carve you up. We saw that today. Maybe he doesn't exactly have that. He's been clutch at times, just not always. Still, I would say in this game too, I don't know if this is on Dak's shoulders as much in this game. I mean, you know, their defense let them down as much as anything else. Dak probably played good enough to, you know, you put 31 points up as an offense now. You'd have a couple interceptions. You had a fumble. That does lie on his shoulders as well there. Brian A. Wilson says, sneaky stat. Seahawks 9-0 when opposing quarterback throws over 400 yards. What a fantastic stat, Brian. Thank you for pointing that out, man. I'm going to have a super chat thing here where I'm going to put the best chat that's currently going at the bottom once I get my overlays going in a couple weeks. So you would be Brian in my overlay with that little post on that stat. That's a fantastic, and what an odd stat. But here's what it goes to speak towards. And this is a little bit of the thing I wanted to caution those folks who get freaking out about the pass yards being given up. Carroll has written a book about how he wants to win football games. We can go through all the details of it, but one of the key points to it is that defensively, and he builds his team to defense first, despite what you're seeing this year, He wants to, when it comes to how he's going to attack an offense, he looks at the offense and he says, I want to stop the run first. Because when I turn teams into one-dimensional attacks and they turn into pass-happy attacks, good things happen for me. And when you get these games where these guys throw for these 400 yards, it'd be interesting to see, Brian, what the actual total line was for those quarterbacks in those games, where they had the 400 yards, but did they also have 2-3 interceptions? Did they also have 2 or 3 fumbles? You know, whether there's negative, hugely negative stats in addition to those. And I would argue probably that's what you're seeing with that. And that's built within, I think, Carroll's strategy on why he bends it to that direction. Because he feels like when they get enamored with that pass, eventually you'll get a couple balls in your hands, you know? Spud Horner says, do we start to see more DJ Dallas? Yes, you will. He'll be your third down back next week, Spud. And Homer will move into that number two role as we go forward. Nathaniel Parks, when is Darrell Taylor coming back? I don't expect him back anytime soon. I think he's a candidate for the IR right now, Nathaniel. It's a great chance he's just going to have a season that's redshirted. Best case scenario for me at this point is by around week 8. Zorn76, Seahawks 3-0, ATS as well. Yep, 3-0. It is what it is, Zorn. You're undefeated right now. You sit atop your division. This is the start we could have hoped for as far as the record goes. You got some things to clean and fix up, and there's some big glaring issues here. But at the end of the day, 3-0. 3-0. And the important part of you stack these wins up for me is you get to that ending point where you're really in contention for not just the division, but home field advantage. We've had a lot of playoff games on the road. We've had a lot of playoff games in recent year where we win at home and then we got to go on the road in the next round. If we can get that home field advantage, that first round bye, and there's only one of them given out this year, so it's going to be that much more valuable than when you get it this year. It would be so key to getting back to the Super Bowl. Y2K says if Texans keep losing, maybe we could get J.J. Watt. At first, I'd be like they'd never trade him, but maybe they'd feel like, hey, J.J., we love you. Go get a Super Bowl with Russ. Man, I love the thought there, Y2K. It's beautifully worded in the way you put that, because that would be the only way that I could see the Texans giving up J.J. Watt. He's so embedded there, not just with the team, but the community, what he did with them. They had that flooding and all that stuff, the money he raised. Hard to see him moving on, but you could feasibly go to the Texans and say, look, maybe you guys understand this was looking at being nearly JJ's last season. I don't know if it is his last year, but you know, you guys, the other aspect of this Y2K is the Texans have given up a lot of draft capital over the last few years with guys. Your DeAndre Hopkins trade, the trade for the left tackle last year from Miami. Maybe they're looking if they could recoup a little bit more, you know, to try to rebuild this team back up around Deshaun Watson. So great thought. Love the thought. Jonathan Salazar says, I really hate to sound like a broken record, but Trey Flowers and Shaquille Griffin really needed to improve. Our pass rush doesn't help, but Gallup and Wilson were just blowing by them on some plays. Yeah, it's not acceptable play by either of your cornerbacks in this game. Both of those guys did not give you anything anywhere near even league average play. They cannot be that much of a liability on the outside, especially when you're sustaining the kind of injuries you are in other places on the football field. And they were that today. Both of them were that. Zorn76 says Seahawks have a good locker room. Carson is key. He is. They got things set up. I don't know if Carson's key at this point. He's an important part of that offense. I think Carlos Hyde gives you something that's very similar to what you get in Carson. Carson is a little bit better of a player at this point, but he's very similar. But it's nice to hear, hopefully, Zorn, that we do get back Carson at some point. Sounds like we will. Hamza, the way you see the team now, how important do you feel it was to secure Clowney? Or do you feel our secondary needs more work than the pass rush defensive line? No, I still fall in line with the fact that I think it was going to potentially be a fatal flaw, a fatal mistake this year, not signing Clowney. And I'll even throw out, if they didn't want to go with Clowney, if, as Carroll had said, that they were out early on in basically the off season, and that's when they went for Mayo and Irvin, and they were basically out at that point. This is backed up by the fact that Clowney has said to essentially one of my guys in the chat here has told them that he only got offered a 1-year, $9 million deal at the end, right at the last minute. So they didn't make a real sterling push for Jadeveon services. So if you were out on Jadeveon back in the early offseason, then they should have been in on Everson Griffin. Then they should have been in on trying to make a trade for Yannick Ngakoue at that point. And they didn't make those deals. And I think that was a mistake. So it didn't have to be Clowney, Hamza, but it had to be somebody. And I do think the pass rush needs fixing, Hamza, above all else. It's been the thing I said at the very end of the last game against the Packers last year. I've said it in nearly every stream since then. I guess I'll just keep saying it until eventually they learn to address it. Y2K says, what I meant with DK is he hasn't had a complete game for him. Oh, yeah, I know what you meant, Y2K, and you're not wrong. He's had a little drop here or there where it's like, okay, you could clean that up a little bit. Jose Rodriguez says, McCarthy has to hate Seattle. I'm guessing, Jose, Mike McCarthy does not ever want to have to come play another game in Seattle again. I think he'll be perfectly happy if he never has to come up here. This has been a house of horrors for that guy. Zorn 76. Russell till he's 50. I'm good with that, Zorn. And he's got the cojones to try to pull it off, doesn't he? He's got the cojones to pull it off. Carl Nerney says, Dan Quinn definitely loses his job after today, right? If I was a betting man, I'd be betting he loses his job. That's a tough way to lose your opening 3 games when you're already on the hot seat coming into the season. Keith Goodsell says, hope Dan Quinn gets fired and goes back to the SH as the Seahawks as the defensive coordinator. Yeah, you could get back in a capacity of just a consultant here as we go through the end of the year. If it gets fired, I don't mean to ask for a guy to get fired quick, but if he was to happen to get fired, you could bring him in as a consultant right now, and maybe he's got some moves he can help out, because the guy's expertise is his ability to teach these guys hand placement, how to use your hands, pass rush moves, how to put them together, how to set guys up. That is his expertise. So I think he'd be really great in that role here. Liam, what is up, Liam? Sorry, your message got retracted. If you want to post it again, I will respond. Nathaniel Parks, it would be better than Ken Norton, a defensive coordinator. Well, it probably would be better. Hard to get much worse, isn't it, Nathaniel? Shane Hafter, can you believe the Seattle Mariners have just missed the playoffs for the flipping 19th consecutive year? Insane streak to hold. No bueno. Yeah, it's baseball is a sport where you've got to have complete and utter plan in place, and you've got to stick to that plan, and you've got to have patience with that plan. And when you continually don't have patience with that plan, you never really ever prepare yourself to be good. And that's a little bit of what our front office has done for the last 19 years, in my opinion. Caught a little bit in between and in betwixt. John S., I think we're still set on offense given Russ and our offensive weapons, but what available options do we have at defense at this point to make a difference? Well, welcome on into the chat. John, please do subscribe if you're not already. We've got a couple options initially we're going to get. Snacks Harrison came in for a visit last week. I expect him to be signed this week, hopefully. I think all signs are going to point to that happening, especially after this week and this week's performance. Next up, I would hope they would go and look at Clay Matthews as an option as a free agent you can sign. Beyond that, I would look at them trying to make a trade. The guys that I was looking at, I put a list together a day ago about this. Here are the guys I've got as far as the basic options, and I'm telling you, John, there's not a lot of options. Right now, there's a potential you could look at a guy like Fletcher Cox with the Eagles. Eagles could maybe look to offload. They're heading for a horrible salary cap position moving into next offseason. They don't look ready to win this year. Their line is going to continue to be decimated as it has, as those guys are on IR and they aren't coming back. Maybe you can get them to flip him to you for a trade. It would probably cost something in the neighborhood of a this year's second and then a next year's fourth, something in that realm, and you might have to restructure him once you bring him back on board at that point. Definitely the pie in the sky option, the best of the best option probably available for us. Beyond that, you got Tarquise McKinley with the Falcons. It's kind of a first-round disappointment. Wouldn't cost a lot, maybe like a sixth-rounder if you were to get him from the Falcons. Ryan Kerrigan seems to be the popular choice here in the chat. A lot of guys in the chat yesterday were really hyping him up as wanting him. I watched a little of the Washington game. He played pretty good in that game, coming in for Chase Young, but now Chase Young is injured. They may be more hesitant to move on from Kerrigan at that point. A couple of wild card options I got is Jarrell Casey with the Broncos, good defensive tackle for the Titans for a long period of time. Sheldon Richardson with the Browns. The Browns are starting to win now, so they're probably not going to be as willing to maybe move and trade a guys. But I know he was here for a hot minute. Not a fantastic player, but just another guy who could give you a good body down there on the edge. Carlos Dunlap would have maybe been an option for some Seahawks fans here, but the Bengals are not showing a willingness to trade with other teams at the deadline. They didn't last year with A.J. Green. I don't expect them to continue to do so with this trade deadline. So Carlos Dunlap's probably not going to be moved as well. He suffered an injury today. Don't know how serious that's going to be. Nathaniel Park says DK will learn and have a great season. I agree, Nathaniel. I still expect this guy to show out and have a fantastic rest of the year. But those options, if we add them, would make a difference. You bring in Snacks, Clay Matthews, and you can add a Ryan Kerrigan-like player through some kind of trade. yeah, you can improve the pass rush with those guys. Adding into addition now, Shaquem getting some rotational snaps, Alden Robinson giving you some, Benson Mayo is still there. Just rounds everything out, gets the snap counts down, lets guys be a little bit fresher as the game goes on. Brian A. Wilson says the Miami game is a trap game. If I ever seen one coming, bet on that. Could be. You could be right on that, Brian. I mean, it's going to be a tough game, 10 a.m. game, coming off 2 big wins like this. You're beat up. Not even be on a trap game. You don't have the horses as much as you do, which is going to even things out on its own, probably, right? So it's going to be a tough game. I'm not expecting a blowout this week. I'm not calling a blowout. Carl says, I'm really starting to not like these 3-and-1 bombs on the down the field. Love when they hit, but I was so scared when they gave Dak the ball back. I get it, man. You'd like to hope that they had more creative play designs to get yourself a yard when you need to get a yard. I referenced this last week. Whip out your 2-point conversion plays, your money plays, but they seem to look at it as an opportunity to go strike deep. I still like them being aggressive, Carl. I got to say that. I do like them being aggressive. You got one-on-one on the outside with Tyler or DK. They win that matchup an awful lot of the time. Crash, we're back. Sorry about that. Do you like what you're seeing from the old man so far, Greg Olson? Even has an old person name. He's been all right. He was improved today. He still did have maybe a drop or a penalty. I can't remember what it was, but he was better today than he's been in the first 2 games. And if he gives us more of what he's got today, I'm going to feel better about that. Brian Wilson says, shout out to rookie D. Lewis. Man, I feel for him. He's been balling out. It hurts, Brian, because that guy was really playing great guard play for you. Hopefully he can get back this year when we need him down the stretch run. He could be a solid guy for you. I think he was struggling a little bit of pass protection, but he was top 3 in the league according to Pro Football Focus as a run blocker. So we got a good player there. We got a stalwart there for years to come, Brian. We at least know that. Feels good to finally have some talent there on the offensive line, somebody beside Dwayne Brown. And shout out to Mike Iupati, who I thought played really solid this game too, especially in pass protection. That guy gets dinged for that. He's known for being a road grader, but he has really played well in pass protection to my eyes. Colton Young says, I thought Posick was going to go down with an ACL. That was kind of scary. I know the moment you were talking about Colton, and I had the same sort of concern. He started to reach for it, and you went, no. But he got back up, and Posick's played good. He's played really good, you guys. The guy's not playing Pro Bowl level, but to my eyes, he's at least playing league average, which is better than what we've gotten recently from the center position, last couple of years at least. The devil. I feel like Russ was hesitating on a few plays. He was the devil. And I don't know the all-22 film. You can only see the live telecast, which just shows the pocket, so you can't see down the field what was happening. But to my eyes, the Cowboys stopped blitzing a little bit more in the second half, dropped more defenders into coverage. Seattle fell a little bit in love with the deep ball and getting the ball deep down the field with those deep shots, rather than taking some of the underneath easy stuff, just a running back leaking out, check down, take the 5-6 yards when it's there. I wish they'd be just a little more patient at times with that, because it's going to be very key to keeping the offense cooking like it has been. But, he held on to it a little too long. Those pressures were on him. Quentin Huang, sorry. Is Trey Flowers bad? I don't think he's as bad as he played today. I think he went up against a tough matchup for him, a real speedster. He got one-on-one up a few times. But if he's playing next week, I think he bounces back. My brother, what's up, brother? My brother's in the chat, and he says Alton Robinson is the truth. I think he's the truth too, man. I think he is. He played out today. And limited snaps, Rob. They didn't play him all the way through. He was just on a very small snap count. Twin Gamer, them Cowgirl fans are just bitter. They lost. They took one to the chin just to deal with it. Shaking my head. Well, I'll give them props. We did have one Cowboy fan in here who gave us props. Said good game. Made no excuses. That's all we've had to deal with so far in the chat. So I'm going to go off of that. I got to give him props for being that guy, for being cool. But I know the Cowboy fans do sometimes like their excuses. There's nothing today though. They don't have there's no official to blame or some certain player. They got outplayed. They got outplayed. Power of Myth, one reason we have given up so many yards every game is because we've been winning the second half and teams have been passing on our conservative defense. It has factored in where teams have kind of got to they've got to go for it. They've got no other options. They're down by 10, 2 touchdowns, 10 points. So they're just, when teams are in that position, you're going to see teams throw out a lot more. This is why sometimes teams with awesome offenses will have struggles sometimes to have the great defenses, because those defenses are playing with their back up against the wall, having offenses that aren't going to play conservative. They're going to go for it. Sometimes you can take advantage of that, get in turnovers and have these big blowout games, but sometimes you're playing with the nothing to lose mentality of the opposing offense. God loves you, Seahawks. What's up, God loves you? Welcome onto the chat. A lot of new faces in here I'm seeing, or returning faces maybe. Brandon McDaniel says, on the first Lockett touchdown, I yelled touchdown before Russ even threw it. Yeah, he had that down the middle deep ball going today early, and he was just confident letting it sling. Lockett was so wide open, Randall. It was just, man, I do have the same thing, though. It's starting to get to the point where when you see Russell throw these deep balls, you just feel like it's money in the bank. Freedom County. What's up, Freedom? Welcome to the chat. I picked Dallas 37-5. I lost a lot of money. Oh, Freedom, I'm sorry to hear that, man. You thought the Seahawks were only going to score 5 points against that Dallas defense with the secondary as depleted as they were? You might have to explain that one to me. Maybe you just thought Dallas would get up and run the ball and run the clock out. I'd be interested to hear what your reasoning was with that. But I'm sorry to hear you lost money, man. Randall McDaniel, I wanted Dixon to be interviewed by Pay McCaffrey. Hashtag for the brand. That'd be awesome, Randall, if McCaffrey were to interview him. And he might get interviewed. He keeps playing like this, especially because he's an Aussie. And McAfee would love that. Maybe I'll at McAfee on Twitter and see if I can let him know. We can re-up him after this year. $3 to $4 million top per year for top-tier punters. That's right, Randall. That's the cost, and that's the cost that I'm going to pay. The thing you always understand with punters, they're not probably going to get injured. They can play for a lot of different years. And because special teams is so important to this football team, it makes a lot of sense to have quality ones here. I'd like it if they did the same thing with the kicking game, looked at trying to draft the best kicker in the next draft, for instance, and pay a pretty high pick to do it. Maybe not this draft because we don't have a lot of draft picks, but in some draft at some point in some given year. Nathaniel's got to go. Well, thank you for dropping in, Nathaniel. I really do appreciate it. Please hit that like button. Everybody here in the chat, if you could, if you have not already, and subscribe if you're not. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Totally free. The Devil, why in the hell did you think the Seahawks would only score 5? Thank you, The Devil. I was trying to understand that one as well. Quentin says Trey Flowers sucks. He gave up so many yards today. Quentin, I know where you're coming from, and you're echoing a lot of the sentiments that the chat has been echoing throughout this stream today on the show. I offer that he didn't play as bad as people think last year. He played pretty solidly for us last year overall. Was it great? Was it Pro Bowl? No, but it was solid. I still am not going to fully sell on him after one game this year. I think he can still bounce back. I never expect this guy to be a Pro Bowler, but I think he can be, especially as he is now on a rookie contract, still an okay cornerback for us. And not every week is he going to have to go up against Michael Gallup, Amari Cooper, and CeeDee Lamb play in and play out. So I know where you're coming from, Quentin, but just bear with him a little bit longer for me. Just give him another game, just one more game. ASAP says, if Carson's out for the season, sign Eddie Lacy. You want some feast mode, ASAP? Oh, man. I bet Eddie Lacy's pushing 265, 270 right now. I bet. D-Boy, the devil I know. You're Brian A. Wilson. Shaq doesn't have you waiting for the flag when the ball goes his way. I'll say it that way. Well, Flowers isn't flagged that. Flowers gets flagged, but I don't think he's flagged that often, is he? I mean, and I've seen Shaq flagged too, man. You're not alone, Brian. A lot of people love themselves Shaquille Griffin or seem to feel that he's somehow vastly far superior to Trey Flowers as a player. I don't get it. Shaq got burnt up today. He should not have people like apologizing for his play and saying, well, I don't at least think that he didn't have a flag thrown his way when he was. Shaq's not been good this year. He's been awful as a quarterback this year. And he was good last year, I'll give you that, but he doesn't usually get many interceptions. And he's only given you one good year of play as a quarterback now as he heads into his fourth year. His first year wasn't very good. His second year by his own measurement was D+. So I'm not in on the Shaq love like you guys are. I'm not. If you guys are selling on Trey like you guys are selling, I'm selling just as much on Shaq if we're coming to that consensus. Brandon Eichrick says, why not bring in Eric Reed? He would be probably a better option than Clinton Dix. I think Clinton Dix is a little bit further down the train. I think Dix is just done. It seems to be that seems to be what I've read about him. Eric Reed seems to be, maybe there's some other situations that have prevented him from being signed to a football team. He may have a little bit more left in the tank to come and give you in that safety role. Brian Wilson says, okay, comments are way ahead of the feed. Yep, they are. I'm catching up, man. Sorry. It happens, though. It happens. We get people in here, but I try to answer everybody and talk to everybody if I can. So bear with me. Bear with me. Dirty Dom, I haven't heard anything about Penny. What happened to him? He's got the ACL takes a little bit of time to come back from Dirty Dom, and it happened near the end of the season last year. So he's going to probably need into about week 8 to get himself fully right and ready to roll and good to cook. So back week 8 or so, we'll probably get him back. Space says ET won't come back here. Maybe not. Probably not a likely thing to happen. Koi Matai, Trey was playing scared. He was playing real tentatively in this game. He looked like he got a little shook. Brian A. Wilson, honestly, Earl would be an interesting piece from a perspective, just shared legacy. That's where I come out with it, Brian, and I'm always going to be hesitant with a locker room cancer that you're paying money to or putting a lot of money out ahead of them, that if you get caught in a bind and they suddenly start kicking over tables, you can't cut them or it's going to cost you a lot of money. But you bring a guy in on a 1-year deal, no bonus money, he's only getting paid week by week out. I feel like that's a lot easier to get a guy to toe the line at that point, and it's just a move that doesn't have a big cost to you with only a lot of upside and potential. AB, was Shaquille good in this game? No, he was not good in this game. Yes, the pick was great. He jumped the route. Good job. I've asked him to have better ball skills, and he showed it on that play, but he had a lot of plays that he gave up. It'll be very interesting to see the Pro Football Focus grades on the quarterbacks in this game. Very, very interesting. Space, get Sherman and bring back Earl. Sherman looks like he's done, man. I think that injury is really, that leg is kind of caught up to him. Stop hitting your computer, making the chat crash. I'm sorry, man. I'll try not to hit it. Y2K, about Dan Quinn, our D-line has done best when our D coordinator was D-line specialist. Let Carroll coach the DBs. D coordinator gets the most out of the D-line. Yeah, I think he'd get more out of the D-line. That's the only place I could think that he could upgrade. I still think the defense would give up a lot of points, a lot of yards if Dan Quinn was the guy coaching right now, as opposed to Ken Norton. D-Boy says, it seems that the Seahawks are blitzing a lot more now. Is that a good or bad thing right now with this type of injury, with this type of players we have starting right now? So many injuries. It's not good because it's not happening by what you want to be doing schematically. It's happening by necessity. That's the problem. And built within that necessity is the fact that Carroll, in his DNA, in his base DNA, does not want to blitz. He wants to drop as many guys into coverage as he can and have his front four generate the pressure. But he can't do that because he knows they won't generate any pressure, so he's having his hand forced. Meanwhile, the other thing to consider with this is that when we draft players, we don't draft players for how good they are as blitzers. Our whole last history of our 10 years in drafting guys, we're drafting other skills. Is he good in zone? Is he a sure tackler? Is he instinctive? Does he play good coming downhill? Is he good in read and reaction? The ability to blitz, and specifically the disguising of the blitz, which you'll notice with our blitzes a lot of times is we show our hand pre-snap. They're very well aware of what is coming at them. And it makes it very easy at that point for the quarterback to make the adjustments of the line, to know he's going to have extra time and not be hurried. And it was a little bit better today, but over the last year and a half when they have blitz, that's been one of my big problems with it, is you're having guys that aren't really good blitzers. KJ Wright's not a good blitzer. Bobby's a good blitzer. Jamal's a good blitzer, but I don't know who else really is on that defensive side of the ball to get pressure. Space, have you seen San Francisco's injury list? I have not. Randall McDaniel, do you think that Russ looks at breaking the bank in contracts as a way for the team to show respect? It's less about the money and more about setting the market. I think what's really driving it, Randall, is he's got a baseball agent who has no other football guys that he represents. Russell's the only one, and he wants to make a name for himself, and he wants to get other clients. And the way you do that is by setting contracts that set the market. Certainly, Russ is going to have some control over this and guide some of that, but Russ is also going to listen to his representation when it comes to money, I would think. Carl, everyone talking about that dude don't need to be in the league that twisted Carson's knee. That was a dirty play, man. Looked like a dirty play to me. Was there any doubt Russ was going to take us down and score on the last drive? How nice is that to have? I didn't have a ton of doubt. I had a lot of little confidence, but It's one of the parts that will be the separating factor with Russell. We got into a conversation yesterday about Russell's eventual potential rank all time as he climbs the charts here, and certainly will be climbing the charts further with this season. And the thing that we pointed to, and thing I point to, is that there's these stats we're going to be able to look at that he's going to have, because people will always ding Russ for the stats, because the first 8-9 years of his career, he's playing a run-first offense. But some of those stats are coming along, and one of the extra ancillary stats that you'll be able to look at are the comeback wins. Russell's going to be the all-time winner in comeback wins when, tied or coming from behind. I think it's Peyton Manning up there right now. He's going to overtake him, and that's a very, very important stat for quarterbacks. I think that says a lot about quarterbacks and their value, that particular stat. Also, when a team throws for 10 yards, they tend to be down by a few scores. Yep, they do. Randall says, I think we're 5+ in turnovers, and that's not counting the safety, which is a turnover, at least in my book. Yep, we're winning the plus-minus ratio. Some of that, too, Randall, is they're not fumbling the ball like they were last year. They've cleaned that up, which is nice, except for DK's today, of course. But they're also not – Russell's being very good with the ball. He's not throwing interceptions or throwing very interceptable passes. They're not even getting their hands on Russell's football, the defense. Space says Saints Green Bay game is close. Interesting to see. I kind of wish I could be able to see it. I'm kind of kicking myself not being able to see it, but I'd rather be talking to you guys. Home field advantage when the 12s are in the stands. Yeah, I think we might have our 12s in the stands by the time the playoffs come around, as long as we don't have a second and third surge in this pandemic, which they finally locked things down so much it doesn't look like that will happen. And I would expect us to have fans by that point. D-Boy says the 49ers are really beat up right now, but they still seem to find a way to win. And they're going to go all out when they play us. Should we be worried? Yeah, we should be worried about every team in our division. There's no easy wins in this division. It's part of what makes this an uphill climb this year. The good news is that the teams we play outside of our division as we move forward through the rest of this year, the Eagles, the Giants, the Washington football team, the New York Jets, the Miami Dolphins, You've got some winnable games there now. You've got some games that you should have the advantage on. But the division games are what they are, D-Boy. They are what they are, and they're going to be tough. 2020 third quarter, wow. It's a shootout there. Okay. D-Boy, at the end of their career, who will be the better player, TJ Watt or JJ Watt? I think JJ, because I don't think TJ is going to win three Player of the Year awards. But TJ might end up having more sacks because he'll have maybe a little more longevity and maybe not get dinged as much as far as the injuries go. So it'll probably get really close with him, D-Boy. It will get really close with him, but maybe those Defensive Player of the Year trophies will be enough. TJ will be the longer, more solid guy, but JJ flashed in his moments brighter. Darren Toy, what is up, Darren? Welcome on the chat. Seeing as how Shaquem played today on that last drive, do you think he's a 53-man roster guy for the rest of the year? Yeah, I do, and I don't understand why he hasn't been on the roster up until this point, Darren. The stat that I always go for pass rushing, because I think sacks is a very simplistic stat to take into account for pass rushers. It doesn't tell you how efficient the pass rusher is. It doesn't tell you the type of help they're getting to get those sacks. But the pass rush win rate is the big one for me, Darren, because that's the one that says, how often does this guy win in under 2.5 seconds against the guy opposite him? And last year, Shaquem was a 9.3% guy, I think, somewhere in that range, which would be better than anything we've tried out onto the field this year so far. So he wins with a little bit more efficiency than anybody else. You can't have him in there against the running game at all, but I think he's more effective, and he showed it today. He showed more today of what we saw last year. It's not just about him getting sacks, but him just being a playmaker out there, him just being a problem with that speed, TGC Nave, what is up, TGC? It's hard to say your name, TGC_. How long do you think Jamal Adams will be out? Well, we've got some optimistic people in the chat here, TG. I'm going to go with 4 weeks. So I think probably after the bye sometime we'll get him back. D-Boy says, with Lamar Jackson is playing right now, how do you see him winning a playoff game this year? Yeah, I see him finally winning a playoff game this year. I don't think he's going to get shut out once. I don't think he gets quite to the Super Bowl because I think that Ravens team is going to get a little bit older. It's going to get injured as the year goes on because they are a little older team. I don't know if they stay as healthy as they did last year, but I think he does better in the playoffs this year. The Toast, we are 3-0 without Clowney. Great job, Schneider. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, kind of. Oh, goodness. Oh, geez. Randall McDaniel, I think players on Vikings, Falcons, Eagles, and even Saints to go pluck. I think teams will wait until after week 4 to start the fire sale. Probably, Randall. Probably. They're going to probably wait a little bit longer. I'd agree. Storm of Sports, welcome into the chat. Let's go. Welcome on in, man. Darren, you're speaking to TGC. Sorry, Darren. Y2KHA says, one game, JJ Watt had 2 sack forced fumble recoveries within the 20. Yeah, I think he had that people remember him for that flash. I think TJ is just going to be consistent, 10 to 13, 14 sacks a year for 8 or 9 years. So, and JJ was so beat up, lost so much time due to injury. I think TJ will be able to play a little bit more games than him. But Watt was probably a little more, just burned a little bit brighter probably when it's all said and done. TGC, I think he'll be out for 4 weeks. It looks like a groin pull. So I'm going to go 4 weeks, maybe as much as 6. Y2K, the Texans are lost like 10-6 or some, was so depressing. Yeah, the offense and Bill O'Brien, you're supposed to be an offensive mastermind. You spent 2 first-round picks to go get your left tackle. You dealt DeAndre Hopkins, saying that you would be able to keep your offense together with the Brandon Cooks edition instead. Where's it at, man? Where's it at? This is on your shoulders, Bill. You had full autonomy of this team. Why Team 12s this year, they fixed up the run stopping. Next year, they fixed the pass rush and O-line. Hopefully so they do that, Teams 12s. They need to address it. Magic Vlogs, better late than never. I appreciate you jumping in the chat, my guy. Please, everybody, do hit that like button if you're new on in the chat or if you're just arriving. And if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free. All you got to do is press that little button. I promise, no clickbait videos. JSD, DK almost lost us the game and he won it, so it's okay. I couldn't have said it better myself, JSD. That's how I look at it. He came back and helped us win the game. So all is forgiven. All is forgiven, my son. Here's some holy water for you. Carl, does home field advantage matter this year? It matters in the respect, Carl, of you get the first round bye in addition to the home field advantage. So it's the 2 parts that you get there, that extra week of health that we're desperately looking like we're going to need at this point. And then, I think that we're going to have fans by that point, at least a partially filled stadium, Carl, at least a partially filled stadium. And they better not only allow people in there who will only scream and yell. If we get any silent Sallies in there, I want them out. Get them out of there. What's up, D-Mac? 2012 JJ Watt, 20 sacks with 16 pass deflections. That was a pretty crazy year. I think he even scored a touchdown or 2 that year, Y2K. Wasn't that when he played him at tight end? Carl, how do you feel still about Barton and BBK? I still like both of those 2 guys, Carl. You knew they were going to get Jordan Brooks on the field as soon as they could because they weren't starting him and they're already going to take some heat for taking a first-round pick that you don't have starting. Patrick Queen, for instance, was starting day 1 for the Ravens. So you knew that was going to happen. Doesn't speak to the fact that he had outplayed Barton or Ben Burke-Irvin for that, in my opinion, for that reason. So I still like those guys. Still like those guys' upside. It certainly looks like we're probably going to see a little bit more of them as we go forward. You're going to see a lot more Barton because he's probably going to be your Sam guy right now. Part of me would be thinking about maybe like moving KJ to the Sam and getting Barton at the will and seeing what he does with it there. Acoladon. I'm sorry I mispronounced your name, my guy. Sorry about that, but I appreciate you appreciating my painting. We're going to get my backdrop going here pretty soon. I got a bunch of other stuff. I'm still waiting for my shipments to come from the mainland. I just moved to Maui. So it all comes in on a slow boat here. But thanks. I love the painting too. Derek Sanchez, who do you think could be the Seahawks' first team we blow out of the water? This week could be the week you do it. I mean, Miami's got the recipe there for you to go and blow them out of the water. If I'm going to point to one team for certain, the Giants would be a team that I would point to and say that's going to be a blowout for sure. But I don't know. Maybe I'm feeling a little overconfident here. I'm not completely saying we're going to blow them out, but I feel good about saying like maybe we could blow them out. Y2KH, we need a cat in the tree. Yeah, I think we do too, man. They're out there laying around somewhere right now, so they're chilling. Emmanuel, my one patron. Welcome, my patron. Thank you for the $5 donation. Missed your stream yesterday and watched it Sunday morning. Well, I appreciate you catching up on that stream, getting me those watchers afterwards, man. Anytime you can catch the stream, I appreciate it. So thank you so much. Had a Cowboys arguing the play on Carson was clean, made my blood boil. Man, I would be boiling as well. I mean, did the guy then say that there was a clean hit on Russell on the next play when he went upside his head and tried to concuss our guy Russ? Did he say that then? Because I'm guessing that he was still probably apologizing for that as well. But it looked to me, it's a borderline play, but I do lean to the side of saying it was probably dirty. Certainly Carson could have gotten down. Maybe that's just not his style, but it was a little suspect. It was a little suspect. Thank you for the $5 donations, Emmanuel. I appreciate it. After Damian Lewis went out, did the offensive line look better, or was the Dallas defense just tired? I don't think that they looked necessarily better. They looked better in pass protection. Yes, probably. They didn't look better in the run game, though. I think that we got a little bit less as far as opening holes in the running game this week with Lewis out of that game. I think he was a key factor in that for us. Emmanuel says, Alton Robinson looked good today. What took them so long to play him? Both with him and Shaquem Griffin, Emmanuel, that's the same question that I ask, and I don't have an answer for it. I really don't. You weren't being very efficient at rushing the passer in the first game. You weren't efficient at rushing the passer in the second game. I don't know why after that first game you wouldn't have realized, Houston, we've got a problem here. Time to bring up some reserves. Anything. Y2K says my blood is also my blood. Carl nearly says coffee break. Yep, we'll do a coffee break. Let me refill. We'll be right back. Oh, boy. Here we go. So with our O-line having a good game, is that just us getting better, or the Cowgirls D-line just trash? Well, I thought the Cowboys got a decent amount of pressure in this game. It kind of came and went a little bit. Wasn't there initially, then was there. I thought they did all right. I think the thing the Cowboys did, boys, they dropped a lot of guys into coverage, so they started rushing less guys. Their front four wasn't effective as getting pass rush, but they're missing Gerald McCoy, who they counted on. DeMarcus Lawrence was working off kind of a hobbled knee. I think there was maybe a little bit of reason it wasn't as consistent for them throughout the game, but I don't take as much to say our O-line was so great. Our O-line's been good in pass protection throughout the year, in my opinion. Russ has got a lot of sacks on him and a lot of pressures on him where he just needs to get rid of the ball, and he's holding on to it too long. But I think they've done a very, very good job. Carl Nerney says, I'm so glad I have Kamara on my fantasy. Is he holding out? Well, Carl, Breeze can't throw past 6 yards now, so Kamara's getting a lot of steady dose. Pull the shooter. What is up, my guy? We got to sign somebody for our defense because I'm going to have a heart attack if one more team keeps up with us. Well, unfortunately, pull the shooter. I think we're in for a lot. I think we're in for a few of these games this year, at the very minimum, a few games. It's going to just be the way that this thing rides out, but we do need some more bodies. I'd expect the very least this week we're bringing Snacks in. Hopefully they've got some more guys that they're going to look at in addition to that. Colton Young says, do you think he could be fined for the dirty play on Carson? Nah, he's not going to be fined for it. It's a dirty play that'll just go uncalled. He'll be fined for the hit to Russell Wilson's head, but not the Carson play. That's one of those we know it's dirty things. John S. says, your analysis is solid. Thanks for doing what you do. Hey, I appreciate you, John. Thank you so much. I love doing this. It's my favorite thing to do. Favorite thing to do in the world. And you guys make it so much fun. I get in this chat, John, and it's always so active. You guys got great questions. You guys got great feedback. Even when I disagree, it's intelligent stuff that people have that they're coming up with the disagreement on. It makes it that much. I love talking football, and talking football with intelligent fans is very, very even that much funner. Y2KHA, and thank you, Keith. I'm glad you love the channel as well. Thanks for the kind words there as well. Y2KHA, give our punter 10 years and $30 million. I'd be okay with that, maybe. If we can keep him locked in at that rate and he doesn't want to renegotiate, we'll give him the Patrick Mahomes punter contract. How's that sound? The equivalent. Cordell Carter, if we get Snacks, I think we would be better. He's a big man, more attention, and lets the pass rush get home. Yeah, Cordell, there was a lot of, and especially I was seeing this from Detroit Lions fans telling me, he doesn't give you anything. He's got no pass rush left. Look at the guy's stats, even when he came over from Detroit, and they're all telling us he's fallen so far back. He still put up some pretty good tackle numbers, which that's his game, is being a good run stuffer. And when I've watched him, he's been able to collapse a pocket. He's not a high sack guy. He ain't Aaron Donald in there, but he is a guy that can press a pocket back and make a quarterback uncomfortable. Certainly force a quarterback into other oncoming rush at that point. John S. says, I'll definitely be following you from now on. I appreciate that, John. That's why I do these live streams too, man. I hope you all, every time to do it, pick up a couple as we just keep kind of going more. We're about 19 months into this channel, had some fantastic growth. So, I appreciate it though. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Michael Simon, Griffin only has one interception in his career. He's got more than that. He's got 3 plus the one. He's got 4 now. 4 career interceptions at this point in his career. So he's got 4. but still not very many for a guy that's got now is into his 4th season. That's the thing with this particular defense that separates you as a cornerback. And let's unwind this. Let's kind of reverse engineer this a little bit. Within our system, our quarterbacks play zone coverage a huge amount of the time, and they tend to play the deep zone, cover 3. So there's a protect against the deep ball more often than not. This also means they'll give up short incompletions, but this also means that the cornerback position becomes a little devalued in our defense. This is why you've never seen the Seahawks go after a cornerback in the 1st round or in the 2nd round, nor have you seen the Seahawks go out and pay big money on a free agent cornerback like Darius Slade that was available this offseason. They don't do that. And the reason being is it is a little devalued in our system because of that. You can bring other guys in. You can rotate guys in. You can rotate Shaquille Griffin-like players who can come in and cover pretty well, tackle okay, don't really have a lot of ball skills. You can find that guy on a rookie deal. You don't have to pay $10 million a year for that guy. You don't have to put 1/10 of your cap to that particular guy. So it's one of those things with me where if you're going to pay a guy in the system, he's got to be a guy like Richard Sherman. He's got to be the smart guy who understands the moments when he can jump a route, read the route combinations, trust the film, know when he doesn't have to stay to that back half cover 3 and he can jump the in-cutting route and trust his eyes. Shaquille doesn't have that. He doesn't trust his eyes. He stays very safe into the context of the play. He'll stay into his cover zone, but he's never going to jump that route. And those things are the things that hold me back from being willing to want to pay him at really pretty much at any kind of rate, unless it's an extreme discount. I'm going to go OCC is what I'm going to call you because I'm just going to tear up your name, OCC 2.0. But he says Shaquille Griffin seems to always be behind the receiver. Yeah, I agree. And that's part of, to me, his read and react and an ability to just put his foot in the ground and jump around at times. Even today with the interception, he got the interception, but it was a ball thrown behind. It wasn't him jumping a route. It's a ball thrown to the back of the guy's shoulder, and he's right there to make a play. Made a great play, make a great catch. All of those things were good. But the rest of the game, he did not play well. The rest of the game, it was not there. And he just doesn't, not sticky enough for me in coverage for me to be wanting to pay this guy. I got into a pretty big fight with, not a big fight, got a debate with Softy of the 950 KJR show last week about this, where he's wanting him to pay him. And I said, you don't pay this guy. It's just too early, man. It's just too early. You need to see more data. I need to see him play another season like he played last year, put another one back to back before I'm going to pay you for 1 year of good work in 3 years. The Trey O'Neill. What's up, Trey? Welcome on to the chat. A lot of new faces in here. So good to see. Someone I work with is a Dallas fan and bet me $100 that the Cowboys was going to win. I get $100 tomorrow. Unless he does the Indian giver thing, Trey, right? Unless he pulls back on you. He's like, oh, I bet you guys, the officials. Don't ever put it past a Cowboy fan now. Don't put it past a Cowboy fan, Trey. You make sure he gives you that money. But we got some people making money. You guys were betting this week. I think we had TJ was betting. We had a couple people who won some money this week. It's good to see, but you guys were a lot more confident, I guess, this week than I was. I needed to up my confidence level. Leroy Estevan, what is up? How you doing? We are doing awesome. We are riding high. We're 3-0, top of the division in the toughest division in football. Come on. Carl says, I definitely called it on Posick during the offseason, bro. Great. Oh, you definitely called it on Posick during the offseason, bro. Great call. Didn't think you have a chance after Finney was signed. Yep, I'm going to rub my little apple on that one and polish it off for myself on that one. I called the Posick. I said he was going to be a starter, and I leaned on it. I really like this guy, Carl. I always liked his tape going back to college. I always felt he was really being like short sailed by putting him at the guard position. When a guy's a center, doesn't mean he's necessarily going to be able to be a good guard. Sometimes a center is just a center. Sometimes a guard is just a guard. Sometimes a tackle is just a tackle. This guy, I think, is just a center. And he showed the one play that really stood out for me on this game, Carl, was the play on the toss sweep to Chris Carson early on, where they have a key 3rd and 1 and they pitch it out wide. I love that play where you get a defense so locked in on the running back. It seems to always kind of work when they do that with Carson. But what you saw with Posick is Posick pulled on that play. He was able to then first get his hand on the front side defender who had kind of a slight free run at Chris Carson if he recognized the play and didn't bite on the inside zone, holds him up for just a moment, completes the pull, gets out a hat on another defender to make it into like a 20, 25-yard run. That's the kind of thing that's the sort of skills as a center, the combo blocking that he really is good at, the knowing how to help a defender out, knowing when to get a hand on the guy and then go back down on the second level, those zone blocking principles. He's really good in that realm. JSD, could Seattle bring back Cam Chancellor or Marshawn Lynch? I think Cam Chancellor's done with that neck injury, JSD, and welcome on into the chat. Marshawn Lynch is maybe a more likely possibility. Depends, I think, upon where the health is of Rashad Penny, but I hope they've at least called Marshawn and told him to start working out. Now, for some reason, I don't know why my connection's getting a little weird, but hopefully you guys are hearing me okay. Kev Noor is a changed man. Jollywood. I love your name, Ken Jor. You think we can get upsetted next week because we're playing at 10 a.m. and Seattle loses these type of games? Well, I'll give you a little bit of some candy for you, Ken Vor. We are 6-0 right now over the last year and a half in 10 a.m. games. Now, one could say that that's an indicator that we're due to lose one year coming up at some point. I'm going to go ahead and point to the Buffalo game being the game that we probably lose at 10 a.m. But I don't think it comes this week, Ken Vor. I think that they are going to have some young, hungry guys out there that aren't taking this week for granted. They know they got to show out. They know that we're light. They know that it may be Miami, but I don't think that they play underneath. And they seem, whatever Carroll's seemingly done in the background, he's got this team up and ready to play at 10 a.m. games. Every time they play in these wins that they've gotten, they've been ready to roll, which when you go back for years with us at Seattle, that's been one of the big problems, the big hard thing with teams, going back to Mike Holmgren coach teams and Dennis Erickson teams, and even back to Chuck Knox teams. The early 10 a.m. games were just brutal. Those guys just couldn't seem to wake up on time. But it's gotten better. Y2KH, did you watch Tampa Bay today? How did Brady look? I know most people hate him, but I want him to have a good year and good year without Belichick. I've never been a fan, but got to respect his game. Well, I do respect his game as well, Y2K. I'm sorry, I didn't see a lot. I was watching the NFL Red Zone earlier, and they were bouncing between some other games, so I didn't get to see much of him today. But I'll watch the highlights that they run out on YouTube and maybe check and see how he played. I think they're going to still be a very strong team this year. I'm not selling on them. I think they're going to be one of the teams that's there at the end and in trouble, tough to deal with. They've got the front four. They can generate pressure. If you had to play them again with like we did last year, we saw, they can be a problem. D-Mac. D-Boy, hey, the Hawks Nest. My dad is a Cowboys fan, and he's listening to the live stream with me right now. Can you tell him better luck next year? I wish you luck, father of D-Boy. I wish you guys very much luck to next year, but don't feel too bad at this point either, my father, because you guys still have the golden path. The yellow brick road sits in front of you to go get that division. The Eagles aren't going to take it. The Redskins just lost Chase Young this year. And come on, the Giants, they couldn't beat up the Niners when the Niners got half their team gone. You guys are still going to walk your way to that division. Not only are you guys going to walk your way to that division, that you're going to be able to have an opportunity as the year goes on where even if you don't get the home field advantage in the first round bye, you're going to be able to put some guys up on the shelf and rest them. So tell your dad that it's a tough win, but they played a hell of a game today, and they're still going to be in the playoffs. There may be a rematch coming down the trek, D-Boy. And thank you for listening, D-Boy's dad. I appreciate you. Y2KH, make Cam the D coordinator. Or the secondary coach, right? One of the two. Ken Vor is a changed man. The only INT Russ has had is Olsen. It's Olsen's fault. Yeah, Russ is playing the quarterback position, not just at a great position, not just at an elite position, not just at a generational talent level position. He's playing at a position and a level we have never seen the quarterback position played at. Bottom line. Now it's 3 games, sample size. But even when you match this up with where he was playing last year, and in my opinion, an MVP season, he's been maintaining this actually for a little bit of time now. Ken Vor says, Russ has the best passer rating in the NFL. He damn well better should with how many touchdowns he has. He dang well should. And he's, by the way, he is in contention to be one of the best all-time rated passers ever. Aaron Rodgers is kind of winding down here. Russell's still got a lot of years to catch him. He could end up having that stat in his back hip as well. And I was telling you guys about, he starts stacking these stats. Most comeback victories all time for a starting quarterback. Maybe most touchdown passes all time if he keeps starting to up the ante with that. Best passer rating all time. If he starts stacking up the Lombardis in addition to these kind of statistics that he has, that's when now it's going to take a couple of Lombardis, okay? It's not 1 or 2. It's going to take a few extras, but that's when he starts to really rise up those all-time ranks as the quarterback where he lies with the other quarterbacks. Imagine if we had Gordon and Dorsett. Yeah, even more dangerous, the GOAT. Even more dangerous if you got those two guys. Carl says, and how come I see last 2 weeks is how Cam Newton and Dak Prescott hung in there laughing. Yeah, everyone was really happy to give Cam praise against the Hawks last week and hesitant. it seemed like to praise the Seahawks outside of Russell Wilson. I would probably expect more in this next week, though I will say, Dak threw a couple interceptions this week. It's going to be hard for them to glob his knob this week when look, he had 3 interceptions, could have had 4. Dak didn't play out of his mind amazing. He played very good, though. He did throw for a lot of yards. 400 yards is 400 yards. Darren says the Seahawks had such a great screen game going against Atlanta. They seem to still move away from that. We are still winning, so I can't complain. That was my key with the second half, Darren, is that we went into a little bit more of going after those deep shots, didn't go into the running game, didn't try those swing passes, which in the first 2 weeks, Russell's really been willing to utilize those elements of the game. And that was some of the thing that he didn't do in recent years. He's been a little more hesitant at times to take those checkdowns. He's kind of always looking for the deep shot, the big play. So I'd like to see them go back to more of that next week against Miami. Y2K says, my 10-6 comment was years ago when J.J. Watt had 2 sacks, forced fumble. So sad. D-Boy says, Tom Brady, I need a debt breakdown on him. Oh, you definitely need a breakdown on Tom. Well, Tom's not going to push it down. The key with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and this is really the key, their defense is going to do what it's going to do. It's going to struggle a little bit on the back end, though I like Antoine Winfield Jr. a lot there. The front 7 is going to keep them in football games. The key with Brady is that we chose a team that basically runs an offense with Bruce Arians that's completely the opposite of what is actually the right fit for Tom Brady at this point in time in his career. Brady wants spread formations and quick passes. Out, 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 out. Bruce Arians says, if you don't risk it, you don't get the biscuit. He wants to do 7-step drops and let her rip far down the field. Well, Tom Brady doesn't have the arm strength really to push those balls down the field anymore like he used to. And that's going to fall away as the season goes on and he gets older. The older quarterbacks, the arm strength starts to go down as the year goes along. It's one of the disconcerting things with Drew Brees already having the arm strength fall off. You could okay and understand to start to see that around week 8 or 9 or 10, but this is the 3rd week with no training camp and your arm's already falling off. Same thing will happen with Tom to a degree where that arm will continue to go backwards. So how willing is Bruce Arians to start to adopt some of the concepts that really Brady can still flourish in, some of that short passing attack? Now, I will say in games like Mike Evans, he's not a short route guy, so that doesn't really fit to what Evans does. Godwin can do a little bit more of that. But that's really the key for them on their season is how they make that mesh work between those 2 diametrically opposed ways of going about attacking offensively. Cordell Carter says, you probably said it, but I missed. Snacks is a big help. He is a big help. He's going to be a big help in helping the rotation out. He'll save Jaron Reed, who's having to play like 90% of the snaps right now and still being a very effective a player in those snaps. But I'd like to get him down to more of the 60 to 70% range. This guy will do that by getting him out on early downs so you can get Jaron Reed when he needs to rush the passer. Him with Puna down on the inside, put Puna at the 3-tech early on. This matches up to a lot of what you did back in the 2013, 2014 years because we'd have the NASCAR package on late downs to rush the passer, right? Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett, Clint McDonald, and then Chris Clemens. But then on early downs, what you would do is you'd have Red Bryant in Cliff Averill's role. You would have Tony McDaniel then on the inside and then Brandon McBain over on the other side. And Clemens would play all the way through most of the time. So you could kind of replicate that a little bit by bringing in Snacks, having 2 big 1-techs early downs, and again, just continue to ramp up that stopping the run. You could become probably the best team in the league at stopping the run at that point, which is something to hang your hat on. Because once you get the playoff time, teams are going to want to run the football. Teams are going to be trying to lean on that. TJ says, I just saw it, man. It's so bad. 1,300 yards given up by the defense. Yeah, they give up a lot of yards. Yarl, what is up, Yarl? I saw a man's over-under. Russ will break Peyton's record at 56 passing touchdowns. Whew. Man, it's hard because you look at it right now and you go, well, his current pace has him at 50. I think somebody said 57 touchdowns. So he'd have to maintain this current pace just to get to 57, which would be 1 to break Peyton's record. That's hard to see him doing that. That's hard to keep that up over the course of the year, especially when you're not getting the benefit of like Peyton did playing in a thin air, stadium at that point against lesser competition like he did in the AFC West at that time. Probably not, but can Russell push for 50 touchdowns this year? Yes. I think he could get to that realm. I'm going under, but I love Cordell. I love your confidence, man. I love your confidence. TJ says, Cody Barton is going to be a starter. There's no one else I see. I'd agree with that. They did slide into a lot of nickel stuff in this game, so they didn't play as much base TJ. So it may not be as much a big deal as it was last year because they are willing to go to nickel, and Ugo is playing pretty good in that role. Magic Vlog says Tyler had an amazing game. Agree. Tyler, I think, could have had easily 13, 14 receptions in this game. Vlogs, if Russell hits on a couple of those passes in the first half that were a little bit off target. But he was fantastic. He's so money, such solid hands, so vital to what we want to do in this offense. Him and TK are really a great combination. The type of routes they run at their best and the way they attack defenses, fantastic combination of players. Y2K says, I just want Barton to get a shot at his actual position. Let him cover some guys. Yeah, that's why I was thinking Y2K. I'd prefer if they maybe like took KJ and move him over to the Sam and then let Cody play at the will. It's moving two players rather than one with the injury. But, KJ, that would reduce some of KJ having to be out on island and testing his legs because he definitely looks like he's lost a couple steps. And then it would allow you to let Cody come out there and run. Use him, as you said, let him do what he does best. Carl Nerney says, I can moderate without a blue title. Carl, I can get you in as a moderator, man. I don't mind. If you want to be a moderator, I'll make you a moderator. Gerald Turner, Ugo had a presence in college. He could be the missing Jenga piece. Gerald, he has impressed me over the last 2 weeks. He has. And I was high on the guy when we drafted him. I was high after we saw him last preseason and how he kind of played in the preseason, the kind of player you were looking at him. He's a guy that really has got that feisty, just a good football player kind of vibe to him, a good tackler. He could lay a lick. He's a guy who I think could intercept the ball if he's in the right position, the right place. The key with him, the key I wanted to see in this game was, can he cover an open space? I've seen him get beat at times where he's there with the ball but doesn't make a play, or the guy gets a little separation on him. I felt like Gerald in this game, he played a lot more solid in coverage than he has, and that's great to see that part develop in his game. He was our best cover guy and probably our best secondary player in this game by a decent margin. D-Boy, the Hawks Nest, we're going to make this your full-time job. You just wait and see. If we do, that will be my dream, D-Boy. So that's what I'd love to get to there. That would be, if we do, you guys will be getting videos from me on a daily basis. I promise you that. So keep hitting that subscribe button, keep hitting that like button, keep smashing that notification bell, and we will get there. Oh, Mama's in the chat. Mama's dropping $5 on her boy. Thank you, Mom, for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. Brandon Eichrick says, why has Jamal disappeared? Well, I think the injury thing kind of hurt. He was blitzing a little bit early in this game. Probably hasn't been as effective, Brendan, as to your point, as he was in his first game with us. So there is a little bit of that. But I don't have really enough data to go off from this game. He was out at this game, I think, like just after halftime. But he's not necessarily done a ton in coverage for us up until this point. He's good at blitzing. He's solid in the running game, which we expected. But certainly we do need to see a little bit more from Jamal Adams in coverage at this point. Carl Nerney says, is Michael Kendricks still available? And how do you feel about that? He is still available. I'm out on Michael Kendricks at this point, coming off the ACL. Certainly if the linebacker position gets weaker and lower, but I don't know that he's an upgrade over what you get in Cody Barton at this point. He didn't show me a lot last year that really tantalized me as a player. He was put in a position to really show out, and he didn't show me much. I think he led the league in missed tackles. No. As my little nephew would say, no. Team 12s, I left for a second. What did you say when I said we should sign Clay, Snacks, and Kerrigan? I think it's the easiest, quickest path to go with on this one, Team 12s. I think you can get all three of them. And I give you the 2 thumbs up as far as it's a great suggestion, and I think you should do it. Darren says, Team 12, oh, thank you, Team Darren, for that. OCC 2.0, do you think the Packers are a top 5 team? I do. Yeah, I do think they're a top 5 team. The division's not looking that strong there, in my opinion, though Nick Foles is now in. Maybe he upsets the whole thing there for Chicago. But the Vikings don't look good. Detroit doesn't look very good. I know they beat the Cardinals, but it seems like Detroit always gets a couple of those kind of wins every year. I think that they've got it pretty handily in that division, and I think that they're going to be a problem for us. We always seem to have to play them in the playoffs. It seems like it's destiny. It's set. It's set in the clouds. It's set in the stars. We're gonna have to deal with that team at some point, OCC. DKN says Tristan Hill needs to be kicked out of the NFL. Well, I wouldn't hate him getting a nice fat check this week. I don't think he'll get kicked out of the NFL, but certainly looked pretty dirty, didn't it, DK? Certainly looked pretty darn dirty in those little moments he had. So, Tough to see for Carson, too. You wanted to see him show out this year, and really, if he wasn't going to get paid here in Seattle, get paid somewhere. Hopefully, he can get back before the year ends and at least, find a way to do something, man. I really do, because I feel real bad for that guy. He's such a strong, hard runner, gives it all out there on the football field. He had added an element this year where his hands look so much better. Just tough. Tough. Michael Simon, how did Detroit beat Arizona today? I can't say for sure on this, Michael Simon, so I'm going to be guessing. But with Matt Patricia, you get a guy who's going to run a lot of different varied looks at you. And probably one of the things Arizona's been able to run up in the first couple of weeks is some very simplified looks on the defensive side of the ball. That probably settled it up for Kyler, made it a little easier for him to read things. Detroit's probably willing to do a variety of different things as far as moving guys around defensively and confuse a young quarterback who's still kind of coming along. So I would guess that's probably how they did it, but I haven't seen the game, so that's me predicting it blind. Mom says, "Oh, my heart can't take these games, Mom. My heart can't take it either." Okay, I can't do many more of these. I just want some handed blowouts. Can we get some handed blowouts? That sounds nice to me. How about you? You in on that? Gerald Turner, where was the Swain sweep in the second half? Gerald, this is one of the things that I would ask offensive coordinators league-wide more of, and I don't know why we don't see it more. You certainly see the 49ers really embrace this with Deebo Samuel last year, and they even did it a little bit today with their rookie, Brandon Ayuk. And that is, why not implement the fly sweeps more? It seems like they're always good for 5, 6, 7 yards. You have guys in Tyler Lockett. You mentioned Swain, David Moore, guys who would be really adept at running it from time to time. It really challenges the defense to have to play this discipline because they're going to want to hang in there for the run up the middle. They're not going to want to play. They're not going to want to play the fly sweep and lose their gap integrity. So I don't know why they don't go to it more, Gerald. It's a conundrum to me, but I sure would like to see at least 3 to 4 times a game you run a fly sweep. Challenge that defense at that edge. Challenge them to set the edge and not, try to cheat up there on the inside zone runs, which you love to run. And that's what they're doing. That's usually why you can beat it is you've got the ends kind of crashing down to close up that middle and really tighten things up. So it widens it out on the edges for them to then get around. Space says, I hate to say when we get burned deep, Jamal was blitzing. Not always, but still. It's the downside, Space, of blitzing as often as you are, you're going to give up bigger plays. It comes with it, man. When you blitz as often as we're blitzing like top 3 in the league, you're going to get beat deep a lot in that case because you're putting guys out on islands. And we don't have guys that we've drafted to put them out on islands. Gerald Turner says, good show. Can I have you at work now? Watch this guy drop the F-bomb. Yeah, I try to stay away from the F-bombs because it helps me with the old ad revenue, Gerald, and getting the algorithm to show. YouTube loves to penalize you when you're naughty. But I will drop an F-bomb every once in a while. If we lost today, I probably would be dropping a lot more F-bombs. I'm in a much better mood because of that. Juno White, thoughts on the defensive game plan and Ken Norton? I liked Ken Norton's game plan overall. I thought he did what he could with what he had. I like the aggressive nature of what they did. I think the cornerbacks let them down a little bit in this game. They didn't play very good. I don't like when you leave Trey Flowers out on an island with Michael Gallup deep. I don't ever like that, especially when you're asking him to go play press coverage. You should be playing off coverage in those kind of situations. That's one of those coaching penalties where I come in. That's on the coach at that point. You should have let the player know that. But I don't know that there's a defensive coordinator out there that was going to magically scheme this defense into being a top 15 defense right now. Just not playing well enough. And you don't have the horses. You could make that other argument. So, I'm not happy with Norton as defensive coordinator, but there's a myriad of problems here at play. It's not just the go put this silver bullet in your gun and fire it and you'll fix it, being change out the defensive coordinators. Juno also says, with how things are looking in Atlanta, would you take Dan Quinn over Ken Norton as defensive coach? I would, Juno. I would take it, but I would be more happy with Pete going with a more dynamic hire, something outside of his comfort zone. I don't need a retread through here. And I like Dan Quinn as a defensive coordinator quite a bit. Team 12 says, I think Wilson likes Disley more because Wilson has been targeting his wide receivers more than throwing to Olsen. A little bit. He's been targeting Olsen a decent amount, to my eyes. And Disley got a couple of throws, but he didn't get a lot of action in this game. They've seemed like they've been very protective with Will Disley so far, Team 12s. Darren says, I don't know if you saw, through 2 games, I counted 13 quarterback hits. Tonight we had 10. I want to say that I'm excited and hopeful our pass rush is on the comeuppance, but I think it's the Cowboys line being so bad. Yeah, and here's where I might caution you, Darren, in looking at the quarterback hits. I would caution you on this as far as total team pressure rates. Look at individual pressure rates, not the team pressure rates. Because when you're pressuring with more guys than an offensive line is going to block, the quarterback's often going to get that ball out to a hot receiver. And when he completes that pass, it's going to go for a lot of yards. This is as opposed to when you look at the pass rush win rate with the front four getting pass pressure and you have all those guys back in coverage, and it's much more likely to be an incomplete pass or a short completion. So this also goes along with the quarterback hits, Darren. You're going to have, when you're blitzing top 3 in the league, right? When you're blitzing more than the top 3 the 27, 20 other teams in the league, then you would expect the quarterback hits to also go up, especially as you're giving up a lot of first downs and a lot of letting the drives continue to move down the field. That's more opportunities. That's more chances to rush the passer. It's about efficiency when it comes to pass rush. It really is. It's not about those total numbers. It's how efficient you're being in getting there. And it's good they are getting hits at least. They're getting some hits, but in that it's improving. That's a great point to point out that they are improving over the first 2 games. But it sure would be nice if they could be a little more efficient at it. You know, there's a price to be paid when you blitz that often. So you want to be efficient with it. Darren says also he also hit Russ with that helmet to helmet. Yep. You're just pointing out to DK. Team 12's Wilson's pace is on throw to 73. Okay, that sounds about more right. I was wondering how he could be on this pace and only for 57. So he's on pace for 73, 6, or 68. Team 12. Team 12, we need the math, Brady. You got to give us the math. Just take his total number of touchdowns divided by the number of games times it by 16, and that's what you get. D-Boy, if sorry, guys, lost in the chat here, so bear with me just a sec as I locate where I was at. D-Boy says, if Russ is not the MVP vote this year, do you think it will never happen if it's not happening this year? If that my man throws for 60 touchdowns and they don't give him the MVP, then the sports writers of America can stick their pencils up their ass. They got another thing coming at that point. So, hopefully not. B. Russ, his current pace is 75 touchdowns. So he has a chance to break Manny's record at that pace. Somebody asked that earlier. I thought it was at 57, but if it's anywhere from 68 to 75 based on your guys' math, he has a chance. He's got a chance. And let's not forget, like I said, we're getting Josh Gordon back. We're getting potentially Antonio Brown into the mix on this as well. Last year, Russell started out that epic run, but then he started to lose the horses. Josh Gordon got suspended. Offensive line kind of went out of whack. Your running backs got beaten up and taken down. You got left with less and less and less and less. He couldn't flourish as much. Now we got the horses maybe to keep ourselves up there. Other streamer made a good comment. Wagner started his career on 4 straight number 1 defenses. This has to be weighing heavy on him. Yeah, it does. It does, man. I know it's hard. And I had heard, supposedly speaking in the background, that when it was announced basically that the Seahawks weren't going in on Jadeveon Clowney, both KJ Wright and Bobby Wagner went into the coach's office and kind of cursed him out. Went to the coaches of the front office and cursed them both out, saying, what are you guys doing? And I think they kind of saw some of this coming down the pike. And I can understand where Bobby could be frustrated. But again, Bobby also has to understand too, not a few linebackers throughout their career are going to get to play with top 5 defenses over a 10-year career. It's few linebackers get to play with top defenses, period. So it's and here's the third element of this, Bobby. You want to be paid at the top of the market on this deal, your third contract with the team. You didn't take a discount. Russ didn't take a discount. You eventually guys got to make your bed with the fact that if you guys are going to ask for the top of the market at your position and break the bank, which I ain't arguing, I ain't hating you for. But when you do that, you make it harder to build the rest of the team around you. D Nugget with the $1.99 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. I appreciate you with the dono. TJ Wilburn says, do you get paid by YouTube yet? I do get paid a little bit by YouTube. The donations are the thing that really drive it, TJ, from you guys. It's probably about, I don't know, I probably like every 2.5 months, 3 months or so, I might get like about 150 from YouTube or so. So not complaining. I'm fine with that. But as we get bigger and bigger, I'm going to start selling swag. I got my merchandising shop up here. So I'm going to have that off to you guys soon. So we just create a couple of trickles, a little YouTube revenue, a little advertising revenue, a little merchandise revenue. Eventually, I get enough revenue, I can do it full time, and then the floodgates open because I can talk to you guys 24/7. 24/7. Oh, Mom's getting some love in the chat, Mom. You're getting some love in the chat. Y2K, perhaps you could put this on other platforms such as Twitch. Might bring some more viewers. It's a good suggestion, Y2K. I'm down to do that. I am on Twitch right now under the TheSeahawksNest on Twitch. So I can maybe look to do a few more things with that. Y2KH says, people say kickers aren't people. I say running backs aren't people. Just plug one into these guys and we'll be fine without Carson. I agree with it, Y2K. You're in the era where every bit of the information is told you, from analytics to the contracts given to these players who get paid and then get injured very quickly. You don't want to pay running backs. You can get equivalent talent at a very cheap rate. Stay in that lane. Use the resources in other places. And that's what I'm about at this point. I want to use the resources in other places. So I just don't want to pay running backs at this point. Maybe it's Sean Alexander burnt me back in the day and I just am too bitter by it, but I just can't pay running backs. OCC 2.0, I just found this channel on this stream. I'm definitely subscribing. Thank you for the subscription, OCC. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate it. It's all I ask. Just give me a like and a sub, man, and you put a smile on my face. I'm glad you like the content. Carl Nerney says, Aaron Rodgers has 122 points so far. How much does Russell have? Oh, he's got to be 250. You got to be putting the 250 on there, right? Appreciate it, D-Nugget. Bleed Blue and Green, how about our rookie class? Alton Robinson, where was this guy? Why has he not been playing? By the way, thumbnail A++. Thank you. I thought everyone loved the thumbnail today. I don't know, man. Him and Shaquem, I don't have a good question. I just don't have a good understanding of why you wouldn't have had him through the first two games. You knew coming into this year, the pass rush was going to be weak. You knew you wanted to keep the rotation there with Mayowa and Irvin and not have them play too many snaps, yet you asked those guys to play essentially 90 snaps. And I don't know if we can point to that being a reason behind Irvin going down and that he's playing too many snaps at that point. But I got to think it might have been a factor. So hopefully they've learned their lesson with that guy and they're going to let these guys roll. Maybe they're just trying to control their snap counts, not put them on a full 16-game season this year, kind of bring it down a little bit, just protect them a little bit. I'd like to think it's something like that there was some kind of extra strategy involved, extra layer of strategy involved. TJ, it literally took you 13 minutes to answer 5 questions. I know. Well, you ask good questions, TJ. You guys ask such good questions. If you guys didn't get to the meat of the bone, I'd be able to just spin right through these. The GOAT 209, once we get Penny back, them outside runs, whoosh, I agree. We need Penny back for those outside runs. We could use a little more speed at the running back position, especially to test those edges. And that guy ran at like 7 yards a carry on outside tackle runs last year. Aneti. I hope I pronounced it right. Sorry if I didn't. Aneti. Hi, thank you for jumping on the chat. I says, I'm new here. How do you feel about our defense? Well, I think we are not seeing the best version of what we'll see as our defense when we get to the end of the year. I'm going to sit there, and that's my positive side of the take on it. They will get better, but I will say that this is not good enough right now as well. I think that if you're going to play like this defensively throughout the whole rest of the season, it's very hard to see you getting to a Super Bowl, much less winning the Super Bowl. With that said, it can be fixed. There are fixable items out there. There is some young talent here that's kind of percolating and bubbling. There is some reason for being optimistic here to a degree. So they can improve, Anity. They absolutely can improve. But it's definitely troublesome right now because it's not just bad. It's like league worst bad. And it's hard to look at recent Super Bowl teams that even got into the Super Bowl and see a team that's gotten there with that kind of defense operating that fashion. Though we do stop the run. And now we're starting to get the turnovers. So maybe they are starting to kind of turn certain aspects of it around. Brandon says this blitzing thing needs to stop. The DB core is good enough to cause coverage sacks when healthy. I'd like to see them maybe try going this direction, Brendan. You tried to be a top 10 blitzing team last year. You finished the season 29th in sacks. You're now a top 3 blitzing team this year. And to my eyes, your blitzers are not getting home, much less causing much pressure. Part of that, I would argue, is that they don't disguise well pre-snap, so the quarterback can recognize what's coming and when it's coming and when he's got to hit his hot route early. But either way, maybe it's time for a little bit of an adjustment there. Hey, great start for Robinson, says Y2K. Great to have him confidence going forward. If he can be good, playoff time, but that would be huge. That would be huge if we could. And we are going to get Rasheem Green back too. I'm selling a little bit on that guy, but the next stingers do improve. They take a little bit of time, but he will be back as well. I don't expect him to be out all season long. Carl says, I want to fight Drew Brees' kids. They just seem like King Joffreys to me. Well, rich kids are up against it. They usually got that going for them, so it's tough for them. Michael Simon, did you see Russ hold his hamstring on his last run? No, I didn't. Michael. That's he did seem at time. No, I didn't. If you're trying to freak me out, Michael. Dead Crow, Green Bay wins 37-30. Woof. Barn burner down there with New England's in Green Bay. 37-30. Like I said, Green Bay's legit, you folks. They're going to be a problem this year. Green Bay, Tampa Bay, that's our big threats outside of the division. Those are the two guys to me that freak me out maybe the most about what we might have to end up dealing with. But they're tough. And Rodgers is really letting it, for the first time in a few years, he seems to be really letting it, slinging it. Matthias 23451 says, I could see us going 5-0. No real top teams until Arizona. I could as well. The schedule sets out for us nicely as we move forward here, especially with the bye and the injuries. D-Nugget says, your thoughts on offensive line. Okay. Are they okay? Seems like Russ almost doesn't need them. Well, I think he does need them, and I think that they're playing better than they played over the last few years right now overall. And I think especially in pass protection, they've been very, very, very good. He had a lot of time back there to throw today. He was kept very clean. When he did have pressure, there was some early pressures at times from Alden Smith, but most of the time when the pressure did come, it was on Russell Wilson holding the ball for a little bit too long, D-Nugget. So I loved what he did with that. I'm very encouraged by where they're playing. Hopefully we can get Damian Lewis back, but Jordan Simmons played solidly in his stead. Mike Iupati's playing great. Brown's being steady. He got beat on the early sack with Alden Smith, kind of settled down after that. And Shell is kind of what he is. But I like Posick. Do I have a Patreon? D-Nugget asked. So D-Nugget, I do have a Patreon. It's actually in my description section of this video. You can see a link to my Patreon. So if you want to go be a Patreon member, Emmanuel Mendahane is my current only Patreon member. So you could be number 2, D-Nugget. D-Boy says, who will be a great defeat? Who will get defeat of player of the year in your book? I know it's okay. So D-Boy asks, who's going to be the defensive player of the year, in my opinion, this year? Who would be the guy that shows up and does it? I think Aaron Donald wins it, D-Boy. I've watched a couple of the games with the Rams so far, and he's doing a lot of what we're talking about with Russell Wilson, where it seems he essentially is raising his level to another game. I mean, he almost single-handedly was beating the Bills this week in the early game. He was just crushing him. He was in Josh Allen's head by the end. I mean, he was wrecking shop. He's absolutely playing out of his mind, and I could see him winning it this year. It's hard for the defensive tackles to win it, but the guy's he's just above everybody else, in my opinion. He just is. There's not another defensive player heads and shoulders above where he's at. OCC says, what do you think of the Hawks record will be? OCC, I'm going to fall in line right now with saying we'll probably fall out about 12-4, maybe 13-3. But 12-4 looks pretty solid along the lines right now. I'd probably see us losing a couple games in the division. I see us losing probably the Buffalo Bills game, which probably puts us right in the nature of right around the 13-3, 12-4, but somewhere in there. I don't have it, and I can't give you – I'm going to sit on the fence on this one. I can't give you a certain one way or another on that. The defense has got me freaked out. It's got me freaked. Darren says, really enjoyed the stream today. I don't know if you've seen, but California has been on fire recently. Being a firefighter, I just got deployed to another fire. I'll see you on the next week after another W. Go Hawks. Darren, I salute you for the work you're doing out there. You guys as firefighters, especially you guys got to do the forest fires. It's so dangerous. And it's such thankless type work. It's not like the cops, the firefighters, those fancy firefighters in the cities that all the women get to swoon over. You guys got to go out there and do the dirty work with that being on. Yeah, good job. Thanks. Great. I've known a few guys that have had to do those firefighting stuff out there, and it's real tough work. It's really stressful. You stay safe out there. Don't take any risks. Don't take any chances. Hopefully that the rains will come soon. We can play for some rains, but I appreciate you taking some time out of your stressful, crazy schedule and sub it up to the channel, man. Welcome aboard. We're just growing here, but we're off to some great, beautiful, big things. And thank you for what you do, man. I appreciate you. And go Hawks. D-Boy says, what's my prediction for the game next week? I'm going to go with 34-24 Seahawks. I'm going to go with that. I wasn't bad. I was pretty close this week, by the way. You guys all thought I was shooting for the moon with the 41-38. But if we'd gone into overtime, I would have been right on the button on that one. Matthias, 2-3-4-5-1. Great to see Greg get that fourth down catch. Really secured our game-winning drive. It is too. I don't want to see us having to transfer to Disley too early. Disley's in a position where I want to protect that guy as we move into the later reaches of the season. So let's get Olsen some early run and get him some confidence and get him with the rapport with Russell Wilson. And he had that today. It was really, really good to see. Dustin, we are still on. You are correct. Still rolling and toiling. Derek Sanchez, who could the Cardinals lose to? I think the Cardinals are not necessarily guaranteed to get to the 10-6, 9-7 level. I've predicted that for them, Derek, but they're a young team and they're going to be a little wild at the stick because of that. So week in and week out, it could fluctuate. They could lose to a team they should beat teams they should lose. You're going to see a little bit of that, which makes them probably the hardest team in our division to predict. And some of it's going to be based on health too, as we look at their health situation. But I think they're still going to be solid. They'll bounce back from this loss. But it's good to see them lose. It's good to be on top of the division as the only team. Back-to-back chokes. Who back-to-back chokes on that, Dustin? Carl Nerney says, how did the playoffs work this year? Can two teams from the same division go? Yeah, in fact, you have the possibility of 3 teams from a division going to the playoffs this year. So the way it works is that they took away the extra bye. So you used to have 2 teams that would get the bye in each conference. Now only one of those teams gets the bye and the home field advantage to the playoffs. But in addition to this, there's going to be an extra wild card team. So now that team that used to get the bye in the first round has to actually play in the first round, making that first round bye so much more important and valuable. So that's kind of how it plays. A little bit more, one more extra game, one more extra team is going to make the playoffs this year. I don't know, and I don't know how that's going to play out. It'll be interesting to see how that sort of affects things. Your win projections have gotten bumped up by 1 win, Y2K. Very apt of you to notice, man. I'm sneaking up into I am pushing a little bit up into that 13. I'm starting to approach the 13 win mark. I'm getting off my 12 win, and even at the start of the season, I was leaning around to the 11 win mark, where it's just, I'm wondering, like, how with this pass rush, how? I mean, it's smoke and mirrors to get it done, but yet through these smoke and mirrors, they are getting it done. And Russell's playing at just at such a level that it's, I can't deny it. I got to affirm it. Aiden Reynolds says, bro, Trey needs to be banned from ever playing on the NFL field ever again. Was very impressed with Ugo, though, on the flip side of it. Aiden, I do agree with you on Ugo Amadi as far as I think best secondary player out there today. Solid in a lot of different levels. Wasn't just good in coverage. Wasn't just good as a tackler. And he's very instinctive. Smart kid out there. Knows what he's doing. He's got a plan, and he goes about it. I'm not as willing to sell yet on Trey, but I will say this, Aiden. There's been a lot of people in the chat that are in the same place you are, and there's a lot of people in the chat going back to last year who felt this way with this guy. I'm not quite there. I'm not quite. I still like some of the upside with Trey Flowers. He had a really tough matchup today. The Cowboys burn a lot of cornerbacks out there, but I know where you're coming from. I do get where you're coming from. Carl nearly going after Dustin with the Sean Alexander is weak as hell. Jeez. Team 12s, I think the D-line will start to get going around week 10 with the second-year players and first-year players getting their rhythm. I saw a lot of potential with Alton Robinson, and LJ looked okay. I've got the same assessment, Team 12s, and all the way around. I agree with everything you said. I think the pass rush will come around better as the year goes along. Part of that, I think, too, is going to be Team 12s. They're going to add some fresh blood in there. But I would expect them to understand a little bit further of what they've got, whereas they seem to be kind of trying to figure out what they got right now early on in the year. Darren says, I'm still here and actually am a serious city firefighter. That's good. So you do still get some of that hot lady action from being the firefighter within the city. So, sometimes those guys got to go out to the woods. They don't, that's the only job they do. It's only when they get called in. So they don't get the girls swooning to them when they go to the office building. That to me would be like one of the best benefits of being a firefighter. He says, I'm from the Bay Area and our county is deploying emergency resources. I loved how you describe city firemen. Well, it's just, I don't know. It's just how I see it, man. It's just how I see it. Darren says, I'm going to watch this stream because it's a 2-hour drive up to the fire. Well, hopefully I can hang on for there. I'm definitely winding down on the voice, but we'll hang in here. Y2K Hate says, I think I'd love to see us switch to a grass field. I would too. And I think that this is a little subtle thing you guys could look for in the game. Something I noticed. I don't know if you saw it as well. Players were slipping and sliding around a lot there. You saw our running backs were sliding a bit. A couple of our players were sliding. You saw Jamal Adams slide where he pulled his groin. Some of that to me, I wonder is if the players aren't wearing the cleats that they would normally want to wear, because there is the CenturyLink. Somebody did the stat on this the offseason. There are more ACL pulls, more little collateral ligament tears, medial lateral ligament tears, Achilles tears on the CenturyLink surface as opposed to the grass field. The statistics are out. The numbers are in, and we saw more of that again today. I'd like to see them try to maybe find a solution here for the field as it currently sits. I know it's rainy. It would be hard for draining the field, but it seems like grass fields are just so much safer, and we seem to have so many injuries throughout our team for years now. Injuries just pile up year after year after year. I wonder if maybe they could start to look at that. Great suggestion, Y2K. Dustin says, did YouTube censor my comment? I don't think anybody's censoring you quite yet. Dustin says the Falcons choked for the third straight week in a row. Man, it's going to be hard, Dustin, to see how he doesn't get fired, isn't it? It's going to be real, real hard to see how he doesn't get fired at this point, being Dan Quinn. Those are three. That's losing as ugly as you can lose in 3 straight weeks as an NFL coach when you're already on the hot seat. D-Boy, what's your prediction for that? Yeah, next week's game, I got us going. I think it's a 34-24, something like that, I think. Carl, what do you think of Tyler's great day? Ask Chris Nam. And welcome Chris on into the chat. Tyler is just such a steady guy, and he's almost so steady that he becomes boring for people, which he shouldn't do. He's a great receiver. I love him in the number 2 role. I think he's probably, you could make an argument, the best number 2 in all of football. He's got some competition there, but I just like him that much. There's nothing he can't do to his game. And he's got a couple of patented moves. Of course, he can do the patented move on the deep ball. When he's got a defender near him, he can ease back up and then sort of get the subtle push off to create some space at the end on a bomb. We were watching him now on these crossers where he seems to almost be unguardable on those. He's got the little wrinkle off the crosser where he can stop and set down in the zone if they start to overplay it. Very smart, steady hands, can run every route in the book, good after the catch. And I loved his day-to-day, man. He could have had even more catches if Russ hit him more, Chris. He could have 13, 14 catches if Russ wasn't off on a few of those throws. Dustin says he's ready for Fitzmagic. You're ready for Fitzmagic to carve us up and hand us our first loss. Fitz has got it in him to do it, Dustin. He does have it in him. The guy can be streaky as hell, man. When he gets hot, it's like there's no quarterback like it in the league. D-Nugget, how are the Bears 3-0 with us right now? Their schedule has not been as hard or as difficult, so they've been able to go against some softer teams. They've got a very good defense. We'll see if they can hold on. And Jermaine Ifedi's playing some good guard for the Bears. Low-key playing some good guard for the Bears. Boom Shakalaka, watching game now. Griffin looks like trash besides that INT. He got burnt. That's my point, Boom Shakalaka, is it's like, man, it was bad game for Shaq. All the rest of this game, take away that interception, go look at Shaq throughout the rest of the game. He's not knocking balls away. He's not making plays on balls. Guys have separation on him. He's not stopping the deep routes, not stopping the short routes, not doing a lot good. Y2K, this is a total Fitzmagic game. It's a Fitzmagic trap game is what this is. It's not a trap game because it's the Dolphins. It's a trap game because it's a Fitzmagic trap game. And he's got that juju that he's working off of from the last game where he's got the chest hair out and the beard going. I'm a little fearful, man. A little fearful of the Fitzmagic. D-Nugget KC versus the Ravens tomorrow. Your pick. I got the Ravens. The Ravens are playing a little bit better football than KC is right now. So I think the Ravens are going to, unfortunately, I think the Ravens are playing their best football of the year right now. I don't think it maintains. I think they go down as the year goes along. But I'll go near to what Dustin put on his points. I think I'll go something like, I'd go something more along the lines of, I'd go like 28, probably 28-20. I think it'll be somewhat close. 28-24. But I got the Ravens. Aiden, Shaq has a bad game, and that's saying a ton since he got a pick. That was a huge swing in the game. Yeah, normally when the guy gets an interception, you're going to at least say, well, he's at least solid or he's all right. Okay, he got a couple, but he really got cut up through the rest of the game as well. It wasn't just a couple of completions. He gave up a good amount of completions. And it's going to be very interesting to look at the Pro Football Focus scores from this game on our cornerbacks. Very, very interesting. Carl says, hell is too strong of words for Sean Alexander. Alton Robinson hype was at least semi-real though, albeit against a horrible O-line. Nope. Take the hype is real on this guy. Hype is real. It wasn't just the line play with it. And yeah, I know they're running a little bit light. They didn't have the starters they would, but he showed me what I was thinking we might see with this guy when he showed up. And the hustle and the speed is there with him. So I think it's worth getting excited about. I think the hype is worth getting excited about Aiden. I'm not expecting a guy now right out the gate that gets his 10, 12 sacks for the rest of the year. But he might be a guy who gets you 7, 8, 9 sacks through the season as we go along. He might be that kind of guy, which, Jesus, that's way more valuable than what we're getting from anywhere else. D-Boy says, do you think that Griffin helped with the pass rush this game? Yeah, I saw him get a couple of pressures myself, D-Boy. He wasn't close to getting a sack or anything like that, but he was active, and I think that he was putting some pressure on Dak a couple of times. Y2K, we can count on him, but there's a chance our second-round pick gives us some juice down the line. Yep, we can't count on it, but hopefully he's got something there. Hopefully he can get back out onto the field, and it's not an IR. It's heading towards IR, I think. I think it's heading there. Boom Shakalaka, Snacks, Matthews, Bennett. You could get it done with that. I like Snacks, Matthews, Kerrigan a little bit more, Boom Shakalaka. Kerrigan's a little bit better overall player, I think, than what Bennett is at that point. But at least that way you don't have to give up any draft capital. Y2K, with some luck, maybe he can get a rational 10% win rate. Could be. I'm good with that. I think he's got that in him, man. I do. Alden had that today. I'll guarantee that. Alden provided that absolutely for you today. D-Nugget, Nick Foles back at it again. Super Bowl appearance, ? Nick Foles, the next greatest quarterback, newest, oldest quarterback in the game. He's amazing. Nick Foles might do it, man. He's got the defense there. He's got the defense, and it seems to be the role that he flourishes in. Coming off the bench, that aging gunfighter. Here we go. Dustin says, but the Bills got it at the end from a BS PI call. Yeah, that was a little bit of a ticky-tack PI call, Dustin. I agree with you there. They did get some help on the officials, or they might have won that one. Valid. D-Nugget, we need grass. Man, we need it. Find a way to just deal with the rain. You know what I mean? Find a way to deal with the rain. Or how about we just dome up the stadium? Put like an artificial dome over the top. It'll make things more louder in there. What do you guys think about that? Boom Shakalaka, do you guys realize when the Seahawks play Bills midseason could decide MVP between Russ and Allen? Could be. Could be at that Boom Shakalaka. It's going to be a tough game. Tough game. Carl and Dustin going at it. I love it. I love it. Y2K, HA, Allen has a defense. I suppose he has less weapons. Yeah. And he runs a little bit more. Y2K, he's willing to put his body on the line, so he might get more rushing stats, but he's not going to touch Russ on the touchdown throws. OCC 2.0, love the stream, but I got to go. It's all good. I think we're going to be wrapping this up here shortly, OCC, so I appreciate the new sub and hanging on in there. I really do. Appreciate all the new subs today. I think we picked up a couple of guys today, so it's great to see. By next week, we're going to have me and D-Mac doing this post-game discussion, so we'll be even more Hawks Nest, even more. D-Boy, the safety, when is the last time you've seen a safety in a game besides today? Well, we've seen a couple through the years. I've seen a couple through the years. I can't name it off the top of my head. And props, D-Boy, as you bring that up too, LJ Collier. I was mentioning about him setting the edge on the play where Alton Robinson chased the running play on the backside and made the tackle in the backfield early on in the game against Dallas. But on that safety, if you guys watch closely, you will notice LJ Collier, once again, setting the edge, putting it back in the kitchen, the Cowboys, not allowing the guy not only to get push up the field, not only setting the edge, but pushing back into to Elliott, which helps set the stage for that safety. So props to LJ Collier as he kind of rounds into the player that I was hoping and thought he could be. And D-Nugget, I like Shaq too. So part of what I do when I do knock Shaq is to not say I don't like Shaq. I like Shaq. I don't like paying Shaq. I'm happy right now with Shaq on his rookie deal at what we're paying him in the position we have him in. I just don't like when people nail Trey Flowers to the wall and then they're not as willing to go after Shaq. I like some equal opportunity nailing of the wallers, you know? Super Junior 73, thoughts on Carson? Should we be worried? Yeah, we should be worried, Super Junior. We should. I'm hearing it's a knee strain. Maybe it's just an MCL type tear, a 4-week thing that he can come back on. Hopefully we can get him back because I think we're at our best when we have Carson in the game. But this is one of the reasons why you're hesitant to pay him, isn't it, Super Junior? Guy's been injured in his two of his first 3 years are ended due to major injury. You didn't have him in the playoffs because he couldn't stay healthy. Now there's reasons for that. You overused him a little bit in those first couple of years, but is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. So. Yeah. But I think he'll come back. So all is not lost yet, Super Junior. It would have been worrisome if it was a torn ACL or an Achilles or something. Not that. Maybe we get him back. I'm worried. We do have some good depth with running back, so I'm not worried as much for the running back position. And we don't seem to be as running as much this year as we have in years past, which makes me even less worried. I'm a little worried. Space says we would have 6 touchdown passes today if DK didn't F up that 60-yard bomb. Yep, we would have, because the Cowboys are getting the ball back either way in that situation. So you do probably get 6 touchdown passes today, if not more, because the Cowboys could be even trying to put up more points at that point. Boom Shakalaka, I listened today on ESPN at work. Why in the hell is it a Cowboys broadcast when the game is in Seattle? I don't know, man. You shouldn't. To me, just it's a general rule of thumb. Don't put former players in the booth to call their games. They're going to be homers. The guys are. It's very rare when you don't see that happening where guys can really toe that balance in line. I don't blame the guys for doing it. Just don't schedule it, you know? No reason to schedule it. Stellar says Mahomes is 2-0 against Jackson in their careers. I think this is the one that gets him on, though, Stellar. I think Jackson's playing with a purpose right now, and I think the Ravens are playing just a little bit. They're humming a little bit better. I think that they're right now playing as the best in the NFL, maybe next to the Packers, as far as a football team. I think the Chiefs are playing well, but and this is more of a gut instinct for me on this one, Stellar, than anything else. I don't have a stat to point to on this, but I just think this week the Ravens finally make that 2-1 against them. The TJF, the GOAT, he says, Seahawks got lucky. I'm sure you want to throw a good GOAT. Let them Cowboys go now, GOAT. Thank you for jumping on the chat, GOAT, and welcome you on in. And, I don't know if we got lucky. I'm going to point to skill a little bit, but I'm going to say your Cowboys are a damn fine football team, and you guys are going to get that you're going to get the division. You're going to get that division probably very easily. So we might be seeing each other again, GOAT, and we might get to decide and find out if it was luck or if 2 times makes a dance, if you know what I mean. But welcome on chat. Y2K says if Ugo Amadi holds up in coverage, he has a cool skill set. Can tackle and blitz okay, and he's good in the run stuffing game. Makes you not have to go a little bit less Y2K into the base package, which we were in last year. You can feel comfortable in the slot now. I agree. I like what he does if he can be good coverage. That's the key with him. We need a guy in the slot who's good in coverage here, not just a guy who's good in those other elements. Those other elements are nice to have to his game. But I need him to not be a guy that just gives up completion after completion after completion over the middle, which he hasn't been necessarily. And he wasn't today. He was very solid in that respect. John Jones says the line was terrible. What? I don't know if the offensive line was terrible today. I thought the offensive line was fairly solid. If you're pointing to the defensive line, John Jones, and saying that was terrible, maybe they stopped the run really well. They shut down Ezekiel Elliott, which is part of what they want to try to do. I would agree, though, that they didn't generate a lot of consistent pass rush, and that continues to be one of the most concerning things, if not the most concerning thing on this football team. So I don't know which line necessarily you're talking about on that one, John. I agree with you if it's the defensive line. Don't necessarily agree with you if it was the offensive line you were pointing to. Stellar, Dustin's going to be the channel troll. So he's our channel Smeagol. It's no coincidence that he tends to run with Smeagol. That's his emoticon. So don't engage with him, Stellar, if he starts to just get picking at you. He's going to try to pick a fight. Just don't let him get you, man. Don't let him get you. He's taking advantage of the fact I don't got no mods in here. So he's just, I can tell, Dustin, you're looking for a fight today. I can tell, man. Yep, Ugo looked good. Ugo looked really good. Nas Smith says, not sure if you talked about this already. I just got here, but remember before the game, I said Wilson will break records, 14 touchdowns in 3 games, new NFL record holder. Sure, he'll break more. And Nas, I'll give you props. You did call this yesterday and said this was coming down the track in yesterday's live stream. So props to you, man. You get the call of the day. And he does seem to be on a pace for like 72 touchdowns with a pretty good pace out of 3 games. If he can even maintain somewhere near this level, maybe he can push for that all-time touchdown record. Maybe, it would be awesome if he did. How about them Packers? They got it, man, Dustin. They're a scary team. They're a scary, scary team. D-Boy says, how is K-Mac, Bears, looking to you so far this year? I've not watched any of Khalil Mack yet. I saw some tape today of the game between the Falcons and the Bears, but I didn't concentrate on him, and I actually had meant to do so, and then they turned away from the telecast. I got to imagine he's playing pretty good. If that defense is playing as good as they have so far for the most part, so probably pretty darn well, but haven't watched him much, to be honest with you. Gerald Turner says, didn't Clay Matthews get exiled to Bad Person Island? Yeah, Gerald, you're right. A lot of my chat, a lot of Seahawks fandom don't like Clay because he's given his share of forearm shivers to Russell Wilson's face over the years, and he's kind of known for being a little bit of a dirty player, which is valid. Valid, completely valid. But as I've liked to say, Gerald, beggars can't be choosers, right? Any port in a storm. Sometimes you got to grab what's there, and we need to grab what's there. What the hell was Dak doing throwing the ball up for grabs in the last play? I think he thought it was 4th or something. Yeah, probably. Maybe thought he saw something open up that quickly closed. There sure seemed like a lot of hands there for him to make that kind of throw at that point. So it had been a little bit of an oddity. I would have thought they would have maybe gotten a chunk of yards to try to get a first down than to not have to put themselves in that position. But they were out of timeouts. There weren't going to be a lot more plays that they were going to be able to run. But I think Dustin might be on point with it where it was maybe a little bit of a panic on his part. Team 12s, we got some help from the officials at the beginning of the half. Nice to see. Yeah, I thought that's where I come back to. I think that was a fairly well-balanced game fishing. We might have even gotten a few calls a little bit in our favor. D-Duggan says a retractable roof would be good. Coldplay concert would be so good with an open roof atmosphere. Yeah, I think it'd be cool if they could kind of make an adjustment to the roof and add that in. I really do. It allows for cleaner games, not as many rainy games. The wind's blowing, and again, it's going to help with the sound, and again, it helps with the injury situation because your team pays the biggest price with that, with the way that the carpet is played out and causing the injuries that it has. Why do you feel like we could still be the 4th? Why do I feel like we could still be the 4th best team in the division? Easily could be 1 and 2. Yep, we could be, but it's one of those things where you're not. You're 3-0, and the scale, it is what it is. You won the games. So you can talk about what could be or what should have been, but it's not about what is. Y2KH, if you could link DMAC's channel, I'm in the comments after the channel. It'd be cool. I couldn't find his channel. I will look for just DMAX and Seahawks. Look for that as a channel, but I will post it down here. And then we will be back on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Y2K. It's going to be a dual stream, so you'll get a chance to sub to him too at that time if you're having a chance to get on. But I'll post it down in the section. John Lennon called this game number 9. Number 9. Turn me on, dead man. Turn me on, dead man. You folks don't know the Beatles were famous for backmasking a couple of their records where they were saying secret messages in reverse. It's a fun little conspiracy to look into if you guys ever want to go down a YouTube rabbit hole. Aiden Reynolds, Dustin. Oh, he's on Dustin. Emmanuel, you're heading out. Well, I appreciate you hold on from Emmanuel and staying on in here till 10 o'clock. We are going to go ahead and wind this down. We are at the nearly 4-hour mark. We put the time in. We got the questions answered, and we're going to be on in a few days to answer some more. So let's get the last of our questions in, the last of the talk in. I'll answer these up. I appreciate all you guys being so cool here in the chat. And hit that like button if you're in here. Don't you leave without hitting that like button and subscribing if you're not already subscribed. We're on that march to 5,000 subscribers, and we're moving strong. Moving strong. Y2KHA says, hey, LJ Collier is playing like his draft position. If he keeps this up, ends up being a solid pick for the late first round. I'm not quite there, Y2KH. I think he's going to be a run-stuffing defensive end when it's all said and done. A very good run-stuffing defensive end in this league, but he's not going to give you very much pass rush. If I draft a defensive end in the first round, I don't care if it's in the 15th pick, the 7th pick, or the 28th pick in the first round. He needs to supply me with some pass rush at some point. His top end cannot be 2 to 3 sacks a season, and that seems to be LJ's top end at this point in time for him. Boom Shakalaka, do you think the Metal Rod Taylor will play anytime soon? Metal Rod Taylor? I think that's his new nickname, Boom Shakalaka. No, I don't think he is. If I was a betting man at this point, I think they're going to put him on IR when it's all said and done. Remember Seahawks at Vikings in 2004 where our defensive line sacked the quarterback in the last seconds, but they didn't, and the QB threw it in the end zone and almost had it caught for a game winner? I vaguely remember that. But that's testing my old man memory right there. Y2KHA says, Brett Favre and the Vikings versus the 49ers for the win, I think is the coolest throw. That was an awesome play. He throws a guy out of the way, kind of sidesteps him, and then throws one of his Favre rocket laser beams. I'll just throw my laser beam. I just like to put my laser beam in, and sometimes I'm going to throw. I'll just throw my laser beam in there. I like to run an all goes. It's my favorite route. I just go all go. Just go right the same with the routes, all 4 of them. I'm going to hit one of them up the bet, One of them's getting hit up the bet. I got an arm put that in. Yeah, Destin, never pick a fight, right? Y2KH, the question is, can DMAC handle a 3-day stream, 8 streams per day for the draft? I'm going to put him up there, Y2K. I'm putting his feet to the fire. I finally got him on board and ready to roll with these streaming things. So I'm going to tire him out. I had him back-to-back a couple weeks ago. We did the DMAC back-to-back show for the Falcons win. And he's like, I don't know how you do this. How can you talk this much? He's like, I was done after a half hour. I go, hey, we'll build you up, man. It's a muscle. We just got to strengthen that muscle up a little bit. Connor Dunst says, who's DMAC? DMAC is part of the Hawks Nest family, Connor. We're going to have him as more of a regular here as I do with some of my live streams. He's a guy who played safety in college, and he won actually a national title in college. It was in now Division 2A, so he wasn't one of the main guys up at the front. He would eventually have probably gotten to a Division 1A squad, but he really hurt his wrist really bad. So it kind of ended up holding him out. But he won a national title, Division 2A. He played with some guys who played at the pro level, Terrence Cody, Tremaine Brock, a couple of other guys that played at the pro level as well. He really knows his secondary play. He really knows cornerback play. He's going to be able to give us some really good tidbits here for some of the struggles right now in the secondary. But he's a part of our Hawks Nest family, Connor. And you can find him on some of our older videos if you get a chance, Connor, to check out. He was on a couple weeks ago. Like a real football player, full name. His full name is Demarie McDonald. But so you'll have to. I can't speak. I can spell his name, but my brain's mush right now, so I can't spell it. But he was Division 2A. I don't know how much info you're going to get on that they report on. But did win a national title. He's got a big fat championship ring he pulls out every once in a while. And he knows his cornerbacks. He knows his stuff with that, man. He really, really does. Not to mention he knows football as well. He's got some really great knowledge, especially from the field level of things. Nas Smith says, hate to admit it, but I don't think we can compete with teams like the Packers with our defense as shoddy as it is now. Hopefully we can get someone. I think a couple things can help you out with your mindset on this, Nas, as far as maybe feeling a little more optimistic and positive. Number one, the Packers haven't been really bit by much of the injury situation up until this point. They're pretty much healthy right now as we're rolling along. I'd expect them to get bit like every other team in the NFL is probably going to get bit this season. Do they have the depth and do they have the talent to kind of hold on there? I mean, you lose Devontae Adams for a long period of time. They don't have a lot of guys on the outside to really challenge, do they? Now, I like their defense. I like their secondary. I like their front seven, especially at least their front four, maybe not their linebackers as much. But I think we can come around. And especially the other aspect of this is, can you add on some guys? Bring on some new injection of talent. Add a Snacks, add a Clay Matthews, get some guys back from injury. I think we could be talking about being able to be there in competition with them. Fiji Mark says we need to make a Seahawks John Schneider trade. Yes, we do. John needs to get busy, and fast. D-Boy says, watching DK today, I've really seen how bad his route running is. Do you think that he needs to work on that to put him on the next level, or should he work on something else first to hit that next level? The thing with the route running on the guys that are the 6'4" guys, the 6'5" guys, they're not ever going to run the same kind of routes of a Tyler Lockett. They're bigger bodied guys. They're not going to move short space in that way. I've been pretty impressed by his route running in the second season. And I think a lot of other people kind of have been, D-Boy. It's been rare. I've heard people saying he's still struggling with it. He's never going to be a master route runner in this league or upper level, but he doesn't have to be because he's so damn toolsy. He's got such freakish skills that he's just got to be a decent to good route runner, and he can still be an amazing player. D-Boy, you are here. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were still here, man. Boom shakalaka. I'd like to see Fletcher Cox. I'm calling him up tomorrow and I'm saying, hey, Philadelphia, we'll give you our 2nd round pick this year. We'll give you our 4th round pick in 2022. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? Dustin, you think Russ is like come on. See, this is how, folks who are in the chat, this is how you know when Dustin's trolling. This is when Dustin's in full troll mode. And when I've got to that's when I know to wrap up the stream, Dustin, when you go deep into your troll. It's right about that time. I'm like, oh, yep, about to call the stream. Dustin's going deep troll mode. Nas Smith, what's up with Jamal? I couldn't watch the full game. Did it look serious? Doesn't look serious. Looks like it's a pull. Pulls can still be about in that 4 week to 6 week range, Nas, unless it's just a light pull, just a soft pull, just a diet pull. I appreciate you not abusing your authority, D-Boy. I do. D-Boy is just fine. D-Boy does exactly what I want him to do, Dustin. When I need him to kick a guy, he kicks a guy. When he doesn't, I need him to be patient, he's patient. He does exactly the job that I thought he would do, and I made him the mod. Dustin's getting deleted. Dude. Dustin goes hard with his trolling. He commits to it, folks. He's week in, week out on that troll. I mean, he's got the Soviet flag right now with the old the sink and whatever the freaking hell it's called. I don't care because communism is stupid. But then he's got he's literally done Smeagol as well. He's done the Lord of the Rings guy, whatever that guy's is. D-Boy says, my dad wants to ask you, is Dak a top 5 quarterback? He wants your input. I don't. And I think that the Cowboys front office really understands what Dak is as a quarterback. And this is really at the heart of what's hurt their negotiations, where I think they just have a very clear view of him and who he is and what he is. It's part of what I liked about their Andy Dalton signing, even though it did kind of put their cap up another $7 million to have to put that to Andy Dalton this year. Andy Dalton, I think, is a very similar quarterback to Dak Prescott. The difference between the two guys is Andy Dalton had to go and start his career out and play his career out with the Cincinnati Bengals. And, when he had good talent to kind of start out his career, he did very well. And then as the talent fell off in Cincinnati, Andy started to struggle a little bit. But I thought Andy was a pretty darn talented guy. I think they're very similar players, upper-level quarterbacks in this league. But I would more make the argument that a Dak guy is probably a top 10 guy and maybe just outside the top 10. As we go down the list, but he is playing very good. It's Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Tampa Bay, Tom Brady's still in there. Russell Wilson's still in there to me in my mind, above him. I think Kyler Murray is above him. Aaron Rodgers is above him. I'm going through it in my mind. So that's like 6 right there. And I've not even gotten really through the full AFC. I think Deshaun Watson's above him. I just don't think Deshaun Watson's had the talent that he's had to play with. That's the big thing with Dak that you've got to accept with Dak is he's had a lot of talent to play with there. He's had a lot. Now it's the line's gotten weaker today, and he still played through that. Props to him. Played solid today, despite the fact his line wasn't as good. But he's got a lot to make him look better, And when he hasn't had it, he hasn't looked as good. Space says, hey, what's your name by the way? My name is Brandon. Brandon King is my name. Cameron Hughes, what team did D-Mac play with? It's Southern Mid. I have to ask you again on what it is. I'm sorry, Cameron. I can't remember the name. It's a Mississippi team, I believe. So I forget what the name on it is, but it's Mississippi. Some Southern Mississippi, something or something like that. Dustin, you think Dak Prescott's a top five? No, Doug, he's not a top 5 quarterback. Oh, so you were question marking it. Okay. D-Boy, your dad should be mad at Dustin. Everybody should be mad at Dustin. Videomaker says, we didn't have Dunbar or Adams, so we can't panic just yet. Solid point, Videomaker, and I agree with you 100%. Don't take any conclusions quite yet. Let's hold off and wait. We took a lot of injuries this week. We're kind of feeling out this team, figuring out what it is. I think that they will get better. Space says top 10. Maybe, yeah. Yo, FAQ. What's up? Yo, FAQ into the chat. He says, Trey Flowers keeps playing man. And I think you're saying, why does he keep playing man? I agree with you. I think I'd like to have him a little bit more in zone, playing into that cover 3 a little bit more. I don't know why they brought him up to play press coverage with no help over the top. Trey's not known for being a fast guy. You want to have help over the top if you're going to ask him to press. A little bit of an oddity there, yo. A little bit of an oddity there. Y2K says, Justin throwing it out there. Justin Tucker never missed a 20 to 29-yard field goal. One year he was 10 to 10 on 10 plus. Yeah, Justin Tucker's been a fantastic kicker in this league. Dustin says Garoppolo is going to be better too, and maybe Josh Allen. No, he's not going to be better than Josh Allen. No. Garoppolo's limitations in being able to throw outside of the hash marks are going to keep him held back as a quarterback in this league. Not to mention the fact that he struggles when he has any kind of pressure. He gets happy feet very quickly. Those two things will always limit his upside. D-Boy says your dad thinks he's number 4 in the top 5, and he said Russ is number 2. Well, look, your dad's got some point here. The guy's put up a lot of, especially if you're going by recent samplings. He led the league in yardage last year. We can all call it empty yards or calorie yards, or well, he threw when they were ahead, or he put up a lot of yards. He led the league in yards, and you do that as a quarterback, you can make a strong argument if you do that in a given season, especially the year after, to saying you're a top 10 quarterback, especially since you haven't shown any drop off this year. But he's just not quite, to me, he's not quite there, D-Boy. Stop comparing Russell, kicker, to Russ. D-Nugget says, I got a stereo in, playing both on the phone and laptop simultaneously. Awesome, man. That's 2 views for me, buddy. I'll take it, D-Nugget. The GOAT 209 says the Cowboys had 2 undrafted tackles and we only got 1 sack. Yeah. We had more sacks than that, I think, GOAT, because we had the forced fumble. It might have been considered an interception, but Jaron Reed caused essentially a forced fumble on another play early in the game. So we had more than the 1 sack for sure. But it was improved this week. It's better than what it's been. It's been not even getting close in the first couple weeks. At least you got some pressures this week. Sickle. Thank you, Dustin. Sickle and hammer. Sickle and hammer. That's it. D-Boy says, do you think that Atlanta messed up the game when they went for the 2-point after their TD, or was it the onside kick? I think it's the I don't think you messed up going for the 2-point conversion. That was Gerald Turner says, you're a really good commentator. You know a lot, and I'm hooked. Bye. I appreciate that, Gerald. I'm glad we got you hooked in. That's what I seek to do, man. Just drop that hook and bring one at a time onto the boat. We got room for you all. And thank you so much for hitting those like button, you guys. And we got a bunch of subs today. What a great day it's been. Get the victory, subs, awesome talking in the chat. This is why I do this, you guys. You make this awesome. All right. I think we've gotten through all the questions, all the chats. Yami, what's up, Yami? Hello, everybody. God, the heart attack games are coming back, and I hope Adam's groin is fine, or else I don't see us going far. I do too, Yami. I do too, man. Welcome in the chat on that. Videomaker says pass rush was solid at times, but Ryan Kerrigan would fix this defense. I agree. He looked really good today, Videomaker, and what I saw him. The one part now we got to worry about is if Chase Young's injury is really serious, now maybe Washington's a little bit less likely to deal him. But if I was in Washington's front office, I would be saying, let's get some assets for this guy while we can. He's not a long-term part of our plans here on this team. He's been a good soldier for us. Let's move him on, give him a chance to go to a winner. Sure would be cool to see, man. Sure to be cool to see. And I agree with you. It would upgrade this team. It would do that. Absolutely. And Phil Haynes is coming off IR. So we got some reserves coming in. The guard, as the GOAT mentioned. That's absolutely correct. Dustin Elrod. Well, Dustin, I love you. Yami says, what's up, Yami? And I'm sorry you caught me right at the end, man. We're just about to sign off, plus 4 hours in. I got to get some food. My voice is leaving me. Videomaker says first loss to the Bills because we always beat the Cardinals in Arizona and we always beat the Niners first game when we play them. The Bills have a good defense and their offense is potent. Yeah, that's my marking. We're in agreement on that, Videomaker. That was when I marked at the beginning at the offseason. I was like, Buffalo, 10 a.m. Buffalo, 10 a.m. Ugh. And I think it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough game to lose. I have it as our first loss of the season too, I think, or at least that loss on the season. No more leg. Yami, Germany, my man. Germany. You know, D-Mac, friend of the show, is moving to Germany soon. I know, Dustin. You guys keep me on here. If you guys weren't so awesome, Dustin, I wouldn't stay on the stream so long. All right. That will do it for us today. Seahawks are 3-0. Yes, we've got some questions. Don't linger in the negativity. Don't get down in the dumps about the injuries or the defense, the lack of pass rush. It's a problem. Got a lot of time to fix it. Pete Carroll's teams get better as the year goes on. There's moves to be made out there. The trade deadline hasn't passed yet. We aren't stuck with what we got. We still got a damn fine team. Russell is playing at a Michael Jordan-like level here on the football field. I appreciate all of you guys. We got a ton of new subs here in this chat. Thank you for the interactions. Everybody was great today with it. I appreciate all of you hitting that like button. If you're watching this on recording, please do hit that like button if you haven't already. Thank you so much for your guys' interaction. And don't you guys forget, because there is some of you out there forget, especially other teams fans. I want you to listen to this too. Don't forget. Go Hawks.